Chapter 726. Clever Haskell, hey, when you die, that's it. Don't you get that? Through a hazy memory, a ruggedly bearded man scolded him. His name was Lion, a man who would take 2 or 3 people who could fight and mostly made a living protecting peddlers and travelers. Unusually, he called his group the Comrades Association. There were a few mercenary bands out there with strange names, so no one paid it much mind. But Enkrid later heard that Lion had named it so because he was once a soldier from a great southern nation. Everyone he took along had also served under Lion's command. That's why they called themselves the Comrades Association. It was a name you couldn't easily forget. Lion protected the weak as much as he could, and had looked out for Enkrid when he first wandered the continent, clueless and alone. What good is any of it when you're dead? That was something Lion always said. You couldn't say that everyone in the Comrades Association was a good person, not by a long shot, but Lion himself was a man of loyalty. You only get one life. Just one. When you're dead, it's over. So if you want to survive, don't do reckless things. That was the kind of lesson he gave. Enkrid had listened to his stories, but he kept living the way he always had. He was willing to listen to most things, but there were lines he simply refused to cross. The blurry images were like a lake shrouded in morning fog. Lion's faint figure twisted and warped until his face was no longer visible. If you've got nothing and no power, just keep your head down. There were so many people who had said things like that to belittle him, he couldn't even remember all their names. As the fog thinned again and the image vanished, the owner of the night sky fragrance stepped forward and shouted, "How do you block a spell? Here, take this, the spells of spring and summer." But then, why is she swinging a sword? Behind Esther, who was swinging her sword, Shana danced with both hands raised toward the sky, clutching flowers and branches. Then Rem fell from the sky. A huge, gigantic Rem. It was a nightmare. After that, Auden appeared, skinny as a rail, flying through the air, or Jackson would be running a salon surrounded by dozens of women. He tried to ask if Craze was in business with him, but his mouth wouldn't open. He also saw Luagan gripping, fell in her right hand and lashing Ropert around like a whip. Dunbakel returned from the east, boasting she'd become a real beastman, and laughed as she transformed into a manticore. Teresa swung her sword at Dunbakel, calling her a monster. With the visions came phantom sounds. "If you let your guard down, you'll die." "Who's saying that?" Bang! Bang! Then a piercing noise hit his ears, and when he turned to look, he saw Atri pounding away at a body inside a blast furnace. "That's me." Looking closer, it really was. Atri was hammering away at his own body. The moment he realized this, he became aware of the scorching heat searing through every inch of him. He wondered if he might actually breathe fire at this rate. But even the Dragonkin can't breathe fire. Maybe Esther could pull it off. Should he ask her to show him if he ever went back to the border guard? Yeah, like she'd ever show me. If he actually said that out loud, she'd just glare at him with utter contempt. As the searing heat coursed through him, he saw flowers blooming. The flowers turned into butterflies, fluttered about, then became flames that pierced his heart. "If you die here, this place will become your prison." Again, the phantom voice. He saw another rush of visions, but there was no need to dwell on these ones. His surroundings spun around, and then, all of a sudden, he felt freezing cold. Someone was splitting open a stomach and fiddling with the innards, and when he looked closer, he saw the child he'd once failed to protect, a child who had died, smiling innocently, eyes pitch black. "Playing with guts is fun." That's what it seemed like the child was saying. Then, as the river's waters surged, all the pain faded away. When Enkrid opened his eyes, he was back in that same rowboat. His body was slumped against the side of the boat, and standing before him in the same posture as always was the ferryman. He was holding a lamp, steady as if his feet had taken root on the deck like a tree. Even the ferryman's figure itself seemed blurred, as if shrouded in a haze of sand, undeniable proof that Enkrid's body was far from normal. Each time the violet lamp swayed, its light flashed across the black waters of the river and vanished. Watching it, it looked as though the water itself was devouring the light. If you die here, you'll keep fighting your sickness, dying, and coming back to life over and over again. And then you'll never again be able to enjoy the thrill of swordplay. Enkrid blinked 5 times at those words, very slowly at that. Then he parted his lips and carefully chose his words. I think my hearing is damaged. Could you repeat that? My words are shaped by will and sent straight to your mind. Your hearing has nothing to do with it. Enkrid knew that too. He just hadn't expected to hear such blatant words of encouragement from the ferryman. Is this an illusion? In response, the ferryman only said what he intended to say. How long do you think you can keep postponing death? How long do you think a lucky death will linger by your side? With that, the conversation with the ferryman ended. He opened his closed eyes once more. Now this was reality. His eyes were half open and felt so dry it was hard to fully open them. With his limited vision, he spotted a pattern, both unfamiliar and familiar. It was the ceiling of the stone house he'd been seeing every day for the past several days. Next to a thick wooden beam, pebbles had been irregularly embedded. Are you awake? Anne was right next to him. Enkrid blinked a few times, as everything in front of him still seemed blurry. Crust from his eyes fell off as he blinked. His eyes were still dry, but with the debris gone, his vision cleared. Dark circles stood out under Anne's eyes and her cheeks were sunken. It was obvious she'd been through a hard time. Looks like I survived. Is that really something a person who just came back from the dead would say? Was it remede omnia? You remember? I knew you'd be able to do it. The ferryman had told him to save Anne, and for reasons unknown, Demule had tried to kill her in advance. She must have been seen as a threatening enemy. It's easy to deduce the cause after seeing the result. Enkrid had also witnessed some of what Anne had done since coming here. Because he'd seen it all, he trusted her. Even if Anne had failed and died, he would have ended up repeating this very same day. But truthfully, that wasn't why he had done it. Even if today repeated endlessly, he would have made the same choice again. You were unconscious for 3 days. Enkrid fell silent for a moment before replying to Anne. I missed 3 days of training. You sword maniac. Enkrid knew he was called by several nicknames within the border guard. One of them was sword maniac, meaning someone obsessed with swords. It was a joke. Anne replied with a look that said, Don't pretend to be normal when we all know you're being serious. Oh, okay. Even though he had woken up, there was still no real strength in his arms or legs. If he had to fight right now, would he even be confident against Fell or Ropard? You need to rest for a while. Stay in bed for at least another 4 days. Eat what you're given. Sleep when you're sleepy. Anne said this and left the room. Next, Ragnar came in, and compared to him, Ragnar seemed perfectly fine. If he could walk around, that meant he was in better shape than Enkrid. If you've rested 3 days, that's plenty. Is that so? Even after he'd died and come back, it was still raining outside. There was thunder, too. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, Ragnar was gone. Had he fallen asleep for a bit? When he turned his head, he saw the hallucination again. No matter how skilled Anne was, there was no way to bring someone back from the dead. Enkrid believed that the house head had poured out all of his life force into will with that final stroke. It wasn't something one should do in such a weakened body. He must have done it fully prepared to die. Why is he sitting in front of my bed? You look like you're seeing a ghost. The house head was accustomed to reading other people's emotions and expressions, even if he rarely showed his own. One arm was wrapped in bandages, and cloth was tied around one of his eyes, but Tempest Bjorn was sitting there alive. There's a lot I want to say, but I haven't forgotten what I need to say first. Thank you, Enkrid of the Border Guard. I just happened to be passing by and had a bit of spare time, so I lent a hand. Are you being modest? Or do you realize just how much you accomplished and want to sound even more impressive? Yes, if I try to be humble here, it'll probably just come off like that. Honestly, it was just a slip of the tongue. My body still hadn't fully recovered. Maybe it would be better to just keep my mouth shut. I heard Mileskia didn't simply die. Anne told me that she had already researched ways to resolve the seeds of every illness we were plagued with. Anne said making the medicine by following her work wasn't all that difficult, but I still thanked the girl again and again. To sum it up, Mileskia's legacy and Anne's devotion saved us all. I even got a few extra years of life out of it. Did he come here just to say it's good to be alive? There's something I want to tell you, and this is just between us. Other people will probably never know this their whole lives. What the househead began to talk about was Heskel. Heskel proved that he wasn't called Clever Heskel for nothing. As I listened to the househead, it almost felt like Heskel himself had appeared in a vision and was speaking. If I win, Jorn is reborn. These people will survive and become the new residents of the demonic domain. Heskel wanted Yuan to endure. To achieve that, he had to become the divine usurper. Even if it was only a small divinity, he needed to take it in order to protect Yuan, who had become a resident of the demonic domain. The vision continued, speaking further. If I fail, that means Tempest has ultimately won in all of this, right? In that case, Yuan may be wounded, but he'll still survive. The Heskel in my vision smiled brightly. The corners of his mouth lifted high. It was a pure, untroubled smile, completely free of any burden. If he won, Yuan would be reborn. But even if he failed, Yuan would still be reborn. And it would have been even better if he could clean things up in the process. There must have been discontented people in Hunter's village, in the village of the intermediary, and in Retire's village as well. After so long spent coiled up in one place, there would surely be those who had grown restless, and others who, having spent so much time simply waiting, grew resentful enough to want to shake the very system Jorn had created. They couldn't bring themselves to leave, but at the same time, they couldn't just stand by and watch. They would have wanted to use Jorn, whose power had become so strong. Heskel gathered all those discontented elements, spent a long time with them, and formed his own group, creating a distinct faction. There used to be some flowers and fruits growing around here, but they were poisonous, so if you carelessly picked them, you'd often get all kinds of illnesses. From the moment those illnesses began to worsen, Heskel saw that he needed to solve this problem. The househead continued. At some point, Heskel became aware of Demul's existence and saw what he was preparing. There, Heskel had to make a decision. Would he return to the family just to start an endless game of hide-and-seek until the day he died? Or would he become the shadow behind the scenes, the director who brings the real conspirator onto the stage? Heskel chose the latter. He died by Ragnar's sword, but perhaps he felt satisfied. After all, he had seen the tilt of the scales shift, and everything he had prepared was ultimately a strategy to bring the endless game of hide-and-seek to a close. Heskel never came directly to speak with the househead. Even the househead was speaking from a place of speculation. He believed Heskel had fulfilled his role as guardian. When he heard it, Enkrid could agree as well. Guardian, the protector of Yuan, Heskel had carried out the duty he was given. Why are you telling me this? I just wanted to tell someone." With those final words, the househead left. Shortly after, Alexandra came in and said something similar. Maleshkia studied the disease right up until her death, and Heskel, well, he must have had such a hard time painting this entire picture. Her expression seemed both bitter and somewhat relieved. After her, Schmidt came in and spoke. "Are you really not thinking of going to the Empire? Does it look like I am? No. Then why are you asking if you already know? I just wanted to hear it in case you changed your mind." Another 4 days passed since he woke up. Hearing that Anne was passed out, fast asleep, Enkrid threw off his covers and got out of bed. For the past few days the rain had come and gone, but by dawn it finally stopped for good. The dawn air, heavy with moisture, swept cleanly through his lungs. Enkrid went outside and stood, gripping Samchiel. "I've learned a lot. Really, an unbelievable amount. But sorting it all out, one by one, wasn't something he could do right now. Well, he did want to reflect on at least one thing, but there were just too many eyes watching. Are you awake?" As if they'd been waiting for him to get up, Grida, Anna, Hera, and everyone from Yorn all poked their heads out. He even spotted Magroon among them. "Thanks to all of you, I'm alive." Once he returned, he realized his condition had gotten so much worse. Anne must have handled the final stages of his care. Then, standing in the middle, the one-armed Rhinox spoke up, wearing a deeply serious expression. "If you wish to settle the wrongs of that time, then take my head. But please show mercy to the others of Wan." Demul's last act had left these people with a shame they could never erase. They'd never be able to forgive themselves for forcing an outsider to make such a sacrifice. He understood that feeling. He knew it all too well, which made him want to help lighten their burden and sense of guilt. "Well then, over here." Enkrid tapped his Samchiel against the ground in front of him as he spoke. Since his sword's scabbard had burst, he'd been carrying it loosely tied with a cord, so there was no need to draw it. "Kneel down and stretch out your neck." Rhinox looked taken aback. He didn't move his feet, but looked from the ground to Samchiel to Enkrid, glancing between them as he asked, "Seriously?" Enkrid replied with a grin. "No." He chickened out. If Enkrid had wanted, Rhinox would have actually bared his neck. These are people like that, people who take responsibility for their words. And so, thud. Starting with Rhinox, everyone kneeled, without exception. Heads bowed over the muddy, battered ground left behind by the storm. He hadn't done this for recognition, but honestly, in moments like this, who could dislike being shown respect for what they'd done? "We offer our gratitude for the grace of your salvation." The househead spoke on everyone's behalf. Here stood the househead, Alexandra, Odenkar, Grida, Magroon, all of them together. Some had tears in their eyes, while Riley stood there in a daze. And only one person was left standing, looking around blankly. "What? I told you not to go through with it." "That guy's still standing," Ragnar spoke up. Enkrid just shrugged, as if to say it was nothing. It seemed Ragnar would never ever understand the mood. Chapter 727. Let's have a spar. What? "Are you telling me to kneel too?" Ragnar frowned as he stared at him. Enkrid shook his head. One by one, the house members who had been kneeling rose to their feet. The gloomy days had passed, and the sun had come out. With not a single cloud in the now blue sky, the sunlight would gently dry and soothe the damp earth. Still, not all traces left on the ground would disappear. Enkrid had made up his mind and set out, determined that no one would die behind him. But that didn't mean there had been no deaths at all. Those killed by him, including Heskel and the ones who followed him, were gone. From what he'd heard about the recent events, even the representative of Hunter's village had changed. After all, the dead can't represent a village. He'd also heard Kato had chased after someone to the end and killed them. Well, that was none of Enkrid's concern. In any case, with the vacancies left by the dead, some people were plunged into sorrow, others were angry, and some insisted they had to find joy in simply surviving. There was no right or wrong in how people responded. Everyone was finding their own way to heal. Enkrid had gotten up, but he still couldn't say he was in perfect condition. He wasn't fully recovered yet. Though rest and recovery may seem like the same thing, they are actually different. I've gotten enough rest until now. Now it was time to focus on recovery. Simply put, rest is passive while recovery is active. If resting means sleeping and taking it easy, then eating and lightly loosening up the body is what you might call recovery. Moreover, because Enkrid's body had been forged through training, his body healed faster the more he moved. So after shaking himself awake and getting up, Enkrid spent 2 days repeating a cycle avoiding intense sparring, resting, eating, and drinking. He held back from swinging his sword and instead repeatedly stretched and contracted his muscles and did light jogging. Of course, light jogging was according to the standards of a knight or Enkrid himself. If an ordinary person watched, they might wonder if he was running that much because he had a death wish. It was that long and strenuous. He spent half the day at a slow run. Wow, you really eat a lot. The giants are big eaters. Even Anahera, who was herself a giant, looked at Enkrid in amazement. The dining table in the manor, which seated 8, was overflowing with food. The main dish today was pork steamed until tender, served with vegetables steamed alongside it. Enkrid put all of it into his mouth without a second thought, chewing and swallowing everything. He didn't eat hurriedly. Instead, he took a long time to eat. As a result, meals now took twice as long as usual. In short, he was running slowly and eating slowly, but never stopping. Drink this, it'll help. Anne, sitting at the same table, had just finished off the small dish allotted to her. Enkrid gulped down the medicine bottle and handed him, making sure not a single drop remained. It didn't taste good. It was astringent and bitter. Still, he didn't scrunch up his face like a child. Watching this, Anne commented, "Hey, is someone chasing you? Seriously, why do you look like you're in such a hurry?" Apparently, moving slowly yet never stopping could look rushed to others. As Enkrid's mouth was full and he couldn't answer, he just looked at Anne. Ragnar, who was also eating with similar intensity, answered for him. He probably wants to recover as quickly as possible so he can get back to doing what he likes. Mostly swordplay, of course. So basically he's in a hurry because he wants to get back to training. Anne sounded incredulous, but to Enkrid it was only natural. I've learned a lot. There was so much he had newly realized. He needed to sort it all out in his mind, but he didn't feel confident unless he put it into practice with his body. He would need to try things out himself and set some milestones along the way. Wave-breaker sword, sword of chance. Along with those 2 sword styles, various thoughts floated around in his head. In theory, he had managed to organize his understanding to some extent. But even aside from that, starting with how to handle will, there was a long list of things he wanted to do. All of it would have to wait until his body had fully recovered. If you try to force things because you're impatient, you'll end up buttoning everything wrong, won't you? The present was what mattered most. It was a time to move forward calmly and steadily, one step at a time. That's an attitude worth emulating. Although she had eaten separately, for some reason Anahera was stationed at one side of the table like a bodyguard, making this remark. "And why are you here?" Ragnar asked, looking at her. Anahera wasn't good at hiding her feelings. She was honest and straightforward. "I just felt so guilty about trying to kill him. If you want anything, just say so and I'll do it for you. If you want, I can even spend the night with you." Yes, I mean exactly what you're thinking. It's not every day you get a chance to spend a night with a charming giant, you know. I'll have to decline. Enkrid swallowed his food and replied. His answer was swift as lightning. That's all I wanted to say. If you need anything else, just let me know. Having finished what she wanted to say, Anahera turned to leave. Chances are there were quite a few people in situations similar to hers right now. That would explain why some people were hovering nearby without saying anything. Even now there were lots of folks loitering outside the manor for no real reason. Of them, one little kid came over and cried, saying he was sorry. The kid who practiced Il-Karaz-style martial arts tried to act tough, saying that even if he were in the same situation again, he'd make the same choice. So Enkrid told him, if you're really sorry, bow your head and apologize. The kid immediately planted his forehead on the ground. Such pure-hearted folks. Johan is a place full of people like that. Enkrid found himself repeating the same thoughts he'd had during the fight. Shouldn't you take care of yourself and rest before getting involved? Why do you keep doing this? Even though I saved his family, Ragnar couldn't help but throw a bit of a jab at me. Maybe he's feeling half grateful, half awkward. It's been 2 days since Enkrid woke up, and only now he's bringing this up. That guy just can't hide what he's feeling. If he's grateful, he should just say so. I considered telling him to bow his head and thank me, but held back. It really seemed like Ragnar was genuinely curious this time. Enkrid rested his arm, still holding his fork on the table, and answered. I'd make the same choice if I had to do it all over again. But why? Should I talk about my convictions? Say I did it because of an oath. Or explain that, at that moment, I had the chance to make a choice and the power to see it through. All of that is true, but there was another reason as well. Even in that moment, the Luagarn-style tactical sword was in effect. I calculated my surroundings, took everything into account, and that was the conclusion I reached. I trusted Anne. With that blunt and casual reply, Anne lifted her head and looked at Enkrid. Ragnar's eyebrows twitched for a moment before settling. Is Enkrid's way of thinking just on another level? No, it wasn't that. He just looked at things differently. Naturally, his thoughts branched out in that direction and bloomed into action. If he stepped in, there would be no chance of Johan breaking apart. Ragnar wouldn't have to raise his sword against his own father either. If my body could just hold out a bit longer, Johan would do everything in their power to save me. After all, I was the person who sacrificed myself for their family. From what I'd heard and seen on the way here, that healer Myliskia was also extremely skilled. Didn't she probably have some rare herbs or a special medicine tucked away? Besides, Johan is considered a place of legends. Could they really not have a single precious relic? I'd even heard that Rhinox, once upon a time, gathered relics he found while traveling across the continent. There must have been both medicine and relics. If Johan didn't fall apart, I'd be able to use those medicines or relics. With Anne around, she could pick out exactly what I needed. Diumul was offering an illness, and if it was an illness, Anne would have cured him. Just from listening to him, it sounded like complete trust. It gave the impression of pure faith, with not the slightest hint of calculation. Hearing that, Anne's cheeks turned red. Rabban's disciples had always kept their guard up around each other, and Rabban himself was even more so. If Rabban hadn't died, he would have tried to kill Anne himself. So, it was rare for her abilities to ever be acknowledged. Now she felt her heart tremble at the faith shown by the core of the Madmen Knights, and the commander of the border guard, who put his life on the line for her. It was a new experience. How mischievous. Still no. I already have Ragnar. What are you talking about? Anne cleared her throat and turned away. Naturally, she turned toward her lover. How are you feeling? No more coughing, no more blood. Then why did you keep it to yourself and make yourself suffer? By the time Enkrid recovered from the last illness spread by D. Mule, Ragnar had confessed his condition to Anne. Anne's reaction was definitely unlike that of most women. What did you do before the cough started? Did you eat something bad or something? Not a hint of distress showed on her face. It was like standing on the battlefield with a sword in hand. This was Anne's territory. She knew the Madmen Knights, and she knew Ragnar. Even after coming to Jan, she had checked on his condition multiple times. She saw no signs of a fatal illness. Of course, she didn't claim to know every disease that spread across the continent. But it was rare for someone to die without showing any symptoms at all. Yet, here was Ragnar, coughing up blood. Anne questioned Ragnar thoroughly about his condition, and Ragnar admitted that he had fainted a few times while experimenting on himself, trying to spur Will's changes. Did you ever feel chills or a fever? My head felt a bit warm for a couple of days. Is this idiot just slow, or is he half out of his mind? Anne was dumbfounded, but at least she understood the situation now. And this shift in will, did it take a toll on your body? It was a bit much, yeah. Did you have a sore throat at any point? I did. What on earth is wrong with this guy? Anne's face said it all. Watching her, Ragnar paused to reflect. Was he getting hasty because Enkrid had been changing so much? That's what had happened. Even though inducing another change in will with intention had not been easy, he'd rushed in recklessly. Eat this. Then get a good day's rest. And don't say a single word. Ragnar was never much of a talker to begin with. Doing as she said, the pain eased even when he coughed, and the blood stopped appearing. He felt as if he had completely recovered now. No wonder during the last battle, after he pushed Will to the limit to kill that old man with 3 eyes, blood had started pouring from his throat. Next time you're unwell, come to me right away. I'm Remede Omnia, destined to become an elixir, you know. All right. With his usual calm, Ragnar patted her on the head and added, since I want to stay by your side too, let's do it that way. So that's what happened. Enkrid stared fixedly at the two, who were suddenly emanating an odd atmosphere from their eyes. Not that it was any of his business. Whatever was going on between them, Enkrid just needed to focus on his own recovery. That didn't mean he wanted to keep watching them making eyes at each other, though. Get out. Go outside and play, you two. At those words, Anne closed her mouth, and Ragnar replied nonchalantly, I suppose I should go fetch Sunrise. Enkrid simply nodded, figuring that was fine. Odenkar made a point to visit at least once a day, and would spout off whatever came to mind. Not that what he said was always coherent. I'll probably be the next head of the Yarn House, so when can we start sparring? That's the kind of thing he'd blurt out. Following Odenkar? Greta seemed to have picked up on something in Heskel's behavior. Being a guardian really doesn't seem like it's worth doing. Maybe she'd press the house head for more information, too. Why are you telling me that? Just saying. Anne was rarely seen. Ragnar returned to his old self. So you're not curious anymore about whether you'll leave anything behind? When Enkrid asked. Ragnar just gave a wry smile. It was as if he'd realized something, showing now that he had the composure to take whatever teasing came his way. Which made it all the more irritating to watch. Enkrid spoke again. When we get back, is it okay if I tell them you acted that way because you thought you were dying? To Rem, or maybe Ram. Or Rem. Are you hoping to die here? Ragnar asked seriously. Enkrid shook his head, saying, no. It was still too soon to spar. But maybe after resting for another couple of days, he'd be fine. In the meantime, Enkrid organized his swordsmanship in his mind, made a list of things he wanted to do, and took care of some tasks. Wiley Dotum. This was one of those tasks. Enkrid went looking for Riley. It was early evening. As twilight scattered its last rays, and the moon and stars began to fill the empty sky. Riley sat motionless in front of a mound of earth. His gaze was vacant, and his fingertips were blackened, probably from handling dirt for days on end. "Have you come to judge me for my sins?" Why did Riley alone have to answer for a crime that no one else questioned? He spoke again. "Are you here to hold me accountable for the sins my father committed?" Before he spoke, it seemed like his soul was someplace far away, but when he finally spoke, he sounded much stronger. Riley spent half his days here. There was a crude grave, clearly handmade, visible on the spot. Instead of a headstone, a piece of wood was stuck into the earth, with letters carved into it by a dagger. "Haskell lies here." Riley couldn't bring himself to hate him. Enkrid thought at the very least Riley deserved to know the truth, even if no one else did. Riley was Haskell's son. The househead couldn't deliver the news himself. The emotion in his voice would have been too much. Maybe this wasn't really Enkrid's responsibility, but he couldn't ignore it, and so took it upon himself. Slowly, he told Riley everything the househead had speculated, and what Enkrid himself had realized. Riley listened in silence. When the story ended, Riley's expression never changed, but tears streamed silently down his face. If he left you behind, it means he knew you'd be spared. If he really intended to completely destroy Juan, he would have killed you too. You never served in the military, but you learned some basic tactics and command, right? Enkrid asked. Riley didn't answer. Everything Enkrid said was true. His father had taught him even that. Haskell was clever and cunning, but he couldn't completely abandon his fatherly love. He couldn't kill Riley. He just couldn't bring himself to do it. Leaving Riley behind in tears, Enkrid turned away. It was about the time when the sunlight had mostly dried the earth. As usual, Enkrid had come out at dawn to stretch his body. It was also the day he'd finally decided to seriously practice his sword swings. Tap, thud. Tap, thud. A limping figure approached, using the sheathed sword as a cane. His expression was resolute. His lips were tightly shut, his eyes filled with determination. He knelt on the dry ground, folding his injured leg beneath him. "I'll become your slave if you want." This was, perhaps, Riley's way of repaying him. The words he'd spoken to Enkrid, the hero who had saved Yuan, had stuck in his mind. Once he truly grasped the fact that his father was gone, he must have figured out what he needed to do next. Maybe he felt he had to erase any resentment or guilt Enkrid might bear in his heart. That thought had brought him here. He would become a slave, and Enkrid wouldn't hold any grudges against Yuan. That was what Riley thought he had to do. But such a gesture only mattered if the other person truly felt hurt or bore resentment, and it also required that the other person actually wanted it. "I don't need a slave." Enkrid, as always, was matter-of-fact. Just as he'd calmly approached everyone when he came to Yuan without ever losing his head, he was the same now. "Let's just spar." The words fit him perfectly. It drove home once again that this was who Enkrid had always been. Riley's solemn expression crumbled in an instant. "And a slave? Please, and get in line, kid. You're not the first." Of course, Riley wasn't the only one here. One-armed Rhinox was teasing him, and Odenkar, Grida, Magroon, and Alexandra were all gathered together as well. This was the moment Enkrid had been looking forward to. For him, this was play. This was joy. A crooked grin crossed Enkrid's face, showing his front teeth. "Or you could all just come at me at once." At those arrogant words, the faces of those belonging to Yuan stiffened. If he weren't the hero who saved the village, seriously, Odenkar muttered under his breath. Everyone felt much the same way. Chapter 728. Intoxicated by twilight after sparring with the crowd that had rushed in, I ate well and rested well. Even as I spent a few more days like that, many people kept coming to see me. and what they said was usually quite similar. "It's really fun training together. Can't you stay here in Yuan?" Some expressed their fondness without hesitation. "Thank you. And I suppose I owe you an apology, too." Others spoke to me seriously. The first kind of words mostly came from the younger ones, while the latter were usually spoken by those who were a bit older. To add, both groups were completely genuine in both their words and actions. The ones who wanted me to stay kept pleading and repeatedly asking why I had to leave. Those who offered words of thanks and apology would bow their heads, and though they didn't go so far as to offer themselves as slaves, they did say I could call on them if I ever needed help. A few even admitted they felt embarrassed. How about me instead of Riley? There were even a few who said this to me sincerely, and I even received a more unusual proposal. "Since Riley said he'd be your slave, I'm thinking maybe I should be your wife." This was a woman of the Yoran family whose name I didn't even know. According to Grida, she was a woman of remarkable talent, but more than that, her dream was to be a wise mother. Grida added that her lack, or perhaps her longing, was critical. Wasn't she said to have a bit of a temper? I'd met several people within Yoan, and I heard that, whenever things took a bad turn, she'd beat them up and always ended up parting ways with everyone. She herself would say that her dream was to be a wise mother and a good wife. But during her pilgrimage across the continent, if she saw a man mistreat a woman, she would just lop off their heads, which earned her the nickname Gallows, because she'd parade their severed heads around. I also heard that a few promising hunters, who had come all the way to Yoran to try and catch this woman with a bounty on her head, ended up either dead or settling in Hunter's village. Wasn't it said that some of them died this time? Enkrid mostly stayed quiet, but with people around him sharing all kinds of stories, he ended up learning far more than he expected. "I'll pass." Cheech. At least, unlike some people, she didn't get clingy about it. "In the Empire there's gold. In the Empire there are beauties. In the Empire there are fine swords. In the Empire there are dwarven blacksmiths. In the Empire there are knights stronger than you can imagine." Was Schmidt always this talkative? When we'd met at the border guard, hadn't he acted all stern and serious? Enkrid wondered if he'd just remembered things with rose-tinted glasses because it had been so long. Of course, that wasn't the case. Schmidt was an excellent recruiting officer. He was simply doing his utmost to fulfill his duty. "Does that guy come here every day?" Judging by what Ragnar was saying, it wasn't like Enkrid's memory was off after all. "There's no way I can leave for the Empire right now. Look at this. Got hurt in the fight, ended up like this." He'd seemed fine when he was talking about the proverb scroll, but once everything settled down, it turned out he'd suffered a deep stab wound above his thigh. If it had hit just a little higher, woo, he wouldn't have been much of a man for the rest of his life. Schmidt shook his head and said, "Well, compared to getting clawed a little higher by a monster, there's at least one good thing about how it turned out." "What's that?" asked Ragnar. Enkrid stayed quiet. He already knew the answer. "They'll see me as a wounded veteran and award me a medal. I'll become a national hero." It's not like he'd even fought for the Empire, but he'd still end up that way. If you asked why, he'd say it's because a recruiting officer's job is, by nature, for the good of the Empire. Enkrid wondered if there was a book called The Almighty Empire Story that they memorized or something. And there was someone who visited even more often than Schmidt. He was the first face I'd see when I woke up at dawn. "Are you awake? Why, every day? To thank you, of course. Thank you for saving Yuan." He would bow. The house head came to see me every morning during dawn training, bowing his head and leaving. Even though he still hadn't recovered, and you could see how unsteady he was just walking, he did this every day. And it didn't end with dawn. When the sun was high in the sky, he'd come again. Right after I finished a meal, The househead would appear and ask, "Have you eaten? Didn't you lose sight in just one eye?" You can obviously tell, so why bother asking? He had lost one of his eyes. Still, he had the other, so it wasn't hard to see the evidence that I'd just finished eating. "Thank you for saving Yuan." And then he'd bow his head again. If only it ended there, but no, I had to see him yet again before bed. "Still awake? Isn't it obvious? If it weren't for you, Yuan would have lost many people." Haskell played a big part as well. I haven't forgotten his contribution either. In any case, thank you for saving Yuan. At this point, I feel like I'll get calluses in my ears from hearing that. For 3 days straight, the househead came to see me every morning, noon, and night. I'd heard he could never return to his former strength, so you'd expect he might feel bitter, yet even drenched in sweat, he never once skipped coming to see Enkrid. "Ragnar." "Yes, why is your father doing this?" Enkrid asked, even though he half knew the answer. "Still, sometimes you have to ask, just in case there's something you don't know." Maybe Ragnar knew something he didn't. Ragnar now remembers a habit of his father's he'd nearly forgotten. Tempest Yuan had always acted and spoken with complete sincerity from the time Ragnar was a child. Because he couldn't put emotion in his words or actions, he expressed his sincerity by repeating them as often as he could. "He's just grateful, that's all." "Yeah, I figured as much myself. But it did feel a bit excessive, that was all." So Enkrid stayed in Yuan for a while. "Just give me a week. There are still a few things I need to fix up." Anne said this as well, and Enkrid found he was also perfectly content to linger a bit. It was a fun and enjoyable time. They say you learn by teaching. He'd had similar experiences before, but in Yuan there were people overflowing with talent everywhere you looked. They all enjoyed learning from Enkrid too. It was a perfect match, so both sides benefited. There's no one in Yuan who explains things the way Enki does. Among them was a little kid who kept bumping his head on the ground and coming over, acting like they were old friends. "You're really good at explaining." "So, what do you think about tonight?" And there was also a giant who repeatedly tried to claim the spot next to Enkrid in bed. He later heard Anna Hera enjoyed these sorts of jokes. But for some reason, it sometimes sounded half serious. Maybe his instincts were just off. "If Anna Hera said she wanted to come with you, would you take her along?" Ragnar even asked him this once, so perhaps his instincts weren't broken after all. "Well, that's her choice to make. There's really no reason to refuse. Shinar would be overjoyed. I wonder if Esther would be happy too." There was some pointed meaning in Ragnar's words. "She can do whatever she wants." Enkrid brushed off Ragnar's joke and swung his sword half-heartedly. In any case, after teaching so many people, he naturally began to reflect on the path he had walked. And that's where you find real benefit. The road he had taken and those he hadn't taken but could now see. The road seen by those overflowing with talent. The road seen by those who had talent but lacked confidence. He went over and over those paths in his mind. If you keep your eyes fixed only ahead, you won't see what's behind you. That's why you need the wisdom to stop and look back every once in a while. Enkrid absorbed that wisdom. That was another lesson learned. While he stayed in Yuan, similar things kept happening, one after another. It was true before, and it's true now. One evening, as twilight fell, the slanting sunlight faded away, casting a mysterious glow all around. Personally, this was my favorite time of day. Isn't it sometimes called the hour of the dog and the wolf? It comes from the idea that from a distance, you can't tell a dog from a wolf as they approach. The sky was neither completely dark nor fully bright, radiating both a bluish and a yellow glow at once, and the air was just the right kind of cool. On days like this, things are bound to happen. When a man and a woman are together, they might fall in love, or perhaps good fortune will come their way, or unexpectedly, they might find peace in their hearts. A child abandoned by their parents might break free from those shadows and learn to stand on their own. A man who grew up unloved, spitting only thorny words, might come to understand what love means. Once he realizes that there is more to love than simply receiving it, that it's something you can give as well, maybe then that man can begin a new life. Everyone has a magical moment in life. Just a single instant, but that moment could change everything. And even if it doesn't turn the world upside down, it might be that gentle nudge encouraging you to pursue something that seems impossible or out of reach. That twilight was such a magical time seeping into the world. Where orange and blue met, dozens of colors flowed together. Somewhere, insects chirped, and there were fewer visitors today, even since midday. For the time being, no one else would come. The househead's greeting would be much later, and since Schmidt had stopped by earlier that day, he wouldn't be returning. Ragnar had gone with Anne to the cliffs behind the basin. They said they were going to check on some place where certain herbs or poisonous plants were growing. There was no one expected to visit, and aside from the sound of insects, nothing disturbed the quiet. Enkrid, lost in the mysterious glow, delved into his inner world. Maybe it was because he'd so recently seen such an impressive sight. Suddenly, Heskel dropped down from the large tree that stood off to the side. Look at things from multiple perspectives. People don't live as just one version of themselves. And if you really want to understand someone, find out what it is they truly want, he said. Everything he had done was something you couldn't understand if you looked at it in a simple way. What Heskel wants is for Jorn to survive. When I asked him about his dream before all this began, he just laughed it off with a vague answer, probably for this very reason. The seizure of divinity is just a means to an end. Yes, I know that too. Enjoying swordsmanship and wielding a blade to get what you want are two different things. One thought that came to me anew, Jorn and the people here are not like me. They don't swing their swords hoping to destroy the demonic domain or wishing for something in return. So I won't force them. Nothing has changed since the moment I first met Grida, Odenkar, and Magrun. Did they owe me their lives? Does that mean I should force them to do something they never wanted in the first place? I don't want that. No sooner had he sorted out his thoughts than, from the shade between two sagging houses, Aura suddenly popped out. The blue glow cast by twilight passed through her body. Aura's steps were light, and her face was bright. She came gently toward me and asked, "Have you been well?" Without waiting for an answer, she began to speak. "You're planning to master all 5 of the proper techniques, aren't you? Even knights usually focus on just one as their specialty, but you're going to do them all, right? You won't abandon a single one." Aurora! She left a strong impression on me before she died. She had emerged from that illusion with so much to say. I couldn't disregard a single thing. Every word was a clue for a new beginning. But Enkrid ignored her. Enough with these illusions. The moment he made up his mind, Aurora disappeared. I learned and moved forward. That's how he arrived at the present. His mind was at peace, and his head was clear. Rest and recovery had done their work. Such a calm mind brings answers. Go beyond simply learning and training. My senses tell me, now is the time. In other words, this is the moment to establish and build anew. I've seen and felt so much up to now. I pulled out one of those experiences and used it as my cornerstone. The Wavebreaker sword is based on the true sword form. I learned the foundation of it from Ragnar. What comes instinctively to Ragnar thanks to his innate talent, I achieve through calculation. The true sword form is honed with the Wavebreaker sword. Right now, what Enkrid is doing is establishing a method of training for each sword technique. His thoughts flowed on. Twilight's magic was not yet finished, so Enkrid moved freely within it. He flew, he ran, he swam. The light of twilight became the sky, became the lake, became the ground. The broadsword focuses on physical training. The technique he learned from Valaf-style martial arts is about closing the distance and channeling power into a single strike. That's only natural. There aren't many who would allow someone with fists as weapons to close the gap again and again. To this he also added the technique he saw. An explosive point strike, the skill of handling the house head's will. He learned how to unleash will from Alexandra, so all he needed to do was use that as the foundation to create his sword technique. The broadsword is about explosive power. There is no need to craft a full-fledged sword art right away. As long as he had the cornerstone, there was no reason to dig deeper. At least, not yet. Deception is built on Luagarn-style tactical thinking. To that he would mix in the techniques of the Valen-style mercenary swordplay. Tactics exist to seize advantageous positions, and illusion sword isn't about simply swinging a blade. It's closer to a tactical approach. A swift blade comes from optimized thinking. I learned that from Riam in the first place. Aram is someone who can assess the shortest of openings and swing his axe without hesitation. Of course, he acts on instinct. Enkrid achieves something similar by optimizing his thoughts into flashes of intuition. When it comes to sheer speed, Rem was the best. Next is the flowing sword. The sword of chance makes use of every moment. To do that, one would need extraordinary sensory perception to capitalize on every situation. A flowing sword should prioritize instinct and sensitivity from the start. It's impossible to calculate every point of contact and let attacks flow around them. So you have to listen with your ears and sense even the subtle vibrations of the air on your skin. Gate of the sixth sense, sensory perception. No matter what you call it, it's the same thing. You have to master the art of the senses. It's impossible to do without a certain innate sensitivity. And on top of that, you have to accumulate experience. Go through it countless times until your body internalizes it. Even a genius can't reach this realm with flowing sword if he's still young. The sword of chance is the ultimate expression of that flowing sword. Sharpen your senses and draw every moment toward your own fortune. That's exactly the direction flowing sword pursues. A solid theory forms the foundation, and everything is built upon firm ground. Before he knew it, twilight had passed. In fact, night was already over. Did you sleep well? As always, the house head approached and asked. Enkrid, who had stayed up all night on his feet, replied, "Yes, I slept very well." This is a path he walks on his own, not one led by instruction. It would be a lie to say he wasn't happy. "Thank you for saving Yuan." The househead offered the same greeting again, this time to sincerely express his gratitude. Enkrid simply smiled. In a way, this simple straightforwardness seemed to symbolize Yuan himself. And that afternoon, a new guest arrived. It was roughly the time Anne had mentioned. In other words, it was just as they were about to leave. And also when Ragna had been missing for 2 days. Chapter 729. Deeply moved, someone who finds a gold coin fallen to the ground may still wish for something better than what they have now. Even when faced with unusual luck, it's possible to feel that the fortune received isn't enough. But Enkrid was different. It's so clear. The air was different. The sunlight was different. With the changes brought by twilight's magic, Enkrid felt content. It was the season when warm air began to arrive. Even Yuan, who had been battered by storms, was now at a time to stand firmly on both feet. I will carry on my Leshkia's legacy. That doesn't mean I'll neglect my swordsmanship. Magran had taken charge of everything my Leskia left behind. Because he had often been sick, he naturally became knowledgeable about various medicines. His interest in swordsmanship hadn't faded, but someone needed to take up the responsibility. If that burden were felt only as a heavy stone, it would just weigh him down. But if accepted not as a burden, but as something joyful, it could be enjoyable too. Magroon was clearly the latter. It's interesting. Your skills with herbs will keep growing. Healing arts, you mean? It's not just about handling herbs. Anne gave him a notebook she had written by hand. She said it contained treatment methods and responses for various diseases. Judging by the contents and the level of detail inside, if this book ever spread across the continent, people would probably kill to get their hands on it. In other words, it was something that could truly be called a treasure. In this world, people fight and even kill each other over a single artifact. Sometimes, entire night orders are dispatched by different nations just to explore ruins. Furthermore, treasure hunters know well that artifacts aren't the only treasures out there. If you gave me this because you have feelings for me, Magroon, having received it, once deluded himself in that way. Have you seen yourself in the mirror? Doesn't Jan have clear water around? You'd know if you just looked at your reflection in a stream. He was rejected immediately. With her delicate features, Anne might look like a gentle lady on the outside, but she's a strong-willed woman who once crossed the continent with nothing but a handful of potions. Besides, she and Ragnar had already promised their futures to each other. One in any case, when it's time to stretch, you have to do so. Just like Joran is doing now. When Enkrid had just about finished preparing to return home with a refreshed mind, Schmidt, who had always insisted that the Empire was full of rare things, actually brought one of those extraordinary items with him. It wasn't as if anyone had said they didn't believe him or even asked him to prove it. Schmidt, is that your friend? The one you said you wanted to bring along? The man had extremely short hair on the sides and back, as if shaved with a razor, and kept only the top and front at a moderate length. He was large and broad-shouldered, with a hefty angular club hanging loosely from his waist. The club had a square, upright head that left an impression. He wore specially modified armor, a breastplate, pauldrons, braces on his forearms, and thin cylindrical steel plates wrapped around his thighs like tubes. The joints weren't connected, so it was clear he'd divided up a set of plate armor to wear it in segments. Yet the way it curved smoothly was so remarkable. It was hard not to be impressed by the craftsmanship. Back when they'd fought that Panida, or whatever his name was, he'd also worn special armor. But this was something else entirely. What stood out even more was how naturally the armor seemed to blend, as if it were part of his own skin. Why does it look like that? Maybe it was because his mind was so clear and calm now. More than anything the man said or who he actually was, Enkrid found himself oddly curious about that detail. "You're Enkrid of the Border Guard?" the man asked. Enkrid hadn't finished sizing up his opponent, but there was no reason he couldn't respond. The man showed no particular signs of hostility or murderous intent, but Enkrid could tell just by looking, even without any overt movement or display of will, that this was someone ready to fight at any moment. This one could spring into action any time. He wore that determination like armor. That was fascinating too. Not that the words that came out of his mouth were particularly polite. "Who are you?" He didn't tilt his head mockingly, but the response was exactly what you'd expect when mercenaries get into a spat. If they'd been in some seedy tavern on the edge of town, a few drinks in, with the stench of vomit, liquor, and tobacco thick in the air, it would have been a perfect fit. But for Enkrid, this was simply the natural way to respond. You want to know someone's name, you start by giving your own. That's just basic manners. It's been a while since I've gotten a reaction like that. When you only operate inside the Empire, encounters like this are rare. As he spoke, the man raised his left hand, held it flat, and brought it to his chest so it was level and horizontal, clearly inviting Enkrid to look at the emblem. The crest was a large circle with a smaller circle inside it. It was the emblem of the Empire, specifically it was also the insignia of the imperial knights. Within the empire, the symbol of the knights was not just a pass for free movement or proof of one's position. It was a mark of power that drew respect from everyone who saw it. Of course, this just wasn't the empire. So, who are you? Enkrid asked again. At that, the corners of the man's mouth curled up. The twisted smile that formed made him look like a tiger. Even as he smiled, there was a murderous intent in it. Seeing that intention take shape, it was clear that this man was skilled. The pressure he exuded took the form of a spiked club. It was wild and rough by nature. Like a club studded with barbs, thrust forward without a care, still stained with blood and flesh. Should I be seeing him as someone on the same level as the househead? Maybe that's why. Expectation sparkled in Enkrid's eyes. How about a fight? A lot about him was fascinating. The armor he wore looked like skin, and the way he handled Will, who was always ready at his side, was impressive too. Most of all, it was impossible to predict what kind of attack might come. I am Valfur Balmung. The man stated his name, and Enkrid replied, his lips barely moving. Enkrid of the Border Guard. On the plateau where the storm had passed, only a gentle breeze was blowing. Amidst that calm wind, two beasts stared each other down. It looked as if they might start swinging their swords at any moment. Sampior sang out, Lane, Dotty. As the sword rang, the man's hand somehow found its way to his waist. Gripping the club, he bared his fangs. His fangs were especially sharp. Sir Valfir? Schmidt said something from the side, but this wasn't a moment for him to intervene. Still, it didn't mean a fight broke out right away. There were plenty trying to stop the fight, and they were clearly taking sides. That's enough, Balmung. You take it any further, you won't be leaving here. Sparring is one thing, but if you show killing intent, that's another matter entirely. It's best if you stop. If you refuse to listen, I'll swing my sword without warning. For now, those three spoke up first. In order, it was the househead, Rhinox, and Alexandra who spoke. Yet Balmung didn't back down. In fact, his intensity only grew. Did he seem even more threatening than the Medusa he'd just recently slain? It was a different sort of danger, but just as real. Why had things suddenly turned so hostile? No one really knew. It just happened. As a knight of the Empire, you cannot draw your sword against our hero within Yuan. Odenkar stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a blade. He meant every word. If it's a fight you want, go play with the monsters. Magrun also chimed in, his face stony. Even in expressionless faces, a range of emotions can show through, but what he displayed right now was clearly contempt. Hey, who do you think you are? On top of that, Yoran's self-proclaimed most beautiful woman, as well as Riley, Katu, and even the children who had learned the sword from Enkrid, all stepped out fearlessly. Basically, before anyone knew it, all of Yuan had gathered to put pressure on the knight from the Empire. Who the hell is that guy? Why is he acting like that toward our Enki? Is he threatening him? Is he actually radiating killing intent? Just because you're a knight doesn't mean swords can't cut you, does it? Seriously, he has no fear. But it wasn't a bad feeling. They were simply reacting to someone showing hostility toward their hero. When something precious is threatened, anyone would react. To them, Enkrid had become someone important. Of course, Enkrid would be able to handle himself in a fight, but they just couldn't stand to watch someone attack him out of nowhere. So there was definitely something a little moving about it, too. The man who had introduced himself as Valfa Balmung kept his gaze fixed on Enkrid, then was the first to lower his aggressive stance. Sir Valfer. Next to him, Schmidt grabbed his arm, a cold sweat on his brow. I am Valfer Balmung, Knight of the Empire. He repeated himself, even smiling as he reached out his hand. The moment I reflexively tried to shake his hand, the house head, Alexandra, and Rhinox all stepped in closer. I came here to help Johan, and hold no ill will toward this man. All right? Valfir Balmung said this to the three of them. From the way they looked at each other, it was clear they were already acquainted. And besides, the three of you don't look to be in the best shape, so don't push yourselves. As Balmung finished speaking, Odinkar interjected. I'm perfectly fine. He, too, had moved to stand beside Enkrid. Seeing the entire Yuan group stepping forward, the man let out a dry chuckle. Schmidt, when you said this guy saved Juan, I have thought you were exaggerating, but it turns out you were telling the truth. Schmidt shook his head. I already said as much. In any case, I mean no harm. With that, he finally extended his hand. When Enkrid shook it, Balmung tried to squeeze hard with all his might, but Enkrid's body had been tempered by Odin himself. In terms of grip strength, he was second only to Odin within the Madmen Knights. Crack, crack, crack. Gesiege. A strange noise came from their clasped hands, but neither's bones broke. You're strong, Valfir Balmung remarked, frowning slightly from the pain. I've never met a knight of the Empire before. Enkrid responded nonchalantly and released his hand. As the conversation continued, it became clear that one of the reasons Valfir Balmung, as a knight of the Empire, had come here was to help you all. Isn't this a bit late, though? Continuing from Odinkar's reply, the man went on to explain that when he received word from Schmidt, he was already tracking down the leader of some bandit gang. However, the target managed to escape, which messed up his route a bit, hence the delay. Enkrid wondered why a knight would bother chasing after a mere bandit chief. But as it turned out, the person he was after was practically at a knight's level himself. Was everything in the Empire on a whole different scale, even when it came to crime. I actually know the guy. He used to be a soldier in the Empire. It's good that he's awakened to his talent, but he's gone rogue and become a real problem. He has a habit of killing people. There are all sorts of people in the world, but this sounded like the kind of guy who made you want to curse just by running into him. Or so it seemed to Enkrid. Balmung explained that his initial plan was to deal with the runaway first, but suddenly the man changed direction near here. Since he could circle around and continue the chase, he decided to stop by for now, but insisted he still needed to go after that bastard. He could simply take off after him, but wanted to come along. Balmung abruptly invited Enkrid to join him. I've got someone waiting for me, so I can't leave right away. Don't you need to hurry and catch up? Enkrid asked, to which Balmung just laughed and shook his head. A day or two won't make much difference. Judging by how he said it, the pursuit wasn't all that urgent. It made Enkrid wonder why Balmung had been so late to help Yuan, but that wasn't really something worth pressing. Looking back on it all, was he planning to make a dramatic entrance once Yuan was worn out, like, ta-da? But thanks to Enkrid, that didn't go according to plan, and he learned a few things in the process. Yuan is in an implicit alliance with the Empire. Otherwise, this kind of exchange wouldn't be possible. This is why the househead and others, including Balmung, are acquainted with each other. So, who set up this situation? Heskel, of course. It was the third safeguard he'd put in place to ensure Yuan's continued existence. If everything else fell apart, it was a plan to bring them under the Empire's roof. So really, these were not people he should make enemies out of. Yet, everyone in Yuan was willing to go up against even Imperial Knights for his sake. The househead seemed to be expecting a response from Enkrid, so Enkrid spoke up first. If Ragnar doesn't come, I have no intention of leaving. He's the kind of friend that if I left behind, we might never see each other again. If he just left a message for Ragnar to find him, they'd probably only run into each other in their next lives. But then Balmung, who said he would wait, tossed out a rather tempting lure. "Don't you want to see imperial swordsmanship? I'm not originally from the Empire, but the runaway I'm chasing is a master of imperial swordsmanship. It was extremely hard for a fish like Enkrid not to bite at that bait. Should I leave Anne behind and go? That would be enough to serve as a guide. Ragnar had said it would take at least another week before he could come. Did he say it would take that long to wrap up the sunrise?" Balmung seemed to have a knack for speaking provocatively, always prodding at people's nerves with every word. Yet, Enkrid actually found that entertaining. What an unusual personality, especially for an imperial knight. He couldn't deny that he was intrigued. Besides, he didn't get the sense that this man meant him any harm. "So, what do you think? And the rest of you needn't worry either. I give you my word as an imperial knight. No harm will come to your friend." Balmung offered these words readily to quell everyone's objections. He might not be a master orator, but Balmung knew how to skillfully manage a situation. Chapter 730. An interesting storyteller, Enkrid did not refuse Balmung's suggestion. No one, not even the house head, could stop him. How could you try to dissuade him when his eyes are shining with such excitement at the prospect? So they did all they could. Ragnar went to retrieve Sunrise. "He'll need a few more days. At the most, it could take up to half a month." Tempest realized that Enkrid was not particularly interested in what he was saying. Enkrid's eyes were already fixed on what lay ahead. Ambition and challenge. If you were to name what you saw in those eyes, you'd have to give each a different name. It was like a furnace stoked with the hunger to learn and the desire to grow. He was already fully prepared to leave. That much was clear from Enkrid. "You really intend to go ahead first?" Anne, who could also be called one of his benefactors, spoke up. She didn't seem to mean to stop him. She was just checking. "Yeah? Bring Ragnar with you. If you let him to come alone, you'll never be able to settle down with him in this life. I know that too." Judging by the tone, it wasn't said as a joke. She was sincerely concerned. Dried meat and fruit others had packed for him, as well as Myleskia's special potion, went into his backpack. "Here, take this." The stingy Rhinox spat out one of his relics. It was a rod a little longer than a short sword. When he swung it through the air, it extended with a clack and a blade popped out at the end. "It's a makeshift throwing spear. It's imbued with a piercing spell, so it should go through most anything. Plus, it can do this and that," Rhinox whispered as he explained, even though it was obviously quite a valuable item. "Use it well." Enkrid simply took it without much fuss. He slid the rod into his belt, strapped on his two swords, slung on his backpack, and turned to leave. The emblem etched in uneven lines on the navy cloak he wore as an overcoat caught the eye. "Will the two of you be all right on your own? If you need anything, just let me know. I'll come pick you up." Greta said this offhandedly to Enkrid as he was heading out. "With a hole in you? Am I the only person left in Yuan? And honestly, who hasn't had a hole or two in their body before?" As Tempest watched, Enkrid waved her off, saying he was fine. When he joked with his friends like that, he almost seemed like just an ordinary guy. No way, but he stood out far too much to be called ordinary. Black hair, blue eyes as clear as a pristine lake, and draped in a navy cloak. He looked like a painting. He was tall, with long limbs, a well-trained physique, and moved with a steady, balanced gait that put anyone at ease. Any noblewoman would fall head over heels for him the moment she saw him. But there was something even more extraordinary about him. Without asking for anything, without saying a word, Enkrid simply left, and Tempest called out to stop him. "Why don't you make any demands? He saved Yuan from tragedy. He pulled Yuan back from danger. Just 2 swordsmen and a single girl. Of course, those 3 didn't do everything on their own. But what would have happened if this man hadn't been here? You didn't even need much insight to see it. things would have gone exactly as Haskell wanted, or if the Empire had shown up late, as they slyly desired, with their usual slippery demeanor. It's supposed to be an implicit alliance, but in reality, the emphasis is more on implicit than on alliance. The Empire is always looking for a chance to swallow Yuan whole, but Yuan doesn't want that. Individuals chasing personal success might leave, but as a group, Yuan wants no part of it. Originally, the hunting dog of the Empire wanted to take this man, Enkrid. With that, Enkrid could have named his price. He could have tried to put Yuan's sword in his own hand. Even if it didn't work out exactly as he wanted, at the very least, he had the opportunity to try. And yet, Enkrid, the border guard, Ragnar's close friend, and his commander, wanted nothing. Sure, sometimes you ran into people like this. The rare few who cared more about the distant future than the present, and who seemed to be holding on to a debt for later benefit, they were cut from a different cloth. But to the house head, Enkrid even stood apart from those. He didn't even seem to intend to collect on a debt later. That was the most bewildering thing of all. What more should I ask for? Enkrid simply tilted his head, genuinely puzzled. Even though his leg gave him trouble, and he leaned on a cane, Tempest straightened up, shoulders back and chest high. You saved Yuan. There was no need to beat around the bush. He wasn't capable of that anyway. Hinting at intentions with subtle words was not his style. This man understood the value of what he'd done. He was quick-witted and sharp-minded. And yet, I've already received more than enough. That was all he said. Was this an impulse? Or was it a calculated move, protecting Yuan with a long-term view of the future? He didn't know. Tempest chose, for once, to follow the fire rising in his chest, rather than schemes and calculations. As househead, these were words he had never spoken aloud until now. If ever you call for us, Yuan will be by your side. Odenkar, you'll see to it that my promise is kept. One, of course. Odenkar, standing nearby, nodded without hesitation. Was it because he had seen the man named Enkrid before Tempest did? Odenkar, too, showed no hesitation. Words came easily. The lack of emotion was due to a deficiency inherent to the househead. But the meaning behind his words was different. Still, Enkrid wasn't surprised. Really? After giving him a brief look with those eyes, Enkrid simply nodded and turned away. Then, watching this, the househead spoke up. To the hero who saved the family, there were no cheers of jubilation or tears shed. They simply drew their weapons. Cha-cha-cha-cha-chang. Dende, Iyo to Enkrid, Jotcheng, Tart, Work, Panauke. Dozens of swords stood tall, raised skyward to salute their hero. It was summer, the season when the sun shines clear and everything grows lush and green. Ragnar realized this wasn't reality only after blinking a couple of times. Sunrise? He had come here to take up the sword. Sunrise was both a treasured heirloom and an artifact passed down through generations of Yuan's line. The form of the sword was not fixed, and even the name Sunrise would sometimes change. That was as much as Ragnar knew. After that, it was all things his father had taught him. It's simple. If you can overcome the lingering will within the sword, the blade becomes yours. If someone unworthy grasps it, they'll be left an imbecile. Is that so? Ragnar showed neither doubt nor fear. He didn't even ask about what worthy meant. Stored in an ordinary wooden box, the sword had rusted, and its edge was chipped, so it didn't even look like a treasured blade. Perhaps that was the best security of all. What kind of thief would steal this, thinking it was valuable? If grabbing the sword the wrong way would drive you mad, it could hardly be called a sacred weapon. The sword beside it, with a hilt forged in pure silver that Rhinox had brought long ago, looked twice as valuable. I only swung it twice. Back then, the sword's name was Sunset, his father had said. Mulling over his father's words, Ragnar looked ahead. 3 figures stood before him, 2 men and a woman. The woman had such bright red hair that it looked as if flames danced atop her head. She smiled radiantly and spoke up. "If you underestimate a lingering will, it'll get you killed." "We don't have time, so let's get this over with," said another. Ragnar immediately responded in kind. Later, during the fight, he also heard that these people had once received help from a friend named Aker, but he let it go in one ear and out the other. And as for their threats, that if he took too long his real body would wither away and die, he didn't even register them. "You're something else, aren't you?" Of the 3, only the woman spoke. She said it was because Aker hadn't properly taught him the technique, but Ragnar couldn't have cared less about that either. What he wanted was only the family's heirloom, a sigil weapon that passed down through generations, changing its form according to its master's will. "Don't you have any respect for your ancestors?" So even when they said things like that, he just ignored them and swung his greatsword without another thought. He watched from up close those who, when faced with a limit, simply broke through it and pushed forward. I can do it too. He had to fight against all 3 of them, but things like that didn't matter to him in the slightest. Those who are ready to give up will always find an excuse. Those who believe they can do it will always find a way. That's how Ragnar was. He fought stubbornly, believing in himself. Everyone thought it would take him at least half a month, but Ragnar woke up in just 3 days. He went ahead of me. He heard that Enkrid had left first, but he wasn't fazed. Enkrid might look like the type who carefully calculates and weighs his options before acting, but from what Ragnar had seen at his side, he had come to understand part of Enkrid's true nature. He probably just acted on a whim. So it's really surprising. The only ones surprised at this point were everyone except Ragnar. He set out, heavy greatsword in hand, and he hadn't lost his senses at all. Wasn't Sunrise a longsword? Odenkar tilted his head in confusion. That's what most people thought they knew. If it acknowledges its master, it can change its form, the house head answered. If you looked closely, you'd see his eyes were open, just a bit wider than usual, proof of how astonished he was. It was a change that only someone who he shared a bed with, like Alexandra, might have noticed. "It all comes down to flow." "Flow," said Valfr Balmung, Imperial Knight. People had grumbled when he said he'd be traveling alone with this guy, but for all that, the journey itself was actually quite pleasant. Flow. Junior knights channel their will into their blade and elevate it into technique. And once you reach a certain level as a knight, you start wielding your will naturally. Then to truly master that natural flow, you have to infuse your intent into your will once more. It might have sounded like vague nonsense, but having experienced it with his own body, he understood instantly. Things like the explosion or restraint of will, all of it came down to naturally infusing intent into the will. Transformation of will's nature. That was supposed to be Enkrid's next challenge, but somehow it seemed he'd already accomplished it. That's why, when Tempest Tuan had said something, he'd replied that he'd learned a lot. Yarn had shared knowledge freely, and Enkrid was fully satisfied with that. "I've learned so much." That feeling still hadn't changed. Enkrid had never felt the need to force anything just because he'd saved them. For him, that was obvious. And if he tried to take Yuan away from his unique position, Yuan would no longer be Yuan. Yuan can devote himself to training precisely because he is isolated. That was how he became who they were today. Endless training, a group that did nothing but eat, sleep, wake, and swing their swords. Their isolation kept them free from outside entanglements. In this sense, the 3 villages functioned almost like armor for Yuan. at.com. They handled external matters, leaving Yuan to focus on training. It was a simple setup. They are probably the strongest small group on the continent. In the great battles across the land, defined by tight-knit elites, the strength Yuan possessed could never be called insignificant. Bao Meng knew a lot, and he continued to share those stories one after another. Having traveled long distances at a brisk pace, they now had a decent sweat going. They had just agreed to keep moving without rest while the sun was up. They followed a narrow path through the woods, sometimes climbing uphill or descending, and even leaping over streams. Since the two of them were beyond human in terms of physical ability, crossing a stream wide enough for 3 or 4 people to lie down side by side was nothing to them. Right after they'd crossed the water and were walking down a stretch of relatively gentle downhill terrain, Bao Meng spoke up. "Do you know why Tempest Yuan and Rhinox dislike me?" "No idea. It's simple. I don't care what means I use to win. Methods and means can mean different things to different people. For example, Enkrid exploiting the environment or provoking his opponent is also a case of not caring about the means. But Yuan and the others aren't the type to complain about things like that. They too are people who study tactics and enjoy fighting. So what Bao Meng was referring to now must be for a different reason, probably something more underhand. I have nothing to be ashamed of. What's so bad about digging into someone's weak spot? Besides, Enkrid was broad-minded and generous. There was no reason for him to criticize Bao Meng. Even if Bao Meng's methods were a bit rough and distasteful, Enkrid could accept them. They passed through dense undergrowth, their boots caked in mud from a trail wrecked by what could have been a landslide, until finally the downhill path ended and a smooth road appeared. Along the way, they occasionally spotted monsters, but none were foolish enough to challenge the two of them for long. Nothing could slow their progress. Each time, Enkrid watched Bao Meng's technique closely. Bao Meng didn't even bother to draw his weapon. Instead, he struck the monsters' heads with the steel bracers wrapped around his arms. Once, a massive boar-like beast, even larger than a giant and moving on all fours, charged at them, forcing them to look up at its bulk. Bao Meng spun lightly aside and smashed its skull with the back of his hand. The boar monster, its skull crushed, stumbled a few steps further before rolling lifeless to the ground. Later, they also came across a group of drowned corpses that had surfaced after days of heavy rain, and even then, Bao Meng never drew his weapon. Not that he was trying to compete, but Enkrid was also deeply absorbed in developing new sword techniques lately. So he too dispatched monsters with his bare hands. They say the monsters began fighting in formation, didn't they? Bao Meng said this after they'd slain a few monsters. It was enough to make you wonder who trained them. It's nothing special. You'll see that kind of thing all the time near the demonic domain. It's happened quite a bit these last few years. The demonic domain. When Enkrid listened attentively, Bao Meng continued. Just as humans learn new techniques from monsters, I figure it's about time monsters started learning human ways too. Both sides have something to learn from each other. There were a few reasons Enkrid kept feeling so delighted. One was the subtle tension that existed simply because it was just the two of them. But another was that Bao Meng brought up topics that you couldn't just hear anywhere. Even back when he had barely a penny to his name, Enkrid was the kind of man who would pay a bar just to hear a story. He had a soft spot for stories. What do they learn? Didn't you know? Intimidation originally comes from monsters. In fact, you could say that the technique called will was developed by learning from them. To Enkrid, Bao Meng, the Imperial Knight, was also an intriguing storyteller. Even now, he was sharing tales that made Enkrid's ears perk up. Chapter 731. Imperial swordsmanship will is a unique skill of those who can wield it. But where did it all begin? Cat radiates a murderous aura that freezes the mouse in front of it. Monsters could do something similar. They instill fear in sapient beings, humans included. It isn't hard to imagine someone standing before a monster, paralyzed with terror, unable to look away, trembling until death. Any monster of a certain level, they know how to manipulate fear. Intimidation originates from that. It's about crushing your opponent's spirit and ruling over them through fear. If you recall the first time you experienced true intimidation, it's easy to understand. It was the kind of pressure that made you feel your head might be lopped off at any moment. Just as with intimidation, if you go back far enough, the beginnings of will are just the same. This is a theory suggested by imperial scholars. The first knight, pondering the source of a monster's overwhelming power, awakened to the concept of will. And look, here comes another one. As he spoke, Balmung smirked at the corners of his mouth. Hadn't Rhinox mentioned before they left that Balmung was a man of bad habits? Even Schmidt seemed displeased about the two of them traveling together, judging by how much he tried to talk them out of it. For now, he'd return to the Empire as well. I have to make a report. The fact that a legendary alchemist transformed into a monster, claimed to be a god, and then was killed, is no small matter. Partly it was because his injured leg meant he couldn't keep up with Enkrid and Balmung's pace, but the need to inform the Empire really was a serious matter. Even so, Schmidt had repeated his warning to Balmung several times. Enkrid of the Border Guard will become a pillar of the Empire. This was not something Enkrid necessarily agreed with. He had never said he was going to the Empire, nor had he ever shown any interest in it, so he wondered why Schmidt was saying this. Me? That's why he interrupted, unable to just listen on. It means that's how valuable you are. Schmidt reiterated, and Balmung scratched his ear. Not that Schmidt could nag him any further, either. Their hierarchy was clear. Balmung was above, Schmidt below. And when Rhinox said Balmung had bad habits, this was exactly the kind of thing he meant. Tools? Balmung liked the sound of bones breaking. In the middle of the conversation, he suddenly kicked off the ground and darted forward, grabbing the ghoul's arm and snapping it with a sharp crack. He did it before the ghoul could even reach out. A few more monsters charged at them, but they all ended up in the same condition. Their arms and legs were broken, and they squirmed on the ground until, in the end, their necks were crushed underfoot. The only sounds that echoed were sharp cracks, snaps, and crunches. Monsters don't give much satisfaction when you hit them. That's what he said afterwards. Balmung never bothered to hide his desires. In fact, he laid them out plainly. Breaking a giant's bones gives me the most joy. The sound it makes when something that looks unbreakable finally snaps is truly magnificent. He once said that when a giant's bones break, it sounds like a stone pillar shattering. It sounds like a stone pillar shattering. With a comment like that, it was clear he wasn't quite normal. So you're saying the origins of intimidation began with mimicking the killing intent of monsters, and will first develop from witnessing monsters use their massive bodies to display impossible strength? Enkrid continued the conversation, tying the discussion together. It was a dry road under the blazing sun, with green grasses now sprouting up to fill the path beneath their feet. Here and there, wildflowers peeked through, but the path itself was rugged, not one often traveled by people. It was an untamed trail. With rocks protruding everywhere, what looked flat from a distance was actually rough and uneven up close. They crossed over several ridgelines like this, but it wasn't in the direction of the border guard. They hadn't found any traces along the way, nor had they received any new information. Yet Balmung chose his direction without hesitation. Some would say that, but there are other scholars who claim differently. The empire had unified the continent's language and currency. Once the empire had tried to rule over the entire central continent, but now it had stopped. No one really knows why. That's why even Krang is always alert and keeping a close eye on the empire's movements. Enkrid also shared a bit about himself. It's only proper to give when you've received something, even if you can't always place two things on the scales and expect them to balance. In the course of their conversation, Count Molson was mentioned, as well as Demule. He spoke of chimeras and the forced process of turning people into knights. They're churning out knights like they're stamped on an assembly line? That's just wrong. If you ask me, a knight should be like a one-of-a-kind work of art, crafted by an artisan. To put it simply, something made from cast bronze is easily broken and brittle. True meaning comes only through relentless training and being shaped with the spirit of a master craftsman. And how does the Empire do it? Knights lead and guide other knights. Balmung spoke with firm conviction, holding nothing back. He even willingly revealed how the Empire nurtures its knights. The Empire boasts many knights, and those knights in turn lead and mentor other candidates. A cycle. It keeps going round and round, maintaining and increasing their numbers. Enkrid learned something new. Was this luck? He had to admit that it was. He thought that once he returned to the border guard, there would be all sorts of things he could try. A knight leads another knight. That core idea was engraved in his mind as if carved there. Do you think the Empire is evil? Balmung asked. I don't know, Enkrid replied. He never passed judgment on things he hadn't experienced himself. Balmung was quietly impressed. He really liked Enkrid's attitude. As for his skill, he'd have to observe a bit longer. No matter how much experience Balmung himself had, judging someone like this, based only on appearances, was difficult. If someone was unskilled, you could tell by their walk. Even if they were better, you could usually figure it out by watching their reactions. But with this guy, it's just not that easy to see. Conversely, Enkrid couldn't gauge Balmung's abilities either. Yet both of them knew from experience that this was only natural. By comparing Balmung to the head of Warren's house, Enkrid could tell that this man wasn't far behind. Likewise, Balmung knew that Enkrid wasn't some delicate greenhouse knight raised with care in a sheltered environment on the continent. Some within the Empire actually refer to knights from the rest of the continent as greenhouse knights. Balmung spoke with a smile. Even though there wasn't really anywhere good to step, Enkrid maintained perfect balance as he walked over sharp rocks. He simply had to keep his ankles flexible and tense his calves, thighs, and hips. It looked simple, but he was walking in a way that let him swing his sword in any direction at a moment's notice. This kind of walking should be mentally exhausting, but since he was so used to rough terrain, Enkrid replied in an utterly calm tone. Are you saying you stagnate if you don't keep fighting? You really are the type to grasp 10 things when I teach you one. Since it wasn't something he heard often, the compliment felt a little awkward. If Enkrid managed to walk while maintaining his balance, Balmung pressed down with his feet and crushed several rocks to make himself a path. The world isn't simple, Enkrid of the Border Guard. Did I ever say I was simple-minded? Well, no, he never did. Balmung nodded quietly. After exchanging words a few times, he realized something. Out-talking this guy wasn't going to be easy. So, what now? Balmung didn't bother hiding his curiosity about Enkrid. As evening fell, the two settled on a spot to stay the night. A small cave. Right in front of the cave, they built a campfire. Since they hadn't brought a pot, they just roasted some jerky and ate it as best they could. Then, out of nowhere, Balmung spoke up. Want to learn some techniques? He wasn't suggesting a sparring match or an exchange of skills. He just offered to teach them out of the blue. Well, Enkrid wasn't the type to turn down an offer like that. Balmung really did know an impressive variety of techniques. You don't need to master them right away. Just knowing them is enough. To put it simply, these were highly detailed countermeasures. Depending on what weapon the opponent was using or their stance. There were wrestling moves to lock their arm or break free, all techniques born from real experience. These weren't the sort of techniques you'd find in imperial swordsmanship or formal training. In particular, wrestling maneuvers while still holding your sword. Moves like that were nowhere to be found in Valaf-style martial arts. None of them were especially flashy, but they did broaden his perspective. The more small techniques you know, and the more first-hand experience you have, the better. Knowing this, Enkrid sweated profusely as he absorbed every single move, determined not to miss a thing. Maybe he looked genuinely eager, because Balmung started to share something personal. I used to be with the Eli Mercenary Corps. Ever heard of them? He said this while their wrists were locked together. Though their faces were apart, Enkrid's right ankle and Balmung's left ankle were crossed. Their hands and feet were tangled together, but their torsos stayed separated. Balmung always carried a faint smell of dust with him. It was the scent you'd get from opening a chest or a storage room that hadn't been opened in ages. Vaguely. It was a name famous before Anu, the king of mercenaries, swept across the continent. It was a mercenary corps named after a man called Eli. But as the story went, the 3 centurions serving under him fought even better than Eli himself. Balmung was one of those 3 centurions. So you're older than you look. If you awaken will, you age more slowly. Will is a power born of one's resolve, but it also fills the whole body with vitality. Sometimes the things Balmung said came off as a bit philosophical. Practical yet philosophical. Saying it like that, those 2 ideas sound contradictory. The world isn't simple. You can't judge a person by only one side of them. Enkrid, not forgetting what he'd learned from Heskel, simply accepted things as they were. Is the Empire evil? He could give the same answer to that question. You don't know until you experience it for yourself. Snap, thud. Balmung twisted his wrist to break free and shifted his weight to his ankle, and for a moment Enkrid thought he was being unbalanced. But then Balmung shook off Enkrid's grip, widened the distance between them, and stepped away. This is my main weapon, so there's no need for me to get into close combat, is there? As Balmung spoke, he tapped his waist. The angular shape of a blunt weapon at his side made its presence clear. Since his specialty is the blunt weapon, keeping distance is his top priority. Once you know someone's goal, it becomes easier to predict their actions. The core of true sword style. The more you understand your opponent, the easier they are to read. That's why you need to keep honing your insight. Of course, you could also use this against someone who believes they've figured you out by reading their intentions in reverse. Whatever the case, knowing your opponent puts you at an advantage. That was probably why Balmung had offered to teach him techniques in the first place. Right now, Balmung was sizing Enkrid up. What are his strengths? What are his habits? The funny thing was, in this kind of situation, Enkrid could really scramble Balmung's thoughts. Balanced, swift, and honest. He's not bound by any of the 5. Balmung decided that the more he watched Enkrid, the less he understood him. After about 3 days of talking and exchanging techniques, they finally spotted their target. It was a broad, basin-like area, roughly halfway up the mountain range. Only short grass grew there, giving the place a desolate feeling. There were barely any trees around, and sunlight rarely reached the ground. Looking around, he noticed that several mountain peaks were positioned just right to block out the sunlight. In this place where the chill settled instead of summer's heat, there stood a man holding a longsword. He had scars on his eyebrows and lips, and even without them, his appearance was more than enough to be called menacing. Judging by his longer right arm, He must have spent years training his swordsmanship with his right hand, and despite being on the run for some time, he didn't look shabby or worn down. He's managed to eat well and live decently even while on the run. That was the conclusion. You bastards, you're disgustingly persistent. He spoke. Bao Meng answered with a bright smile. On my oath. The next thing he said caught Enkrid completely off guard. If you can beat the friend standing next to me, you're free. Gelt. The man, chased after causing all sorts of incidents as the leader of a group of bandits, was named Gelt. He had once been a soldier of the Empire, a man who had risen to the rank of knight. Didn't you say you wanted to see imperial swordsmanship? Unfortunately, I think I twisted my ankle earlier, so I'll have a hard time fighting today. Bao Meng gave a completely unconvincing excuse, but Enkrid played along with the joke. Then you should get some rest. Rustle, he stepped forward, treading on grass as low and damp as moss. What's your deal? Are you from the Empire? His opponent asked, sitting lazily atop a wide, blunt boulder. Gelt was the type who took up the sword because he enjoyed the feeling of cutting people down. When fighting the strong, it was hard to get that satisfaction. He much preferred hearing the screams of women and children. That's what Bao Meng had told him on the way. Most likely, that really was the kind of person Gelt was. There was no need to add any lies to the story. Saranga. Enkrid drew Samkyol and raised it, looking straight at Gelt. No. Some errand boy you dragged along when you were a mercenary? No. Then what are you? As Gelt asked, he pushed himself off the rock and aimed his sword at Enkrid. The tip pointed skyward on a diagonal, the blade shielding most of his body. That was the feeling it gave. In other words, his intimidation took on a tangible form. In the Empire, that's the basic way we handle intimidation. Bao Meng's voice came from behind. Imperial swordsmanship was a step ahead of the continent's styles. You could tell just from hearing about it. Now, experiencing it firsthand would make it even clearer. He focused his gaze forward. The blowing wind, the sunlight, the stretched shadows, the feel of the ground beneath his feet. He gathered everything into his field of senses. Enkrid prepared the Sword of Chance. Chapter 732. Come to the Empire. The Sword of Chance is the best sword technique to use when you don't know your opponent. That's because it gathers every coincidence within your own intent. Senses refined through skill and instinct read the air. In imperial swordsmanship, shaping intimidation is basic. His mind automatically began to pick apart and analyze what Bao Meng had said. Imperial swordsmanship. Basics. Deep. Intimidation. Shaping. When the words came alive before his eyes like this, it didn't seem difficult at all. Tempest Yuan's intimidation takes on a natural form. He'd reached that point through training with the sword, but the man in front of him was different. When Bao Meng called this the basics of imperial swordsmanship, he meant that they deliberately practiced this method of shaping. Then why do they make a point of mastering and using it? One reason is to exert a clear pressure on the opponent. Another is to reveal only parts of their swordsmanship through shaping, while discreetly concealing other techniques. What Gelt was currently showing was a way of hiding oneself behind the blade. It looked like a style focused on defense, but you can't be certain. Disassembling, analyzing, and reorganizing the sword technique took only an instant. The moment Gelt seemed to hide his body behind his sword, he closed the distance. Footsteps approaching silently. He was blending in assimilation, one of the knight's techniques. The air entering Enkrid's nose carried a sharp, metallic scent, and the tongue resting in his half-open mouth tasted something sour. His sense of touch kicked in, the fine hairs on his skin standing on end. There was no sound, and all he saw was a clean, precise cut. But that wasn't all there was to it. Enkrid shifted his weight onto his left big toe and twisted his waist, swinging his sword along the smallest possible arc. Samkiol, gripped in his hand, swept in a gentle curve from high to low, then leveled out, heading to the middle of his opponent's torso. It was almost acrobatic, this cut. Clang! A shock traveled from the midpoint of Samkiol's blade to his palm. Gelt, who had hidden one hand behind himself, suddenly whipped out a short sword nearly 2 handspans shorter than Enkrid's, blocking Samkiol's strike. Even though he had just fended off such a surprise attack, Enkrid's hackles did not go down. "It's not over." His hand moved before he could even register the thought. He dropped his left hand from Samkiol, drew Penna, and swung it upward. At the same time, Gelt brought down the hidden sword in a follow-up attack. Clang! Penna's blade, skillfully angling past Samkiol, knocked aside the descending sword. With both his attacks thwarted, Gelt retreated with the same quiet steps as before. Seseshka. It barely looked like his feet left the ground, yet he moved out of sword's reach. Should he just let that go and watch? Of course not. As soon as he blocked, Enkrid bent and straightened his knees and ankles. Thud. T. He burst forward, slamming the ground. It was a step he had reconstructed in his own way, based on what he'd learned from Luagarn. If the opponent simply thrust his sword straight out, Enkrid's torso would be skewered on the blade, a straightforward, linear charge. Gelt reacted to this. In the middle of retreating, he suddenly shifted his weight onto his heels and thrust the longer of his 2 swords toward Enkrid. The sword sliced through the air with a whoosh powered by Enkrid's charging speed and became a point swifter than any arrow he'd ever faced. But as he charged, Enkrid already had his sword raised, and he struck at that point with the flat of Samkiol's blade. At the moment of impact, relying on nothing but his acute sense of touch, he twisted his wrist. Ting! He responded partly by instinct, but partly by anticipating the timing of the strike. Even with flowing sword, you can't just rely on your senses. With enough experience, insight always follows. The sword of chance is driven by both instinct and experience, in perfect tandem. Parrying the attack as he charged in, Enkrid turned the thrust aside as he pressed forward. His opponent should have been caught off guard, but instead, Gelt suddenly let go of the sword he'd just thrust and swung his fist. Enkrid ignored the punch, released his grip on Penna, and grabbed Samkiol with both hands, swinging it down. It was as if everything had been calculated for this single strike. With intention embedded in his sword, the follow-up blow carried a blinding speed. His thoughts streamlined, reaching a conclusion in an instant, and that conclusion immediately manifested in reality. Slice, splatter! Damn it! At the last moment, Gelt abandoned his attempt to punch and leapt to the side. In exchange, he lost his left arm. If he hadn't, his head would have been split in 2. Enkrid flicked the sword he'd swung vertically through the air. Blood spattered from the blade onto the ground. Some of it even splashed Enkrid's cheek. The severed arm flopped on the ground like a freshly caught fish. There was no need for a drawn-out fight. The outcome was clear. Was the Empire's swordsmanship so different? Some of the techniques might have been unfamiliar, but the core was the same. Cut down your enemy, and don't get cut yourself. Just as Enkrid had done now. Who raised this monster anyway? Gelt muttered as he pressed the flesh of his forearm together. He controlled his muscles to stop the bleeding. A remarkable skill. He did it effortlessly, and Enkrid took mental note of this as well. Gelt, gripping his sword in his remaining hand, glared at Enkrid. Watching him, Enkrid was starting to get a sense of what imperial swordsmanship truly was. A perfect circle, without any irregularities. An all-encompassing elevation of every technique. Enkrid couldn't say if this was all there was to it, but based on his experience so far, that's how it seemed. There was clear evidence that Gelt relied on fundamentals. and that he had honed them to a razor's edge. The core concept of those fundamentals, however, was different from what was found elsewhere on the continent. This was an insight that even Ragnar, Ram-Am, Auden, Jackson, or Shinar would have trouble recognizing at a glance. Was it luck that led him to this realization? No. It was inevitable, the result of the time he had invested to walk a new path. Enkrid was in the process of creating his own swordsmanship, setting a new milestone with it. What's more, he had recently watched and learned from Yuan's techniques. Not in a cursory way either. He had fully immersed himself, delving deeply into them. Yuan's school was a place open to those who wanted to enjoy and learn. So what about the Empire? Knights nurture other knights. There must be countless established traditions that have come from that process. Among them, imperial swordsmanship itself seems to aim for one thing: bringing the extraordinary down to the level of the ordinary. Manifesting intimidation as a physical form is a skill that only a handful can pull off at Yuan's school. Even across the continent, intimidation isn't something every junior knight can wield. But the Empire is different. You could feel the difference in your very skin. The temperature was distinct. No amount of theorizing or guessing could prepare you. Instinct alone formed the answer, and anchored it in his mind. You can't truly understand imperial swordsmanship just by watching it. Unless you've personally gone through the process of training to master such extraordinary techniques, as if they're routine, it's impossible to anticipate or grasp its nature. And a knight of the Empire who surpasses even that mold will end up with abilities on a completely different level than the knights of the continent. So should one despair, then, because their starting point is different? Or should one just reel in awe of the vast distance? Perhaps an ordinary person might react that way, but Enkrid wasn't ordinary. Couldn't this serve as a kind of guidepost? After all, it was much better than wandering a path with no direction at all. He takes the answer the Empire has found and mixes in his own. Enkrid, learning yet another new thing, couldn't help but smile. Does this guy have a habit of grinning when cutting limbs, or what? Gelt noticed and asked. It was a complete misunderstanding. But Enkrid had no reason to correct him. Balmung had been surprised watching the fight no less than 6 times just moments ago. The first thing that caught him off guard: he's no ordinary swordsman. That was the true depth Enkrid had shown. At this rate, maybe he'd even be able to face Tempest Yuan on equal footing. Of course, Yuan has his infamous single strike. Even Balmung himself wouldn't be able to block that. If you want a real shot at winning, you have to make sure the fight never enters the range of that sword technique. Setting that aside, Enkrid might more than just hold his own. He might actually win. That's how skillful he is. Gelt always slips some trickery into his initial attacks. Balmung had seen plenty of people avoid those. But I've never seen anyone turn it around on Gelt before. This friend Enkrid broke his opponent's rhythm by drawing his second sword, seized control of the flow, and then immediately succeeded with a reckless, all-or-nothing charge. In other words, he understood how to fight, not just with athleticism, strength, agility, or instinct, but with true combat sense. His experience is exceptional. Balmung could see that clearly, being a former mercenary himself. That sort of skill isn't just innate, it has to be backed up by experience. On the surface, it looks like he's survived hundreds of brushes with death. A talentless man clawing his way up a cliff against all odds. It brings to mind weeds that thrive in a relentless downpour of misfortune. That came to Balmung's mind as well. His hobby is painting. When he returns, he'd like to try expressing such a scene on canvas, cliffs and weeds, capturing harmony in unlikely things. There was more that surprised him, too. Even in the thick of battle, part of his attention is always on me. Why? It's because he can't fully trust me. That's been the case this entire journey. Enkrid and Balmung's partnership has always carried a quiet undercurrent of mutual wariness. Even as they talked and worked side by side, it was there. And Jelt, he's an Imperial Knight. If he ever goes to the continent, he could probably handle 3 or 4 ornamental knights at once. Even while facing off against Jelt, he managed to keep some of his attention on me. And he did that while making a gamble of a charge, too. How could that not be shocking? What a monster! Balmung scratched his cheek, a habit of his whenever he was troubled. At times like this, the scar across his cheek always seemed to itch. What would happen if we actually fought for our lives? Would I lose? It's impossible to say who would win. Just as he hides things, Enkrid the border guard must be hiding a lot as well. He doesn't lean toward any of the 5 sword schools, so he no doubt has some unpredictable tricks up his sleeve. He's even better than what Schmidt told me. Hot-blooded yet cold. He follows his instincts, but he's also calculating. Traveling with me might have been a whim, but he never neglected to study and assess me. He acts on impulse, but he knows how to make use of everything around him. You can't make someone like that overnight. What on earth did he have to live through? That made me even more curious. Heir, huh? Sometimes I think I'd like him to be my successor, but I know better, even without having to listen to my instincts. He's not the type to obey anyone's words. He's stubborn as hell, and I'm sure his madness matches that. Balmung unfastened the metal clasp that secured his weapon. Click, got he. The hexagonal hilt fit perfectly into his calloused hand. Hey! Balmung spoke, releasing his fighting spirit into the air. Enkrid sensed it and turned his body toward him. Now, Gelt stood to Enkrid's left, and Balmung stood to his right. Balmung opened his mouth, kicking at the ground as he stepped forward. Enkrid, seeing that, turned his whole body to face him. He must have decided Balmung was not someone to ignore. That's exactly why Balmung had displayed his presence. No hesitation in his reaction. Even his judgment pleases me. The corners of Balmung's mouth twisted. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Enkrid stopped smiling and pointed his sword. At Balmung. In other words, even without a single word exchanged, he was matching Balmung's rhythm. Gelt, sensing the tension in the air and realizing the two were raising their fighting spirits, suddenly turned to run away. At that moment, Balmung picked up his weapon and threw it. Boom! The hunk of metal tore through the air and flew in a straight line, striking Gelt squarely on the head. Whack! His head burst open like a pumpkin dropped from atop a castle wall. Shattered bone fragments, brain matter, and blood sprayed out in all directions. The chunk of metal that smashed his skull paused in midair for a moment, then landed heavily on the ground. Somehow, it dropped straight down so that the handle ended up pointing toward the sky. Where do you think you're going? Balmung said with a grin as he walked over and retrieved his weapon. He had spread a bit of killing intent toward Enkrid to fool Gelt, but this had been his plan all along. Since Enkrid was allocating part of his attention to Balmung, Balmung took advantage of that. The moment Gelt noticed and tried to escape, he struck him down instantly. That way, he could kill him easily, and his friend Enkrid had picked up on that, matching his movements. The more he saw, the more he liked the guy. Come to the Empire. So he spoke with genuine sincerity. No. Whoa. Enkrid didn't see any reason to hesitate about something like this. Didn't you say you wanted to erase the demonic domains? When Balmung asked, Enkrid nodded right away. Whether it's possible or not, if that's what you truly want, then the place you belong is the Empire. He spoke with certainty. Enkrid just stared back, giving no response. That silence made it clear he disagreed. Yeah, I figured you wouldn't listen. You really might be the most stubborn person on the entire continent. He'd heard that plenty of times before, back when he had no strength, and even after he'd found it. All of those moments had become the will within him. Stubbornness, oath, conviction, will. Now he understood the source of the unending will. Will is born from intent. What Esther said about the origins being the same probably refers to mana taking a different form. It'd be good to organize these kinds of thoughts later on as well. Since Gelt is dead, I'll be off now. Enkrid of the Border Guard. It was good meeting you, Balmung of the Empire. Let's meet again. As enemies? It'd be better if we meet as allies. Don't make the Empire your enemy. There's nothing for you to gain. Is that a threat? Or a warning? Maybe just advice. I'll decide for myself. You cocky bastard. Instead of checking Gelt's ruined head, Balmung searched his belongings and took something that could serve as proof. With that, he left. Their time traveling together had come to an end. For Enkrid, this road too would end once he returned. Now alone, the chances of sleeping comfortably were slim. Not that it was any easier even with Balmung around. Chapter 733. You can't gather yesterday's spilled water today. Years of training had ingrained certain habits, so even while sleeping, I could sense disturbances. There was nothing to worry about. Besides, being left alone didn't make me feel gloomy. I simply didn't have time to feel lonely. Sword, on the contrary, the quiet and stillness made it the perfect time to organize my swordsmanship and other thoughts. Hadn't I learned so much already? Most recently, Imperial sword techniques and even the presence of Imperial knights like Balmung. Everything had served as a lesson. Imperial Knight. Enkrid had carefully scrutinized Balmung all this time. He had observed the contours of his developed muscles with his eyes, listened to the accompanying sounds of breath and movement with his ears. Naturally, he tried to use his other senses as well. What kind of experience had he accumulated? What sort of attacks would he employ in actual combat? If Tempest Yuan was like a mighty greatsword, and Alexander resembled a sharp thorn, Balmung is like a blend of sword, spear, and club. The image that came to mind was of a spear tip, an axe, a sword, and a spiked club protruding between shields. In the shadowy stains between those shields, it was as if a single eye could barely be seen. He skilled at hiding himself while thrusting out his blade. On the surface, it looked like he only carried a single club, but he surely had plenty of hidden weapons. Was it cunning? Rather than cunning, it was more accurate to say he lived up to his own introduction. He'll use any means necessary to win. Should I go up against him with just tactical swordsmanship? Just that one approach? Limiting myself in a fight would give me no chance of victory. After all, it's people who wield sword techniques. Being confined to a single technique is foolishness. When fighting, you shouldn't restrict yourself like that. It was just like how I combined the sword of chance with swift flash to cut down that guy, Gelt, or whatever his name was. To face someone like Balmung, I'd have to use everything at my disposal. Even then, predicting the outcome would be difficult. Enkrid found a suitable cave to settle down in. He didn't light a fire. Instead, he searched nearby for some pungent berries, crushed them, and rubbed them on his body. This was a common trick among guides or mercenaries who traveled alone. By doing so, you could erase your scent, making it easier to avoid monsters or demonic beasts with keen senses of smell. If there were also traces of animal droppings nearby, that was even better. If monsters or demonic beasts dominated an area, ordinary animals wouldn't roam around, so the presence of droppings suggested at least a relatively safe zone. Because the Penhanil Mountains were overflowing with monsters and demonic beasts, these territorial boundaries were actually clearer. Otherwise, the beasts would have been wiped out, and only monsters would be crawling everywhere. That's what a demonic domain really is. They said the center of the Penhanil Mountains was similar to a demonic domain, but that wasn't true for most of it. Here monsters, demonic beasts, and wild animals coexist. So, the territorial boundaries are clear. Of course, if you're unlucky, you could still end up as a monster's meal, but that wouldn't happen to Enkrid. If anything, it would be the unlucky monsters or demonic beasts that would end up dead. He wasn't in any hurry, so there was no reason to rush straight to the border guard by the shortest route. Not that he was deliberately dragging his feet either. Enkrid simply followed his instincts. He figured he still had some time, so he used his stay in the cave to think things through, review what he had learned, and practice. He'd slice the air with the edge of his hand, twist and shift his body to study new stances. Revisiting the various techniques Balmung had shown him was a learning process in itself. After all, the more experience you gather, the stronger you get. Of course, I need to be careful not to pick up any bad habits. A knight at this level had exceptional control over their body, so there was hardly any risk of developing poor habits. Whenever he started to feel drowsy, he'd simply take short naps. He didn't really feel any fatigue building up. He did accumulate some travel fatigue, but it wasn't a problem. Even if I had to fight right now, I could handle it. That was the night he parted ways with Balmung. It was a night with both moons shining bright in the sky, the starlight twinkling as if refusing to be outdone by the moon. The sound of crying in the night, the chirping of insects, the rustling of leaves. Enkrid was just about to close his eyes for a longer sleep, using the familiar summer night noises as a lullaby. Suddenly, he realized he was standing at the bow of a boat. It was the ferryman's invitation. Standing over the black river, the ferryman held a violet lamp and looked straight at him. Was it the same as always? There were a few differences. The ferryman's face appeared clearer than before. His skin was cracked, like a grey wasteland, and his face seemed a bit longer, stretched vertically compared to last time. His pitch-black eyeballs revealed nothing within, and the same went for his mouth. The tongue was purple, and the inside of his mouth looked like an abyss, utterly pitch-black. If you dive into a deep pond the wrong way, you can lose your sense of up and down and drown. That was how the ferryman's mouth appeared. It was a sight meant to tap into the primal fears of any human being. He always had something otherworldly about him, but tonight it was even more pronounced. The ferryman spoke, pretending to be gentle and kind. "Come aboard." The kindness was just an act. Enkrid's sharp instincts told him as much. But he couldn't figure out the reason for this charade. Hadn't the ferryman always told him before to save Anne? To preserve this day that might be as rare as good fortune? He had never felt any kindness from the ferryman before, but tonight was unlike any other night. What's different? A long black shadow stretched out behind the ferryman. The shadow, usually unnoticeable, was now large and expansive. What if he called that shadow malice? It would be the perfect fit. Yes, tonight, the ferryman was overflowing with malice. As the corners of his mouth curled up, what showed wasn't gum, but pure black darkness. Unlike usual, the black river below was perfectly still. It was as if even the river was frightened by the malice the ferryman revealed, tiptoeing quietly in response. "You're being a bit too welcoming tonight. If I don't welcome you, then who would I welcome? In the darkness of this abyss, there is only one thing that brings me joy." He said this with a smiling face. And what is that one joyful thing? Repeating this day of delight, ecstasy, pleasure, rapture, happiness, jubilation, again and again. Enkrid didn't sense any vulgarity in the ferryman's words. Instead, he saw persistence. Where did that persistence come from? It was desire, a longing and a craving. The ferryman was not human, but his way of thinking wasn't all that different. If you really want to know someone, you have to know what they desire. He recalled what he'd learned from observing Haskell. Tonight's ferryman was full of malice. The reason that malice was visible is because he's revealing his true intentions. A straightforward and honest ferryman. What he once revealed only indirectly, he was now making plain. Those words he'd tossed out brimmed with a kind of pure sincerity. To endlessly repeat a day steeped in ecstasy. That was what the ferryman desired. What would have happened if I hadn't been able to protect Anne? The ferryman's wicked smile curled upward in a spiraling motion. Thin dust crumbled away, falling between the cracked gray wasteland. You would have spent each day in pain and suffering with that disease, repeating the same day over and over. That wouldn't have been so bad. Yes, hardly bad at all. But is that really the ending you were hoping for? The ferryman pressed the question again. Enkrid simply stared at him in silence. That day will come, sooner or later, with just a half step in the wrong direction at the crossroads. An irreversible time will come. The ferryman was no prophet. That much was already clear. Even so, it felt as though everything he was saying would inevitably come to pass. Look. The ferryman showed him a day that hadn't happened, a today that hadn't been faced. In it, Enkrid saw himself dying from illness. If you said you enjoyed any fight, you should have meant it. Ragnar's eyes darkened as he watched Enkrid die. Beside him lay Anne's lifeless body. The surroundings were blurry, but one thing was certain. In that scene, Enkrid was trapped in an endless cycle, making pain his only companion as he repeated the same day. With no one left to heal him, he could only relive eternal death. The ferryman's voice dug in, like fingers prying open an old wound. I helped you. His words were like fingers turning into dozens of knives, stabbing straight into Enkrid's heart. The ferryman had intervened at every crucial moment. He'd warned Enkrid before the monsters targeted Anne, and before every battle, he'd offered helpful hints. Was this the truth? That wasn't what mattered. The ferryman stirred up fears that any person would naturally have. Make even the slightest mistake, and you'll be trapped in a dreadful today. Time that has passed never returns. You can't gather up spilled water from yesterday today. Enkrid kept his gaze lowered, unable to respond. To the ferryman, that was expected. Anyone who faces a fear they've deliberately ignored will freeze up. In that moment, he just had to slip in whatever he desired. Sit at the gambling table. I'll make sure you win. Hold a woman in your arms. Lose yourself in pleasures unknown to this world. Take the drug. You'll feel euphoria coursing through your body. You like the sword? Wield it. Want to cut something? Anything? Do it. Do whatever you want. I'll help you with that. With a crooked smile, the ferryman etched his will into the void left by fear. Live out your days steeped in pleasure. The ferryman wished for it. A present filled with ecstasy, joy, delight, rapture, happiness, and elation. Pleasure that was instantly fulfilling. That primal human fear pressed down on every fiber of Enkrid's being. Protect Anne. Everything the ferryman had said turned back on Enkrid, twisting into new fears. He must have orchestrated all this for just one fleeting moment. Even rescuing Anne, even helping Enkrid. It was all part of his plan. One misstep, and everyone around Enkrid would die. That day could never be taken back. Yes, he admitted it. It was fatal. Fear invaded every inch of his body. It would have been easy to collapse then and there. Human willpower is limitless. It's bound to get worn down. That's how the ferryman traps people with fear and insists there's only one way forward. Enkrid, too, felt that fear after all. He was only human. But fear and terror are worse the first time. The more you experience them, the more bearable they become. Fear is probably one of the most powerful emotions that drives humans, especially when pleasure awaits on the other side as its reward. And right now, Enkrid drew the line between what the ferryman couldn't do. The ferryman can predict and judge the future by observing the present, but he cannot know the past. If the ferryman knew his past, he wouldn't have bothered using fear to shake his heart. The man with the bizarre taste, holding that violet lamp, doesn't know who Enkrid was before today began to repeat. Enkrid recalled his past. All those people he lost because he'd been powerless. Those he failed to protect with his own two hands. The times, twisted by a single wrong choice. Experiences he'd already had, over and over again. One, if I stop here, then nothing I've done up to now has any meaning. That's why he spoke. The ferryman's expression contorted. That was unmistakably not a smile anymore, but rather a face full of irritation. The lamp began to quiver, and soon the river started to ripple as well. You'll regret it. I already do, every single day. A pause followed. The ferryman's face didn't change, but somehow it looked even more twisted in a grimace. Then Enkrid felt his body suddenly go weightless. It seemed like a part of a dream, but he also heard a few strange voices. Well done. What a bastard. That's the way. This is why you always bet gold coins on the highest odds. Look at this bastard's face. Mixed in with the sounds of people snickering and laughing. All in all, it was a chaotic mess. It's awfully noisy, Enkrid thought as he woke up. Pulling himself away from the voices, unsure if they were hallucinations or fragments of a dream, he opened his eyes and looked around. Tonight was still pitch black. There were no sounds of monsters or wild beasts. It hadn't been any threat or sense of danger that woke him. Enkrid wiped at his eyes. Thank goodness. It seemed like I'd shed a few tears in my sleep. If this had happened back at the barracks, Rem and the others would have immediately started calling me the Crybaby squad leader. Then craze would have gone around, spreading the nickname everywhere. Seriously, those guys are nuts. Enkrid closed his eyes for a bit longer, then got up around sunrise. He gauged his direction by looking toward where the sun had risen and started walking. Instead of heading straight for the border guard, he chose a more comfortable, roundabout route. That's when he stumbled upon something unexpected. There were signs that people had passed through, a trail of pressed grass between the bushes, and a faint, lingering scent gave it away. This was the region around the mountain range that split the empire and the continent, hardly a place fit for people to live. So what could this mean? Traces left by hunters? But this was way too deep into the wilderness for that. Hunters come out here to hunt, not to get themselves killed. They wouldn't wander this far out. Anyone who isn't curious here can't really call themselves human. Enkrid followed the traces, signs so subtle that only someone like him, with a bit of luck and coincidence, could have found them. Eventually, they led him to a village. The moment he saw it, he could pretty much figure out what kind of village it was. The village of hermits. On the continent, the structure of society doesn't allow for small villages. Because the land is teeming with monsters and beasts, humans have to band together and live in cities. Even so, there are always a few who can't adapt to city life and end up wandering from place to place. Maybe they can't endure the Lord's oppression, or perhaps they've been falsely accused, or even committed real crimes. So where do people like that go to live? They go into hiding, doing whatever it takes to survive. They have to stay out of sight from monsters and beasts, so they live in all sorts of ways just to get by. The traces before me were left by a village like that. A quick survey revealed that they had cleverly used the natural terrain and dug traps to keep monsters and magical beasts at bay. And that's not all. They probably took advantage of the borders between monster territories, too. This was a familiar sight to Enkrid. After all, he had grown up in a village just like this. Chapter 734. The semi-basement. Hold the line. Hold it. This happened right after Enkrid discovered the village. His keen hearing picked up human voices. He couldn't just ignore it. Curiosity was one reason, but his heart was also drawn. After all, this place immediately reminded him of where he had grown up in the past. Climbing up into the trees and leaping from branch to branch seemed faster than hacking through bushes or pushing past undergrowth, so he chose that route. He had a backpack slung across his back and carried 2 swords at his waist, so it wasn't as if he was unencumbered, but scaling a single tree was nothing to him. Enkrid dug his fingers into the thick trunk and sprang upwards. With only the tips of his toes pressing for leverage, he climbed up, moving even more nimbly than a squirrel. For a knight, this was nothing out of the ordinary. Using the branches as footholds, he jumped toward the source of the voices. The distance closed in an instant. Every time Enkrid kicked off a branch, leaves and twigs scattered, and the startled mountain birds flapped noisily away. If it breaks through, we're dead. We have to hold them here. The cry was laced with fear. Enkrid located the source of the voices and came to a halt. He placed his right foot on a slender branch, gripped the tree with his index and middle fingers, and pressed his left toes lightly into the trunk for balance. He had climbed the tree to move quickly, but as it turned out, this vantage point allowed him to take in the situation at a glance from above. A stick with a sharp piece of metal affixed to the end becomes a spear. There were more than a dozen people armed with such makeshift spears. Behind them were several wielding slings, swinging them in circles, and further back were others knocking arrows to their bows. A sloppy formation. Roughly speaking, the spears were up front, the slings in the middle, and the archers in the rear. But in reality, they were all just bunched together. In particular, the people with spears were standing much too far apart from each other. If they fought like that, the wild dogs would break through their line in the first charge, and those behind would have to face the oncoming monsters. In short, it was hard to see them as having received any kind of proper combat training. Even counting everyone there, their numbers didn't exceed 50. Opposite them, a pack of wild dog beasts had formed a loose line with about the same number. Weak. Their numbers, and the people who had stepped up to fight, both looked that way. Even if a fight broke out as things stood, not everyone would die. He judged that the humans had the upper hand. But some will die. If luck turned against them, more than half might be killed. It seemed they were well aware of their situation, judging by how many of them were gritting their teeth. This was especially true for those at the front, clutching their crudely made spears. After quickly taking in the scene, Enkrid didn't hesitate. He had nothing to deliberate over. He pushed off the tree with a light motion and dropped down. For an ordinary person, jumping from that height would have meant broken bones, but of course nothing of the sort happened to him. Before hitting the ground, Enkrid drew Samkiol and embedded it in a log. Crack! Got you! Leaving a long scar in the wood, he touched down with a light thud. His dramatic entrance naturally captured everyone's attention. Both the group of humans and the pack of wild dogs had their eyes fixed on him. Unfazed by the sudden stares, Enkrid dashed forward. A knight's charge is almost impossible for an ordinary person to follow with the naked eye. And this wasn't even Enkrid going all out. What's more, his physical conditioning was vastly superior to that of the average knight. It was no wonder that to onlookers, he seemed to vanish in an instant. Boom! With a thunderous crash that shattered the earth, his charge didn't even leave an afterimage. Even as he sprinted ahead, Enkrid felt completely at ease. He could analyze the unnaturally developed shoulder muscles and fangs of each wild dog in the pack with his eyes, even watching their movements as they reacted to him. He could even allow himself to zone out for a moment. But when the opponent was a beast, it was a real fight. There was no need for the soft, sparring strokes of practice. The wild dog pack and Enkrid moved through time at different speeds. Back at the house of Uran, there wasn't a scabbard that fit Samchiel perfectly, so he fastened it into a slightly loose one with a leather strap. Now, in a single motion, he drew it and swung upward. Snap. Portion. Only Enkrid heard the noise of the strap snapping. Slash. Splatter. The sound of flesh being cut, and of blood and viscera gushing out, also reached only his ears. As he drew Samchiel, he slashed from chest to head, then continued the rhythm, cutting, striking, breaking over and over. Thud, 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 thud. The sound trailed behind his sword strokes. Enkrid's blade split the wild beast's skulls faster than the noise itself. He was far more skilled and precise at it than any woodcutter splitting logs, despite having spent his life splitting nothing but firewood. Everything inside the beast's head shot upward in a vertical spray. Black blood, shattered skull fragments, brains, bits of it so ruined, you'd wonder if they ever had a thought at all, rose like some kind of gruesome fountain made from wild beasts. To the people watching, it looked like a man suddenly dropped from a tree and vanished. Then the earth exploded upward, and all that remained was wild beast skulls shattering in their deaths. What on earth is this? Without realizing it, loosened their arms and let their spear tips droop, while others tensed up even more, their bodies stiffening with anxiety. Ting! Ting! One woman was so startled she loosed an arrow 5 steps ahead of her. Ah! Aye! A short gasp escaped. It was a reaction that couldn't truly be put into words. Enkrid swung Samchiel in a wide arc to fling off the flesh and fat clinging to the blade. Thud, thud, thud. Chunks of flesh and clots of blood splattered off to one side. Animals by nature have better reflexes and physical abilities than humans, and when one's blood is mixed with that of a monster, turning into a demon beast, its abilities surpass those of normal animals. Of course, compared to a knight, these creatures are still clumsy. Not all demon beasts are the same. Just as there are exceptional humans among men, sometimes a wild beast can be more dangerous than a demon beast, and at other times, a demon beast can be weaker than a regular predator. Just look at Weird Eyes. A single wild horse managed to resist the monster blood and establish its own will. Among the feral dog demon beasts, there was one that was particularly bold and swift. After witnessing its kindred's heads getting smashed one after another, it reacted. It kicked the ground with its hind legs and sprang forward. That human was busy killing its packmates at the moment. And fortuitously, from where it stood, the human's back was in clear view. Its movements were unlike any ordinary demon beast. If it had survived this day, it might have been given a name, a rare specimen. Enkrid pulled his sword with force, changing its direction without shifting his torso. Pivoting on one foot, his waist twisted, and the blade traced a level arc. Whish! Thunk! The line Samchiel drew sliced through the demon beast's neck. The severed head spun through the air with a dull sound. Click, click. Unaware it was already dead, the beast's jaws snapped at nothing, desperately biting at empty air. Enkrid's blade could cut even the most fearsome among demonic beasts. No matter how special a creature might be, compared to him, it was no more than a chick just breaking out of its shell. A demon beast facing death is left with 2 options: either scatter and flee, or lost to their monstrous instincts, charge forward in a frenzy. But these beasts didn't choose either option. Aside from his initial charge, Enkrid hadn't moved much from his position. He simply cut down and burst the demon beasts as they came. In the midst of this, a few of the feral dog beasts broke away, not charging at Enkrid, but instead circling around to target the group of humans. Enkrid, swinging his sword, drew the throwing spear he'd gotten from Rhinox and swept it down. Ta'ain! He swung it so hard, the spearhead burst forth, with a sharp, ringing sound. He hurled the drawn spear just as it was. Shock! Bang! The thrown spear crashed into the head of a demon beast that was sneaking around, smashing its skull and embedding itself in the ground at an angle. The shattered head sprayed brain matter and bone fragments in all directions. Then the pack of demon beasts did something even more nonsensical. Enkrid could understand if they simply scattered and fled, but rear guard, delaying action? Even if it was instinct, it looked like they were forming a strategy. Enkrid had also learned the basics of tactics, picked up during those times when he did whatever it took to survive. Some of the demon beasts fled, while others stayed behind to attack. Despite their kin's corpses littering the ground, there was no hesitation in their black eyes. But then, Enkrid's sword didn't hesitate either. With Samkiel he slashed upward, stabbed and cut, turning every beast that approached into nothing more than meat, not even fit to eat. Demon beast flesh was always tough and poisonous anyway, impossible to consume. Enkrid watched as the remaining wild dog beasts scattered, then cast his gaze into the distance. His pupils, trained for close-range focus, contracted and then widened, a common reaction when he swept Will around to spot something far away. Could that be a spotted wild dog in the distance? No, it's a leopard. Anyway, he saw a creature at least 3 times larger than any wild dog beast staring in his direction. Just outside the range of my senses. He spotted another pack of demon beasts far off in the distance, but they were too far away to chase. There was a reason he hadn't bothered to pursue the wild dog beasts that had just run away. If he'd left the remaining ones behind and moved out to handle the beasts farther off, those left behind would have had to deal with the nearby pack themselves, and that could have led to unnecessary casualties. Especially since those people, startled at the sight of him, were slow to react. On the other hand, that pack of demon beasts was already fully prepared to fight. There were several things that struck him as odd. Didn't the last wild dog beast pack seem to conduct a delaying action, as if to cover a retreat? The fleeing beasts hadn't scattered wildly. They had retreated in an orderly fashion, even running a rearguard sacrificial unit. A unit set for delaying actions is often called a rearguard sacrifice unit. Was it just a coincidence? No. He didn't think so. His gut told him otherwise. Of course, this wasn't something he needed to dwell on right now. Enkrid wiped the remaining fat and blood off of Samkiel, grabbed a handful of dirt, and gave the blade a rough cleaning. He'd swung it quite brutally, so he'd need to oil it thoroughly later. He had received a jar of high-quality flaxseed oil when leaving Juan, so he could use that. "Who are you?" At last, someone addressed him. Even if he introduced himself as Enkrid of the Border Guard, he doubted anyone here would recognize it. "Let's just say I'm a passing swordsman. Thank you for your help." The one holding a spear stepped forward to speak, but was clearly tense. He could understand why. Anyone would be frightened if a knight suddenly appeared in a village built by those forced to live in hiding. It's just how the world is. The weak are always on edge. If a powerful stranger suddenly harbored ill intent, there would be little these people could do. None among the group even blinked comfortably. They all stared wide-eyed at the warrior who'd fought off the demonic beasts, unable to tear their eyes away. Enkrid sheathed Samkiel in its roomy scabbard and retied the broken leather strap. Normally he would have left right away, but something about the situation weighed on him. Or rather, to be honest, he couldn't help but recall all those he'd failed to protect in the past. Among them was even an entire village. And this place was very much like the one where he had once lived. Let's take the long way around. Judging by what had just happened, if he left now, everyone before him would surely die. That's usually how things ended for people forced to live in hiding. He'd heard stories that such people sometimes banded together and made underground cities. But most villages of hermits ended up as a meal for monsters or beasts, disappearing without a trace. Some even claimed that people like these were the cause of monsters and beasts forming colonies. They said that when these groups became a single source of food for the creatures, their numbers swelled. Whatever the case, Enkrid couldn't turn his back on these people. "Since I helped out, may I rest here for a while?" But when he asked, no one answered readily. Even the spearman who'd spoken earlier, although not raising his spear, watched him with open suspicion. It seemed this was a village of hermits especially wary of outsiders. After a few moments of silently working his lips, the thick-browed spearman in front finally spoke. "This way." He seemed to have struggled with the decision. Enkrid sheathed his sword and moved forward slowly. He didn't want to appear threatening. There was no visible entrance to the village. These people aren't pioneers. They have no interest in clearing the land around them. The only reason they stick together is to survive. That's why their homes are arranged in a very particular way. They dig into the ground to make burrows and then cover them with thick brush. They make lids over the shelters similar to huts and then crush nightmare herb fruits to scatter on top. Nightmare-inducing stuff that monsters and beasts tend to avoid. Enkrid himself had used the same trick on his way here. They really know what they're doing. If you mishandle nightmare herb fruits, your fingertips could rot away. Even if you're luckier, breathing in the wrong fumes means you're in for a week of vivid hallucinations, if not worse. It's not called nightmare herb for nothing. The scent drives away monsters, beasts, and demons. But to use it properly, you have to mix the herb and its fruit in just the right proportions, just as these people had done. "My name is Hartvent," said the man leading the way. It was a distinctly southern name. Enkrid. Hartvent spoke in a tone that was anything but friendly, then invited him into a place that was half underground burrow, half above-ground shelter. "You could call this a semi-basement, I suppose." That seemed safe enough. Chapter 735. Brunhild. "You're a genius." The ceiling over the waist-high burrow was woven from branches, dry leaves, and strips of leather. Only a hesitant beam of sunlight found its way through. Where the ceiling's thicker, it must stay gloomy even in the middle of the day. Humans can't live without light, so they probably don't stay shut inside all the time. The structure of the dwelling was far from ordinary. Inside, there were separate nooks and crannies to hide in, like an anthill. Of course, the man named Hartvent didn't bother to explain all this as he showed him around. These were just the things that stood out at a glance. The Luagarn-style tactical sword helped him instinctively sense his surroundings. Even if a fight were to break out with the man before him, a single movement would end it, regardless of the environment. But that didn't mean he could afford to neglect reading the place. He was reminded again of the old saying, "The sharpest sword that kills a knight is carelessness." A perfect hideout. It wasn't built for fighting. It was made to survive. Deeper inside the sunken burrow, he spotted several types of herbs hung out to dry, but they had been left too long and were shriveled beyond use. On one side, clay tableware, molded from the earth yet left coated with dust, was neatly stacked, and there was even a small table roughly hewn from wood in the corner. There was a bed too, though Enkrid would have bet a day's wages from Cray that it wasn't stuffed with decent straw. "We don't have much to offer. Times are hard here." Enkrid saw anxiety and suspicion in Hartvent's eyes. Still, he didn't immediately tell him to leave. Hartvent filled a clay cup with water and set it on the wooden table. The water was clear, and it even tasted good. "They've been settled here for quite some time." You could tell by the shape and state of the house. This wasn't a temporary shelter. It was a place they'd stayed for years, at the very least. Signs of survival wisdom were visible everywhere. The use of nightmare herb, the half-finished traps scattered around, all of it. Between the cured leather and dried herbs was a sharp scent he'd never smelled before pricking at his nose. For people to survive, 3 needs have to be met: food, clothing, and shelter. They get their food by hunting and gathering. And even though there was no sign of weaving or cloth making, their clothes were in good shape. That means there must be a merchant or peddler who trades only with this village. There are itinerant traders who profit by dealing exclusively with the village of hermits. Enkrid had seen them a few times before. Harkbent let out another short breath, heavy with worry. The air around him radiated tension. Clenching his fist, he asked, "Did you, by any chance, come from the southern region?" Enkrid read the intent behind his words, but pretended not to notice. "I just happened to pass by and stopped in, that's all." Though summer had arrived, a cool breeze blew through the mountains in the mornings and evenings. Of course, since it was midday now, the semi-underground house was growing uncomfortably warm. Sweat beaded on Harkbent's brow. A duet of heat and tension was tormenting him. He let out another long breath, this time even deeper. It was a sigh of release. "Well, if you were really from the southern region, we wouldn't even be having this conversation." To sum it up, these people were fugitives from the south, and Harkbent was both their leader and the closest thing the village had to a chief. Most so-called villages of hermits were made up of people who had committed crimes, or fugitives fleeing lordly oppression. If they tried escaping to another city, it was unlikely their pursuers would ever give up. At the same time, they lacked the skills to blend in and live in hiding inside the city. For various reasons, they'd chosen to live here, risking wild beasts and monsters as neighbors instead of thieves. Harkbent stroked his golden beard to the right several times as he spoke. An old habit, it seemed. It was a decent life, until the beasts started showing up like that. The exhaustion was plain on his face as he spoke. Of the roughly 50 people here, half were women, children, or the elderly. They had never survived by force of arms in the first place. Traps and herbs? According to Harkbent, their original plan had been to lure the beasts inside and kill them by dropping them into a few pits. Though, truthfully, their traps were rather crude. That probably would have worked on beasts under normal circumstances. Enkrid thought so too. Still, after battling the beast pack himself, he had a different opinion now. These beasts fought a war of attrition. Even if you managed to lure them into a burrow that resembled a house, how many would actually fall for it? It wasn't likely that many would charge in en masse and get buried alive. Beyond that, the villagers also handled snares and poisonous herbs, but if things go on like this, they're all going to die. There was no need for gut feelings or intuition. Just thinking of the leopard beast he'd seen watching from the distance made it clear enough. Their chances of surviving here were virtually zero. They used to live on the border between monster and beast territories, but at some point, the beasts had crossed that boundary completely. The beast pack killed off the monsters. That was what the situation suggested. It was hardly a common occurrence. I think you can tell the folks outside with the clubs that they can head back in. Even if you brought this place down on me, I don't think I'd die. Sorry about that. Everyone's just uneasy, that's all. The place Harkbent invited him into, which he called a home, still had traces of people having lived there, though a decent layer of dust had gathered. This was a trap from the start. Still, Enkrid had no intention of blaming them for that. How welcoming could people living in hiding truly be toward a stranger? Between conversations, Enkrid asked a few questions out of genuine curiosity. For example, when he asked if they weren't living in a dangerously exposed area, Harkbent replied that there were some herbs growing behind the shelter that fetched quite a good price. As he suspected, a clever peddler had struck a deal here, and through him, they were saving up gold coins, hoping that one day they could hire mercenaries and start a pioneer town on flat land. It was an ambitious dream, one worth rooting for. Are you planning to stay for a few days? Harkbent had lived the kind of life where simply asking for a favor felt awkward. Slavery was still widespread in the southern region, and this man himself had been born into slavery, escaping after losing his parents. Or so the story went. Among the village members were several others who had nearly lost their land to southern lords and come close to being enslaved as well. They had truly managed, against all odds, to make it this far and settle down. If you examined each part of their pasts, a few books wouldn't be enough to tell all their stories. How many crises must they have faced before settling down, and how many worries must they have struggled with? Even without hearing each story, it was easy to imagine. Even though Enkrid had just driven away the wild dog beasts, no one cheered. A few let out sighs of relief, but most remained wary. It was only natural. Throughout all this time, these people must have fought desperately just to survive. Seldom, if ever, would they have depended on others for help. Let's do that. Enkrid nodded without hesitation. It's not a place of abundance. Harkbent added this once again, as if to emphasize the point. Enkrid already understood that well enough. The people were different, and the circumstances had changed, yet somehow it felt like coming home. The place where he was born and raised had been much the same, so it wasn't unfamiliar at all. The place that had been set up as a trap became Enkrid's lodging. Perhaps his impressive feat of defeating the wild dog beasts left an impression, because a few children watched him with sparkling, curious eyes. One girl, her face smudged with soot, came right up to him. "Mister, just how good are you at fighting?" Her name was Brunhild. Beneath the smudges, her skin looked extremely pale, her eyes were large, and her arms and legs were long and lanky. If she grew up like this, she would be quite the beauty one day. Enkrid was sitting on a stump chair he'd made himself near the edge of the village, soaking up the sunlight, when she came over and asked. Outwardly, he seemed to be simply enjoying the sun, but inside, he was reviewing the sword techniques he'd organized so far. Still, he didn't feel bothered by the interruption. Good. It was hard to answer such a vague question. Naturally, any answer he gave would be just as unclear. "Could you beat my dad?" This girl called Harkbent her father. Seeing that there were more than 6 children like her and no wife in sight, it was obvious she wasn't Harkbent's biological daughter. Harkbent was a large man, heavily muscled. He could easily make a living on the continent as a swordsman. Yet, he stayed here. Was it out of responsibility or obligation? There was no way to know without digging into his feelings. Anyway, to answer the child's question, even if 1,000 Harkbents came at him, there was no way he'd lose. But his answer was simple. "I could. You really are good at fighting. A child's world is small." That's even truer for those who grew up in a village with barely 30 houses. Enkrid looked into the little girl's eyes. He hadn't expected anything special, nor had he made up his mind to do something for them. So this was really just a whim, something to pass the time because the tangled threads in his head refused to unravel. "You use a spear?" If you could call it a spear, it was just a crude stick with a dull piece of metal strapped to the tip with beast sinew. "Yep." The child's eyes sparkled. Maybe she was feeling more comfortable now, since some of the wariness had faded from her voice. Enkrid's original plan had been to track down all traces of the beasts and eliminate them before leaving, but so far he hadn't seen a single sign of them all morning. Time-wise, it was the morning after he'd arrived the previous day. As he was reorganizing his swordsmanship in his mind, he'd been thinking of expanding his search area. In the meantime, a little distraction wouldn't hurt. "So, did anyone teach you how to use it? There's nobody who explains it well. But I'm good at it on my own." A child's confidence like that could easily bring a smile to an adult's face. But in this village, there were probably few who could even spare a smile for her. She was at an age where words like love and acceptance should mean something, but perhaps that didn't apply here. Would offering her a bit of kindness just enough to comfort her heart, even mean anything for him? He wasn't sure. He was just doing it because he felt like it. Okay. Watch. Brunhild gripped the crude spear with both hands. What stood out was that, whereas you'd normally hold a spear with your hands spread wide apart, the girl kept her hands close together on the shaft. Instead of the middle, she gripped near the bottom, which must have made it tough for her to hold. The spear tip dragged along the ground. You'll be able to block it, right? Go ahead. He'd give her a bit of encouragement and praise. Let her use up her energy, and then tell her to rest for a while. She was just a child. She couldn't have handled even one beast dog if it attacked for real. Brunhild took hold of the end of the spear and twirled around. Enkrid's eyes widened slightly at the sight. She pressed the spear shaft against her waist, moved as if winding up a whip, and even before her motion finished, he could already see what was coming. Brunhild would swing the shaft properly, aiming right for his abdomen. He waited a moment, and just as expected, that's exactly what happened. She spun her body to generate enough force for the shaft to bend, using the centrifugal force to send the spear tip flying accurately at him. With her weak body and that shoddy weapon, it was the best attack she could manage. The shaft wobbled awkwardly, a result of her lack of nourishment and training. In short, her strength fell short, but she had the technique to make the most of what she had. But Enkrid reached out and grabbed the shaft just below the spear's tip. After all, no matter how talented she was, she still couldn't pose a threat to him. Wow, you caught it with one hand. The child's eyes sparkled even brighter than before as she spoke. He'd seen Harkbent wield a spear too, but purely in terms of skill, this girl was on a higher level. She's a natural. She had figured out how to use a spear all on her own, without anyone to teach her. Even with little real combat or sparring experience, she had an uncanny sense of distance. She understood how to maneuver the shaft, and how to use her body to its full extent. Brunhild, you're a genius. Enkrid repeated the exact words he'd once heard as a child himself. The phrase slipped out unintentionally, stirring up a sense of déjà vu and a peculiar feeling. The struggles that had begun with those very words came to mind, which might be why the words kept coming. Just take it with a grain of salt. All of this was a reflexive response. Brunhild had surprised him that much. Huh? I've never heard that before. I've never heard anyone say that to me. Really? Yeah. Well, there was probably no one around who would say something like that to her. In this small village, who would have the time or presence to really listen to this child, watch over her daily life, or take care of her. It was unlikely. And then another thought occurred to him. It's people who wield swords, after all. The core of weapon mastery lies in technique. Whether it's a sword or a spear, the fundamentals of teaching how to use a weapon aren't all that different. Maybe I should teach her a little. That's what he found himself thinking. Chapter 736. That someone, when holding the spear at a wide grip, how should you position your feet as you thrust? Brunhild knew the answer, even without having to ask. Why did you move your feet like that? Whenever that happened, Enkrid would ask, and Brunhild would set the spear upright like a staff and fall into thought. In a way, it looked rather funny. One of them was swinging the spear as she pleased, while the other kept asking why she was doing it that way. Could you really call this teaching? But this worked. Her learning ability is exceptional. What's more, she's not even lazy. If that's a kind of talent, then so be it. It's a talent completely separate from what you're born with. The ability to enjoy yourself even when you're tired. Brunhild's eyes still sparkled, just swinging the spear back and forth. How many times should I repeat this? 100 times a day. Even when told to simply practice thrusting and moving the spear shaft, she smiled and said she'd be glad to do it. Enkrid mostly wielded a sword, but he'd handled a spear plenty before. He focused on guiding her through the basics he knew. coaching her to repeat certain movements and answering her questions, sharing the tips he'd picked up through experience. The important thing is how you use your strength. It doesn't matter what you hold in your hand. She'll figure out the basics on her own. What this child really needs is technique. Simply put, what Enkrid was doing now was planting a series of signposts for the path Brunhild would have to walk in the future. When Enkrid snapped off a branch, stripped off the twigs, and swung it like a wooden sword, Brunhild gleefully swung her spear in imitation. Enkrid spent half the day this way. Still, something's missing. Brunhild is incredibly talented, but she tends to skip over the intermediate steps. It might not seem like a problem right now, but it's better to learn things properly from the start. He'd have to think about how to address this. He couldn't exactly write a full swordsmanship manual and leave it behind here. If that were the case, he'd have to stay in this village for half a year. That's not really possible. His original plan was only to handle the threat. However dangerous the beasts were, as long as they showed up, he could deal with them. He just had to wait until then. If I can reduce the number of beasts, that should be enough. That's the kind of thing a knight ought to try. As long as the beasts appeared, he could spend a couple of sleepless nights tracking them down, cutting them down, stabbing, and killing them. There were no signs of beasts at the moment, but if he actively searched for them, he was sure he'd find some soon enough, so it wouldn't take long. Enkrid wasn't exactly a master hunter, but he wasn't blind either. It was easy to get lost in the mountains, but as long as you had a clear base and didn't stray too far from it, there was no need to worry about losing your way. I'm not Ragna, after all. The beast problem that tormented Harkbent didn't seem like much to Enkrid. Before he knew it, dusk began to fall. The days were short in the mountains. Unless you lived on a plateau like Juan, that was just the way things were. The surrounding peaks quickly blocked the sunlight, so the shadows deepened, and Brunhild's shadow stretched across the ground. I'll raid ya. The child still swung her spear with a bright smile, backlit by the setting sun. The orange rays washed over her, over him, and swept gently across the whole village. If you chose to look at it sentimentally, it was a warm, affectionate kind of light, a hand that seemed to embrace those who had survived each day, enduring hardship after hardship to reach the present. And yet he saw visions overlaying the scene. The faces of those he hadn't been able to protect, the ones who died, appeared as clear as day before his eyes. No matter how many times he repeated these days, those shadows would never disappear. Some stains could never be wiped away, no matter what you did. Some scars, even if they faded, remained sharply defined. Help us. He had staked his life on that single plea, and failed. Enkrid hadn't been able to help anyone. Someone, anyone, has to save us. It can't end like this. It's not fair. They called it a village of sinners. There was a father who tried to kill the Lord after his daughter was taken from him and failed, becoming a fugitive. Others had lost everything because they couldn't afford the registration tax demanded to stay in the city. A flood of tangled memories rushed through his mind, awash in the orange glow of sunset. He'd imagined it countless times, over all those many days. Would things have turned out differently if someone had stepped in at that moment? Someone. His chest didn't swell with pride, but he felt downy hairs stand on end as a faint thrill ran through his whole body. Enkrid, for all those countless hours, had become that someone he'd always imagined in those moments. Out of the vision, a woman with her hair neatly braided, wearing an apron, appeared and spoke. Do you think I'd hold a grudge? If it weren't for you, no one would have stepped forward. That's why you can lay your burdens down now. It's all right to live like that. You've done enough. A burning emotion welled up inside him, surging from his heart to his face. Since there was no reason to hold it back, Enkrid let his tears fall. It didn't mean anything grand. He was just letting his feelings flow. Ha! Right next to Enkrid, the gifted girl struck with her spear. He thought that if she kept growing like this, she might one day become that someone for others as well. After the wild beast's attack, Harkbent hadn't slept a wink, dark circles ringing his eyes. Anxiety and worry gnawed at him. If we go into the city like this, they would end up in the slum. Is that the right thing to do? Maybe it's better than everyone dying. What is the right answer? Harkbent knows there's no such thing as a right answer in life. It's one of the things he's learned in over 40 years. But is that any way to live? Should we live as slaves for 50 years? Or should we live as humans for just 5? If we stay and defend the village and die holding out, at least we'll die clinging to hope. But if we go down to the city to survive, we'll have to live on in despair. It wouldn't be much different from living as slaves again. And just getting down through the mountains isn't something ordinary either. Would I even be able to save half the people? Ugh. The pressure tightened around his mind so much that it started affecting his body, making him gag. There was nothing in his stomach, so only bitter bile dribbled out. His throat burned. His eyes burned. Even his ears and nose felt hot. He felt like a hunk of meat tossed into a steaming pot. He took a deep breath and pulled himself together, lifting his head to see the sunset. Looking at it, he remembered the outsider with black hair, someone whose striking appearance was unforgettable after just one glance. That man killed the beast in an instant. Was that swordsman the village's savior? But if not, what did he want? So if he kills the beast and asks for something in return, can I give it to him? What if he asks for my daughter? Should I hand her over? If sacrificing one could save everyone, is that what I should do? It torments me. I know what must be done, but I can't do it. No, that's not it. Harkbent knows one of the truths of this world. Salvation must be earned by your own hands. No one can save someone else for them. Don't try to carry it all on your own, Harben. An old man over 60 came closer as he spoke. His back was bent, and cataracts clouded his eyes. Each of us will choose and decide our own lives. Haven't we always done so until now? Yes. I know. If that swordsman makes an outrageous demand, we'll fight to the last man standing. He said this having read the worries on my mind. We need to stop the beasts first. That was what needed to be done. That was the order of things. The night sky, after the sunset had faded, was pitch black. As if unsatisfied with the darkness, the 2 moons and the stars shone even more brightly, competing with each other. But Harkbent saw none of that light. There was no room in his heart to take in beauty right now. His mind was filled with anxiety brought on by this unexpected crisis. And then came a sound, like a bell of alarm being struck. Of course, it wasn't clear and refreshing, but harsh and heavy. Thud. Crack. Harkbent's village was a small basin surrounded by ancient trees. If someone were to look from above, they'd see a neatly clustered circle, cleverly hidden in the mountains. When one of those ancient natural fortresses gave way with a splitting sound, it was as loud as thunder. A bear! Someone shouted. Harkbent recognized Jerry's voice. Jerry had sharp eyes and ears, and was skilled at crafting bows and arrows. A talented companion. Lately, the beast's movements had become unusual, so they'd set traps around the perimeter, and had been keeping a close watch. Not just Harkbent, but many went without sleep. Jerry was one of them. Harkbent grabbed the spear he had propped up next to the semi-basement house and dashed outside. If it's a bear beast, you'll be killed if you go. Everyone has to hide. An old man, His voice, shrill and high-pitched, shouted, hardly fitting for his age. But hiding would not solve anything. Harkbent knew this instinctively. He bolted toward the source of the tremendous noise to see its cause with his own eyes. Standing tall on two legs, the creature's presence was overwhelming. People often said something was as big as a house, and this beast truly was. It was at least 3 times the size of a person. That massive body was spraying black blood in all directions. To be precise, what Harkbent saw was a beast, its neck half severed, swinging its claws furiously. Then a man standing in front of it struck away the bear's paw with his bare hand. Am I seeing this right? Do I need to rub my eyes? Anyone in his position would have wondered the same thing. Harkbent had never seen a knight before. In fact, it was common to go one's entire life without encountering one. With the continent's power, dynamics shifting and numerous clandestine militant groups appearing, warriors who'd experienced battlefields now truly felt the impact of the knights. But this was the village of hermits. Most of the residents here were oblivious to the affairs of the continent. So of course it was a scene beyond imagination. He had already been shocked by the invisible speed with which the wild dogs were taken down. But this surpassed even that. At least with the wild dogs, they'd managed to fight it off somehow. But a bear beast? One as big as an actual house? Before anyone could shout bear, or before trees started falling, Enkrid was already awake, jolted upright by a sense of foreboding. He sprang lightly from bed. Aside from his clothes, the only thing he could put on was a pair of cloth gauntlets. Even so, he didn't have a moment to don the gauntlets. He simply grabbed Samshaw and headed out. He slapped the beast hide covering the entrance with a loud thunk as he exited, releasing a faint, musky animal scent. With the smell in the air, finding the right direction was no problem. Sharpening his senses, he soon picked up the sounds of branches snapping, crunching, cracking under something massive. Something huge was moving closer. Its presence was unmistakable. As Enkrid started toward the sound, there was a heavy thud. Someone, having spotted its form in the moonlight, shouted, "Bear!" Even just seeing that hulking shape lunge out of the pitch darkness would make anyone's knees buckle. That is, for most people. Enkrid sprang forward and grabbed the collar of the man facing the bear. The man froze, caught mid-shout. A beast is a predator, and when a beast reaches the level of a monster, just looking at it can make a person freeze in place. This is the fundamental principle behind the intimidation that monsters exert. It's the fear of the prey that causes their bodies to lock up. The beginning of Will's rejection, it was to shake off that fear. This was the thought that crossed his mind as he ran. It didn't matter if he was distracted by such thoughts. He had rushed out in a hurry, but once outside, he felt a sense of calm. That sense of composure was probably thanks to having bolted out so quickly. When Enkrid grabbed the man by the scruff of his neck and hurled him back, the man's legs completely left the ground. The man, unable even to scream properly, landed hard on his rear just as the bear beast rushed over and slashed with its claws. Despite its size, it was unbelievably fast. Seeing it deftly change the direction of its claws, withdrawing from striking the man to instead aim at him, showed how sharp its judgment was. Enkrid raised the sword in his hand diagonally. Samkjol's blade looked like a child's forearm trying to block a giant's axe, yet that arm could still knock aside the giant's weapon. Bunk! Its claws are thick. The moonlight was bright. At this point, it wasn't hard to see ahead. It wasn't as bright as midday, but the moonlight was more than enough to make out the features of the beast that had appeared. It's missing one eye. The scar running over one eye looked old, and on its chest he spotted fur of a different color shaped like a crescent moon. Becoming a beast has doubled its strength and made its claws as hard as steel. A few other traits typical of beasts registered in his mind, but he brushed them aside. He was still getting used to the Luagarn-style tactical sword, so every little detail tended to get logged as important. But knowing how to ignore unnecessary information was just as crucial. Otherwise, he'd end up overwhelmed. So, that's what Enkrid did. He let the extras slide. He knocked aside the descending claws with Samkjol's black steel blade, then immediately swung at its neck. In the air, the blade traced 2 arcs, one from parrying the blow, and 2 as it swept through the beast's neck. Whack! Black blood sprayed everywhere as the creature let out a guttural howl, more a scream full of pain than a true roar. Even in that state, it lunged with its other hand. Now that's information I need. The transformation into a beast granted it a tenacious vitality. The blood vessels in its severed neck tangled together and began to regenerate. And despite its pain, it attacked with just as much aggression. He deliberately parried the bear's other descending hand with his bare hand. That freed up his grip on Samkjol. The bear beast fought back to the very end. It opened its mouth wide and, despite its dangling neck, tried to sink its teeth into Enkrid's head. That kind of ferocity went beyond anything his insight could predict. That caught me off guard. Enkrid took a split second to think, then activated the Sword of Chance, and even this seemed like part of his plan. Samkjol, which had been tracing a straight vertical line, suddenly curved and stabbed horizontally into the bear's cheek, stopping it cold. Thud! Crunch! The beast bit down on Samkjol, and as Enkrid pulled back the hand that had struck the bear's face, he thrust his right foot forward. In a flash, he switched to a left-handed stance. With his right hand, now gripping Samkjol, he pulled it back, and with his left he sent his fist flying. As the beast, still biting down on the blade, brought its head into perfect range, Enkrid's ankle and waist snapped with the motion. His outstretched left hand delivered a single strike in the style of Valaf-style martial arts, riding the momentum of a broadsword blow he'd learned from watching Ragnar. Will filled his fist as it slammed into the bear's head. Bang! The bear's head exploded, scattering debris to one side. Enkrid shook off his hand in the air. Without a gauntlet, even his fingernails seemed stained black with blood. Enkrid kept his gaze fixed ahead. Even though the bear beast was dead, its rancid stench still assaulted his nose. In the darkness, 2 leopards glared at him. Their bodies tensed to pounce if he gave chase, just far enough to keep their distance. His body moved the moment the thought crossed his mind. With a heavy thud, the ground erupted beneath the heels of Enkrid's boots. Moonlight gleamed off Samkjol, tracing a long arc toward the 2 leopards. Chapter 737. The stench of human cunningness. The 2 spotted leopard beasts darted apart, scattering left and right. Swollen red tendons bulged over their powerful hind legs, and as they struck the ground, their speed left afterimages trailing behind. Even so, it wasn't a speed that was impossible to catch. It would be close, but he could probably snare at least one. Determined, Enkrid resolved to channel all his strength and hurled himself forward with will. He shed all subtlety, abandoning stealth in exchange for speed. In that instant, his accelerated mind perceived every split-second detail. Crack, snap, zezep, pot. The gravel beneath Enkrid's feet shattered and scattered. Branches snapped and were driven so deep into the ground they stuck upright. His instep burrowed halfway into the earth, his foot gouging a trench so that the dirt piled up and compressed, hardening under the strain of his drive. His right foot dug halfway into the ground, while his left toes tensed. Big, second, and third was ready to spring forward at any moment. All he had to do was chase and bring his sword down on them. Even if something unexpected happened, he could at least slice the tail off one of the 2. Their tails, now hardened to a metal-like texture, reflected the moonlight in the darkness. Anyone could see they'd make lethal weapons, as sharp as blades. If he could just sever that, it would be half the battle won. That might also be one of the leopard's methods of attack. After all, a tail also acts as a counterweight. In other words, if you cut off its tail, its balance will be thrown off and its movements will slow down. Catching it after that would be a piece of cake. He realized all this instinctively and intuitively. The tail itself wasn't a threat. Even if these two fleeing beasts multiplied into 10, they still wouldn't pose a threat. If he set a trap, he was confident he could take them down. If things went south, he could always pull back for a moment. After all, a night as a calamity, it doesn't just mean disaster for humans. A night is a disaster for anyone who crosses blades with them. In this case, it meant he would be a disaster for anything coming at him with claws, nails, or fangs. In short, no beast could withstand Enkrid's sword. Yet, he felt a strange sense that made him hesitate. Pure instinct and intuition tugged at Enkrid's ankles, holding him back. The uneasiness hung around his movements like a shackle, weighing him down. Crunch! His calf muscles tensed hard and then relaxed. He dropped his hand loosely and looked ahead. He saw that the two leopards, who'd been running ahead, had stopped and turned to look back at him. Standing in the shadows, their eyes glowed red. The moment he let up on his momentum, they stopped immediately. Had they sensed the vibrations in the air with their nerves? Or was it simply an instinct unique to them? Whatever the case, those things couldn't be called ordinary beasts. Unusual specimens. Enkrid turned his body. Once a decision was made, there was no need to hesitate further. Time that has passed never returns. Even if there are many paths, you only walk the one you choose. That's why, if you've made your choice, there's no need for regret. Of course, if someone asked why he did it, all he could say was that he felt uneasy. Enkrid turned sharply, showing his back. No other beast came at him. He headed straight back toward the village. From there, he saw Harkbent standing frozen, spear in hand, speechless. If we don't clean this up, it's going to start smelling. Enkrid nudged the bear beast's corpse with the tip of his foot. Harkbent watched him with uneasy eyes. The beasts were dangerous, but he was suddenly reminded that the man before him was just as dangerous. Enkrid stared right back at Harkbent. All sorts of things must be running through his head. He couldn't fully guess what Harkbent was thinking or feeling inside, but he could more or less sense it. Not that there was anything in particular he wanted to say. No matter what he said, it wouldn't ease that anxiety. The best thing to do here was, the best thing is probably to take care of the beast as quickly as possible and then leave. But if that had truly been his goal, he should have chased down and killed those two beasts from earlier. And yet, Enkrid hadn't done so. Is there water to wash with? Of course. Harkbent had drawn water from the water source below the village and set it aside. Whether it was meant for drinking or anything else didn't matter. He used about half of what was fetched for washing. No matter what feelings he was hiding, Enkrid had saved the village. It was only natural to show him at least this much kindness. He was also on edge. What if Enkrid suddenly became angry and lashed out if there wasn't any water? The anxiety made his stomach ache. The fate of the village now rested on this man's mood. Honestly, it seemed like it might be better for everyone's peace of mind if this man just left, and they went back to battling the beasts for survival. Well then, after washing up quickly, Enkrid maintained his calm demeanor toward Harkbent, and then went in to sleep. Night passed quickly. At dawn, Enkrid woke up and began scouring the area. It wasn't hard to find traces of the beasts. It's far. He had thought that if it was targeting the villagers, they would be lurking nearby. But it wasn't close at all. If he planned to pursue, he would have to go quite far from the village. In that case, that's what he'd have to do. Still, he felt reluctant. Enkrid followed the trail at a pace that was neither fast nor slow. A strong, musky stench. There was that distinct fishy and acrid smell unique to beasts, wafting through the air. What was the name of that scent again? When he first entered the semi-basement house, a sharp aroma had pricked his nose. He'd learned, after asking about the unusual scent, that it came from a local fruit only found around here. If you added it to food, it completely masked the fishy smell and served as a spice. Thanks to that, he'd also heard that the villagers cooked beast and monster meat. Of course, it wasn't exactly delicious, so they only ate it when they had no other choice. This was something Brunhild had explained when she was standing by with her spear, and a few other kids had gathered around. In particular, a clever-looking boy had chattered on and shared this story. That was my first time smelling it. But the smell he was detecting now, he recognized it. An unpleasant stench mingled with the fishy and musky smells. It was a foul odor tainted with a human-like cunningness, a smell he never expected to sense from a beast. He wasn't literally smelling it, but he could clearly feel it. Humans, with their intellect, brought strategy into combat. Calling it a tactic is putting it nicely. Put harshly, it was cunningness developed to win and minimize harm to one's own side. From the traces left by the pack of beasts, Enkrid sensed a slyness he'd expect only from humans. Enkrid stopped in his tracks. Almost as if to prove his hypothesis, the beast pack suddenly appeared, their musky scent flooding the air as they approached. Without a single growl, they kept their bodies low, blending into the grass as if they were part of it, staring at him with blood-red eyes. They used the headwind. They used the direction of the wind to mask their scent and hide their presence as they ambushed him. In other words, they left traces on purpose to lure him in. By leaving behind droppings and blood, they deliberately created a trail of musk and fishy odor. He could almost picture beasts swinging their claws, scratching at their companions or their own legs to leave such marks. Now the ones that had appeared were wolf beasts. Even at a glance, there were dozens. Forming a semicircle to surround him didn't even surprise him anymore. An ambush and encirclement. He had expected as much. So the wild dogs were just the preliminary skirmish? Enkrid knew the name of the tactic the beasts were using now. It's a diversion. That meant he also knew exactly where he needed to be. He spun around and sprinted back. The uneasy feeling still chained to his ankles told him he could return quickly enough. Off! When the wolf beast at the center barked, the others shifted, curling their semicircular formation into a tighter circle, blocking his path to the rear. Enkrid counted the number of beasts blocking his way. 9 of them. The third one from the left was the tallest, while the second from the right crouched the lowest, ready to leap at any moment. There was no sound of Samchiol being drawn. He had been carrying the sword unsheathed all along. Enkrid turned each of the 9 heads into points in his mind, drawing an imaginary line between them. From that moment on, he left half of his movements to instinct. Will surge inside him, pushing his body faster. Enkrid stretched Samchiol out to the left, then slashed to the right, a sword slicing in a zigzag path. This was a variation of the flash of light he had honed through optimal thinking. A continuous flash. Optimized thinking told him exactly where to thrust and slash his sword. The completed form became a zigzagging calamity of white light. Lightning darts soon. Crack, 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 gutty. It was as if the heads of all 9 beasts split open at once. Of course, there was a slight time difference between each kill, but unless you were a knight, and not just any knight, but one of the highest level, you wouldn't be able to tell. It was a display of swordsmanship no different from acrobatics, achieved through the explosive release of lines he had learned from Alexandra, combined with optimized thought. At first glance, it looked like nothing more than a simple, swift strike, but on closer inspection, the way he wielded his will was truly acrobatic. The heads of the 9 beasts shattered weakly, and they died. Now, Nothing stood in Enkrid's way. Springing forward, he caught sight of a gigantic serpent ahead, large enough to swallow a child, the size of Brunhild in a single bite. Snap! The creature coiled itself around a massive tree, snapping it, then let out a long, hissing wail. That wail, imbued with the power to instill terror into its prey, was only natural. "I'll stop it." It was at the edge of the village. Harkbent stood alone, facing the serpent with his spear. At some point his forearm had been wounded, and blood dripped steadily down, staining the dirt at his feet with a red far more vivid than the blood of the beasts. The moment Enkrid saw Harkbent, he understood his intent. A trap. He must have been trying to lure the serpent in. The only reason he was caught by the wild dog beasts before was because they had rushed at him unexpectedly. Otherwise, he said, he could have killed them all by using traps. But that serpent is different. There's no way something like that could be killed with a mere trap. Enkrid didn't hesitate for a second. He moved forward with perfect certainty and drew his sword. Without even looking back, the serpent swung the log it held with its tail, letting out a booming roar. Penna moved downward in a smooth, flowing motion and split the log. Shh! Cut off. In terms of cutting power, Penna exceeded even Samkiel. The cross-section of the severed log was perfectly clean. The sound was soft too, as if slicing through tender meat. Enkrid charged forward, almost diving between the two halves of the split log. He had already sheathed Penna, and now gripped Samkiel's hilt with both hands. Without breaking stride, he brought the sword straight down onto the serpent's head. Whoosh! Thud! The blade traced a line beyond everyone's perception. It sliced past the serpent's head even before the sound could follow. From Harkbent's perspective, standing just steps away, all he saw was Enkrid suddenly appear. The log split in two, and then only the flash of a line. The serpent's head split cleanly along that line. Its hard skull, along with the darkened brain inside, spilled out. The sword had moved so swiftly that not even the sound of decapitation was heard. For a moment, not even a drop of blood seeped from the cut surface. This was skill not just beyond neatness, it was beyond what a human could accomplish. Enkrid had reached a realm known as night, or even calamity. Naturally, he was able to wield his sword beyond the limits of his species. The overwhelming power that didn't show when fighting other knights was fully revealed in front of the beasts. Tap. Enkrid, who had brought his sword down while still airborne, touched down on the ground first. Only after that did the serpent's body collapse. The earth trembled, as if struck by a small earthquake. Enkrid immediately lifted his head, listening to the noise and feeling the vibrations in the air. The serpent was not the end. Several deer, their fangs protruding even more prominently than wolves, leapt into the village. In the trees above, fox beasts glared down with glowing red eyes. "Damn it, Harkbent!" Someone shouted for Harkbent. Their traps consisted of holes dug into the ground, with sharp stakes driven in at the bottom. All the trap holes were made at the village's front perimeter. But now, the horde of beasts was pouring in from the village's flanks. They know about the traps. The wild dog beasts had executed a delaying tactic. The bear beast had drawn attention and lured them away. "They're trying to draw me out." Now it was certain. This pack of beasts could use their heads. They were clever and cunning enough to look down on most humans. Enkrid. In the midst of the chaos, Brunhild's voice called out. In this moment, it was only natural she would call for him, not her father. The one who could get her out of this crisis was the swordsman from outside the village. Enkrid sprang into action. He pushed off the ground, sprinted atop the trees, and slashed at the neck of a charging deer, whose fangs jutted forward. With the passing blur of Samkiel, the beast's head soared through the air and thudded to the ground. He leapt down from the tree, steadied himself, hurled his spear, and, already drawing it without a pause, threw the horn trumpet dagger as he dodged sideways. Phew! A knight's power could well be called superhuman strength. Charged with that might, the dagger pierced straight through the deer's skull. Bang! The deer beast's head burst open like a well-cooked pumpkin. As he moved, Enkrid caught sight of a white-furred fox with 2 tails. The thing was cunning. After watching Enkrid take down several beasts, it kept its distance. If you looked up close, you'd see it was perched atop a tree so tall, the end was out of sight, as straight as a pole. The fox treaded lightly along the branches. It was almost as if all of this was just another test, as if to flaunt that it still had plenty more prepared. Enkrid turned away from the fox beast that had briefly stolen his focus and pushed forward once more. Even stopping to catch his breath for a second would mean someone could die. He couldn't let that happen. Not counting the big serpent, there were fewer than 20 beasts inside the village. But if it weren't for me, someone would have died. Brunhild, catching her breath at the side, smiled at him and raised her spear. I killed it. Even in that chaos, this exceptionally talented girl had managed to spear a fox beast. As a result, her spear shaft had split halfway up. We need to hold a meeting, said Harkbent, glancing around. No one had died, but that didn't do much to ease his anxiety. Chapter 738. When you're in too much pain, sometimes you can't even make a sound. We need to leave the village right now. They called it a meeting, but really, it was just everyone gathering in the center of the village, around a big round wooden table, and talking loudly. Since the village wasn't very big, Brunhild could easily hear everything being discussed. Naturally, Enkrid heard as well. Some of the villagers who didn't participate in the meeting eyed him warily, as if keeping their distance. Once someone's strength goes beyond a certain level, it can inspire fear rather than reassurance, especially for people who live in hiding, evading the continent's laws. Knowing this, Enkrid stayed silent. He hadn't been invited to join the meeting, and honestly, he had no intention of forcing his way in. That didn't mean he had nothing to say. But right now, even voicing his opinion would only make the villagers more anxious. Still, that didn't mean he was going to blindly agree with everything. So, he let all his thoughts remain unspoken. The man insisting that everyone needed to abandon the village right away was an easygoing fellow with brown hair. Compared to Harkbent, he was timid. He kept repeating things like, "If this keeps up, we're all going to die." One of the children had relayed his words several times, asking if everyone was really going to die, if it was all over, if after death they'd go see their mother. You let fear spread, you won't be able to do what needs to be done. Even if we decide to flee, we can't do it like that. After a long discussion, we'd at least need to pretend we found a safe route before leaving. If mass panic breaks out, everyone dies. If people scatter in fear, there will be no solution. Even someone like Enkrid can't help if things spiral out of his reach. Everyone, quiet down. We've known for a while now that the beast's behavior isn't normal. That's why we've made our preparations. An elderly man stepped forward and cut him off. The timid man tried to say something in response, but when Harkbent shot him a fierce look, he fell silent. Still, his beard kept trembling. It was obvious that, rattled by anxiety, he just wanted to say anything at all. We faced crises many times before, but we always managed to overcome them. This time will be no different. This time, another man spoke, but that statement was also off the mark. It's one thing to be careless because you lack a sense of crisis, but even beyond that, vague hope. This is no good. No matter how much you kneel and pray to God, food won't just drop from the sky above your head. If you don't move forward, you won't gain anything. Quiet, Dottie. Harkbent silenced him as well. The rest of the meeting yielded no answers. There were 5 people in attendance, and among them, Harkbent held the most influence. It was obvious, even at a glance. "Thank you." After watching for a while, a man named Jerry approached and spoke. "Think nothing of it. You saved my life, but I have nothing to give you in return." If this were the military, Harkbent would be the commander and Jerry something like the head of scouts. Of course, there weren't many subordinates under their command. "At least take this," Jerry said, handing over a blue stone. It was only about the size of a palm, but it felt even harder than regular stone. Valerian steel is said to shine blue, but this was pure blue. And as it rested on my palm, I felt a gentle vibration spread out through my skin. Cold. It felt more refreshing than cold. Sometimes, if you explore the caves deep in the mountains, you can find these. It's much better to have one with you when it gets hot. It was a rare item. "Thank you." Enkrid accepted it without hesitation. Brunhild, who had been standing next to him long before Jerry approached, poked Enkrid in the thigh. "This is going to take a while, so why don't you go to the back and teach us how to use the spear?" At her suggestion, the other kids eagerly stuck their heads out. "Can I join too? Will you show me how to throw a sword?" In the village, there were almost as many children as adults. Even though it was a small village, they were known to have an excellent midwife. Just like the frontier towns, the village of hermits also encouraged having children. After all, the population was directly tied to both labor and defensive strength. That's why someone who was both a midwife and a healer was respected as much as the village leader. "Arben, you must not forget what's important." The old woman who spoke up from the front was the village's midwife and healer, the same elder who earlier had hushed her timid son. Thanks to Brunhild, several kids hovered constantly around Enkrid. Should I? He wasn't the type to volunteer for everything, but there was no reason to hold back every time he did something either. Enkrid spent time mingling with the children. "How come I can't be like that?" A child watching Brunhild wield her spear asked. "How come I can't be like her?" As Enkrid found a few sturdy branches and whittled them down so the kids could use them as clubs, he answered, "If you keep at it, you'll get there." There really wasn't more to say. Between this child and Brunhild, there was a gap that simply couldn't be bridged. Would the child lose interest if they came to understand the harsh reality of talent? But since there was nothing else to say, he left it at that. Still, the kids kept swinging their makeshift clubs. A few of the adults watched them with worried eyes. By the time he'd taught the children some basic techniques and had made about 5 clubs, Harkbent approached him. "I have a favor to ask. I'll do it. You didn't even hear what it is. You want to ask for my help to protect the village, right?" "That's right. Which is why I agreed." His response was simple, but Harkbent's expression was troubled. What could they possibly give this outsider in return? There's no such thing as a favor without a price. So what is it that this man wants? No doubt, Harkbent was wondering the same. It was probably Harkbent who told Jerry to give me that thing. The stone in his arms was anything but ordinary. Showing me such a precious object was a way to see if I would be lured by greed. After dealing with so many cunning people, Harkbent's little tricks were all too clear. Maybe I should thank the house head and Heskel for that. Compared to those two, Harkbent was practically a country bumpkin fresh from the sticks. Well then, with a simple farewell, much like any other day, Enkrid turned to leave. Would they ever believe it if he insisted he needed nothing and simply wanted to help? If Harkbent were the kind of person who could trust that, he wouldn't be so troubled. You meet people in life who have never received a genuine act of kindness. If you're the one leading the village of hermits, that's probably how your life has been, meeting hostility instead of goodwill, and getting robbed instead of help. Can the way you think, shaped by such years of experience, really change with just a few words? Well, maybe Krang could pull it off. He found himself thinking of his friend on the throne, someone who could win people over with just a few words. Enkrid gave his reply, washed up, and went to bed. The village was well situated, with a small lake just a short walk into the woods. They would never lack drinking water unless beasts attacked. Brunhild had told him that in the height of summer it was fun to splash around there. Wasn't it that they played until their lips turned blue? But as Enkrid drifted off to sleep, it was the river, not the lake, that greeted him. Do you know what I'm going to say? Today's ferryman was unusual. He sat cross-legged on a tall chair he must have brought from somewhere. The light from the violet lamp glowed across his face. His sharp black pupils and withered, barren features seemed to insist that this was indeed a nightmare. If I leave, they'll all die. That's what you'll say, right? Yes, that's what I'll say. So this is a wall you've prepared to shake my heart. But I think it'd be good to clarify, there won't be a second chance. You could sit in my place right now and make a fine ferryman yourself. Is that supposed to be a compliment? It's the highest praise. A grin flickered at the ferryman's lips, a glimpse of shadowy darkness beneath. He's not like the ferryman before. He's definitely different. With a sense of certainty born of intuition, Enkrid glimpsed one of the ferryman's secrets. The ferryman is not just one. If you're not a fool, you'd have to notice it at this point. Even if he glimpsed just one secret, surely many more veils named mystery still remained. But that's none of my concern. Digging into what you can't know only leads to headache. I have a feeling you just thought something irreverent. No, I didn't. You will face a nightmare. Your body is only one. You won't be able to protect everyone. The ferryman's voice overlapped with itself as he spoke. Did he pick that up from Diamule? Enkrid listened to the ferryman with one ear and let it flow out the other. If you know how to listen well, you have to know how to brush things off too. By now, the ferryman understood Enkrid as well. That guy doesn't listen, does he? Even so, he said what he needed to say. At most, you have a month. You won't be able to protect everyone. It sounded like a curse, but Enkrid thought this particular ferryman was on his side. At most, a month. He even told me how much time I have to prepare. Brace yourself for nightmares that change without end. They will become your nightmares. He also hinted that the beasts would keep changing their tactics and attacking in new ways. Well, even if the ferryman didn't mean it that way, it was enough that I understood. Go on and struggle in reality. If that's what you want, shouldn't you tell me to stay in this today? Enkrid realized the ferryman had left out one of his usual lines. Shouldn't he tell me to spend a productive day here and then repeat it? That's what the ferryman is all about, after all. I was going to say that next time we meet. Enkrid scratched his head. It was a gesture of apology. Get lost. Is it strange that he felt the ferryman was embarrassed? It must be. It was odd. Enkrid opened his eyes in the real world. A month, huh? Isn't that more than enough time? Enkrid woke up at dawn and stepped outside. See, I told you he'd appear in the early morning. Brunhild's voice was as clear and bright as a mountain bird. The voices of the other children weren't unpleasant either. Brunhild wasn't alone. He really came? I'm sleepy. But why do we have to wake up so early? My dad didn't sleep either. My mom stayed up all night working on leather. There were 6 children. All of them, like Brunhild, were eager to learn something. What about the staff I gave you yesterday? I brought it. You said not to forget it, so I slept holding it. Enkrid looked around at the children. One of the girls was nothing short of a genius. Some people might look at her talent with envy or jealousy, but Enkrid could only admire her. Besides, watching how she thought made Enkrid realize new things as well, so he found it amusing. Well, that's one thing, but the beasts are many. The beasts targets the village, and Enkrid only has one body. If he leaves to eliminate the threat, other beasts will attack the village. On the other hand, if he stays here and protect it, he'll never be able to leave this place for the rest of his life. Live here. If you don't want to repeat today, I'll make sure you get only days like this. Isn't it possible that the ferryman meant something like this but never said it out loud? It seems plausible. Or maybe not. In any case, the nightmare the ferryman spoke of was like a set of variations. If the original thing he said forced you to dwell in today through death, now, even without repeating today, you're still bound to this place. Keep protecting it. Don't leave. A phantom ferryman snickered as he spoke. Enkrid ignored the vision and placed a hand on Brunhild's shoulder. You said you wanted to become a better fighter, right? Yes? Then try teaching those kids, huh? A genius advances 3 or 4 steps when others take only 1. That's why a genius doesn't know how to look back. Enkrid understands that moving in the right direction is just as important as moving quickly. It was one of the things he'd learned from his experiences. Meeting Brunhild had refined this understanding even further. Over the past few days, as he moved around the village and fought beasts, he organized his swordsmanship in his mind. The methods for wielding 5 different sword techniques, how to train the basics, and so on. While teaching, she'll come to realize what she herself hasn't yet noticed. Teaching is the surest way for someone to gain a deeper understanding of what they've learned. Really? She looked reluctant. The kids, on the other hand, didn't complain. In this small village, the children didn't have much to play with. Why else would they shiver in the lake until they were numb from the cold, even in summer? For these children, picking up clubs and learning something new probably counted as play too. It wasn't hard to guess this was why they'd shown up so early in the morning. That's how it is for kids, but not for adults. Enkrid left the children and walked away. Where he headed, he found a southerner, someone with a strong sense of responsibility and dark circles under his eyes from not sleeping properly for days. Gather everyone in the village who knows how to fight. When he said this without preamble, Harkbent asked, "What's this about?" Enkrid thought of Andrew Gardner. More precisely, he recalled the moment when he'd once had to knock him down just to get him to listen. Should he launch into a big speech to convince him right here? He could, but it would just be a waste of time. Enkrid changed his tone and demeanor, roughly imitating Rem. Just shut up and do as you're told, will you? If they're anxious, he could use that anxiety to his advantage. Harkbent grabbed his spear. No matter how intimidating his opponent was, his spirit wouldn't break. Thud. Dun. A swift, low kick struck his thigh. The move was so quick he couldn't even see it coming, let alone dodge or brace himself. A sharp pain shot through him, twisting Harkbent's serious expression in agony. I said, "Listen, what's needed now is fear. There's no time to persuade each person individually, and doing so might actually make things more dangerous." Harkbent realized that when you're in too much pain, you can't even cry out. He collapsed to the ground, groaning. "It really hurts so much. Hey, does it look like I'm asking you nicely right now?" "Does it?" He didn't need to imitate Rem's tone completely. Harkbent couldn't resist. The outsider had shown him firsthand that the blade right beside him was far more dangerous than any beast. If the pack of beasts had filled this place with fear, then I just need to make sure they have something more frightening than the beast, so they don't even think of messing around. That was Enkrid's resolve. Chapter 739. The Smiling Devil Inside. Enkrid didn't waste words, nor did he need to hit anyone else like he had done with Harkbent. There are plenty of other ways. Inside where? Jerry asked. He was usually a bold man, but now his voice trembled ever so slightly. A subtle sense of intimidation was weighing on him. To his eyes, Enkrid seemed far more dangerous than usual. "Push me, and I'll cut you down." The message was clear, even without words. Harkbent glared fiercely at Enkrid as he limped, but the look in his eyes was more of a desperate attempt to hide his own fear than real rage. In front of them was a deep pit. It was a trap they had prepared in case a large beast appeared. The sharp stakes that had been stuck inside had been removed, but the hole was still impressively deep. Jerry figured that even if someone stood on Harkbent's shoulders, they wouldn't be able to reach the surface. It wasn't dug perfectly vertical, so it slanted a bit, but that didn't mean anyone could simply crawl up and out. Everyone began to watch each other nervously. Are we really supposed to go in there? Why is this outsider suddenly acting like this? Wasn't he supposed to be helping us? Didn't we agree, after Harkbent went to ask him, that he'd help us? Enkrid shifted his stance silently. He could have shown his strength without moving, but that would have been a bit too aggressive. Uncontrolled intimidation would have made their legs buckle. What was needed here wasn't overwhelming terror, just the tangible threat directly in front of them. As he opened his chest and twisted his waist, the handle of Sampiol at Enkrid's side became visible to all. In that instant, everyone realized what Harkbent had already figured out. The threat from the beasts was still far away, but the blade right before their eyes was terrifyingly close. There was no need to wonder which was more dangerous. Jerry was the first to climb down into the pit. A single rope dropped from above, landing inside. Enkrid called down from right above the pit. Climb up. Even if you took advantage of the territory war between monsters and beasts, you couldn't survive in a place like this unless you were made of tougher stuff. Even without actively training, living here naturally built muscle and determination. Still, climbing out by just hanging onto a rope inside the pit was no easy feat. Hop, hop! Jerry climbed up with every last bit of strength he had. He gripped the rope so hard, his palm muscles felt like they were burning. Run! All the way over there, quickly! With a bored tone, Enkrid pointed in one direction with his finger. The pressure was still there. It was as if he was saying, I could cut you down at any moment, and it wouldn't matter a bit to me. Jerry, gasping for breath, started to run. Here. Tag here, then over there. Here and there, kids stood like signposts, shouting directions. He ran in loops, weaving around several trees, and circling until the sky looked yellow from dizziness. That's one round. Next. Enkrid's voice rang out. Next in line was a sturdily built girl. She was stronger than Jerry, a decent shot with a bow, and rather tough by nature. She was just as frightened, though, so she didn't bother asking why. They just ducked into the pit. After her came the timid boy who had attended the meeting. He tried to cut corners. He was scared, but it didn't seem like he'd get in trouble for something like this. After climbing out of the pit, he pretended to be out of breath and ran at a reasonable pace. Ever since he was young, he'd been confident in his running, so this was nothing for him. Enkrid kicked the boy's thigh as he returned. Thud, ax. It was a light, low kick. The boy collapsed to the ground and started pounding the earth with his fists. Judging by the choked sounds he made, it was clearly from pain. If you try to get away with that. Enkrid didn't even finish his sentence. Everyone who knew how to fight had to drop into the pit, get out, and run. After repeating this more than 10 times, their legs were trembling and their arms were too heavy to lift. If a beast were to attack now, they'd just become easy prey to fuel its strength. We'll dig one more pit, Enkrid said succinctly, then walked back to Brunhild and the children who had been watching. As usual, he started teaching them how to use a spear and throw an axe. I actually know someone who's even better at axe throwing than I am. He made this comment while demonstrating axe throwing. What's that supposed to mean? What were they supposed to hope for? They couldn't even ask. And even if they did, it didn't seem like he'd bother to answer. Even Harkbent kept his mouth shut. The same thing happened over and over for 3 days. Are you a demon or something? The timid man asked with tears in his eyes, his voice wavering. He was so exhausted he didn't care what happened anymore. Enkrid smiled at him and replied, "You can think whatever you want." If he flashed that same smile in the capital city of Nerilia, especially in a place like the Salon, more than a few ladies would find themselves blushing. Even in just the border guard's marketplace, plenty of passers-by would have turned their heads for a better look. If Leona Rockfried had seen it, that's the kind of smile that'll get you in trouble. "Stop grinning like that. I want to end up stabbed by a fairy's blade," she might have said. But to the man's eyes, Enkrid looked every bit the demon. Horns or not, who but a demon would push people to the brink of death and then smile like that? The ferryman narrowed his eyes. In his gaze, he could see Enkrid's present self. Should he call the actions Enkrid had displayed over the past 3 days surprising? This brat. Normally, Enkrid would have desperately struggled to save those people, and upon witnessing it, the ferryman should have said this: "Do you really think they'll listen?" And to add to that, "Do you think training will change anything?" That should have been the exchange. But the entire process had been skipped. Enkrid had made it so. With just a few words, he understood the situation and acted several steps ahead. He was already a man of remarkable initiative, but now he was thinking quickly and sensing things intuitively too. That's how this result came about. He had anticipated what the ferryman would say and acted on it ahead of time. "You little..." Of course, there was nothing the ferryman could do about it right now. When he called Enkrid out at night, all he had to say was this: "Do you really think things will go your way?" It seemed likely. The ferryman couldn't see the future, but he'd been through enough over many long years. Years of distilled experience allowed him to read the future by inferring what would come next from what had happened before. It's working. Watching Enkrid, he felt he ought to invent a new way to describe him. A skilled today's catcher. The ferryman blinked and asked again. "Yes, go. Things will go as I want. Get lost." After those 2 brief responses, Enkrid moved away from the ferry. The ferryman closed his eyes. One disagreeable situation after another, yet he couldn't help but feel a subtle sense of expectation. Will things really turn out the way he hopes? The ferryman heard another voice inside himself but didn't answer it. You never know if something will succeed until you see it through. I guess I've grown soft enough to have thoughts like that. He agreed with this much. Today's repetition would someday anchor this man named Enkrid. That much would never change. And yet, was he really starting to see hope in all of this? That wasn't it. It was just that even things like this had become a part of the game. The ferryman laughed. The sound of his laughter, released atop the boat, floated along the river, and then echoed back to him. A prisoner is always assigned a limited space, so his laughter was bound to meet a wall and bounce right back. If you don't do as you're told, you die. Even in the midst of this madness, there had already been 3 attacks from beasts, including the wolf-beast pack. You really have no sense, do you? This ruthless swordsman had each time mercilessly slashed, cut and crushed the beasts. He didn't just use his sword. His fists and feet came into play too, showing a ferocity that was downright demonic. The movements were so fast you couldn't even see them, and yet the beasts' heads exploded one after another. He'd gathered everyone in the village into one place, making the area easier to defend. But it was still astonishing. He alone had the strength to wipe out entire packs of beasts. Someone watching all this let out a breath, a sound that was half air, half voice. Was it admiration? Not exactly. It was just that the fight had ended so quickly. Right now the sword was killing beasts, but as soon as the fighting stopped, its point was already poking at the backs of those who moved. In fact, the demon called Enkrid did poke the backs of the exhausted people as they gasped for breath. No one ever actually got hurt, but just the threat of it sent chills down their spines. "Are you stopping?" He'd say this as he did it. It almost felt like magic. The sharp sensation at their backs, and that one word. Suddenly, they would find strength they didn't know they had left. Just 3 days ago, whenever beasts attacked, everyone's faces would go pale, but not anymore. Now, as the smell of blood spread throughout the village, Jerry found his courage and spoke up. "We should clean up the area." Enkrid only nodded in response. That was their cue for a brief moment of rest. But if anyone tried to slack off and drag things out, somehow he always noticed and would approach, smiling. That was the end of the break. The hellish routine would start all over again. They had to do this while breathing in the stench of beast blood, and when they finished, they had to clean up all over again. These people had always been tough, but repeatedly going through this ordeal made them even quicker on their feet. Naturally, they started dividing up roles amongst themselves, and of course, Harkbent stepped up to coordinate everything in the middle. After 3 days of this relentless routine, Enkrid gave them a new order. "Everyone, grab a spear and assemble." Now, his word was law. If you wanted to defy him, you had to be ready to die. But even the toughest Harkbent followed his orders. The timid man beside him agreed as well. Just take one hit from him. You'd wish you were dead. In a way, he had remarkable courage. After getting beaten, he still tried to slack off while cleaning up the beast corpses. Enkrid kicked him a couple more times for that. He sobbed and crawled on the ground, choking back tears, but strangely, his legs never broke. No, not only did they not break, but after a little while, though bruised, he wasn't even limping anymore. He knows how to hit. The timid man realized this. And that man. He smiles while he hits you. He could probably do this, beat you up with a smile, hundreds of times. But he wouldn't actually kill you. You've never been tortured. You have no resistance to it. For the timid man, Enkrid's kicks felt like pure torture. Stop screwing around and do as you're told. He threatened them all. Harkbent, in truth, understood the significance of what Enkrid was doing. There were 2 main goals. The first is erasing their fear of beasts. To do that, he would initially overwhelm them with a fear even greater than what they felt for the beasts. Then he'd make them get used to the sight of beast corpses until they could face them with indifference. The second is making sure everyone moves as one, like a single body. There were not even 70 people in total who could fight. Yet, none of them had ever received actual combat training. Even Harkbent was naturally strong, but he'd never trained as a soldier. Just because you're responsible doesn't mean you magically gain new abilities. Still, he had sharp eyes and a good sense for things. That likely came with his position as one of the people responsible for the village. They had gotten used to reading each other's rhythm, able to gauge one another's condition with just a glance. Only then did Enkrid assemble them, put spears in their hands, and teach them formation. They followed along surprisingly well. The results of training were obvious almost immediately. Of course, they'd spent 3 days being worked to the bone. Aside from digging holes and running sprints, all they did was march in step and shout out their drills together. Anyone with military knowledge watching them would probably call what they'd just done basic drill training. Interesting as he drilled them, Enkrid found a certain enjoyment in teaching raw recruits. It wasn't easy, but there was something rewarding about it. The ferryman's hunch had been right. His experiences in Yon had broadened Enkrid's perspective. Now he could see several steps ahead. He'd also come to understand that, although the ferryman couldn't see the past, he could predict the future based on the present. There are closed-off people, but ones worth protecting. There were swarms of beasts constantly targeting them, too many to even guess at. The village's location in the mountain range, their resources, Brunhild's talents, and the lack of combat training, all of it added up. It was a wealth of information, that once assembled in his mind, pointed the way forward. By compressing everything he'd learned, he and the ferryman had skipped over what would have been a drawn-out, contentious debate and jumped straight to the present. A month might seem like a short time, but if used intensely, it was more than enough. The ferryman might have hoped Enkrid would get entangled here and spend his life repeating the same days with them, but from the very start, that had been off the table. About 2 weeks in, a fierce light began to appear in everyone's eyes. All that time, Enkrid had ruled them through fear. Brunhild, though still a child, was perceptive. She sometimes looked at him with questioning eyes, but she always focused more on learning spearmanship than getting answers. Since Enkrid began training the rest of the villagers as well, she'd become even more absorbed in training than before. She really was a quick learner, sensing that Enkrid's period of preparation was near its end. The child spoke up. However, due to a few misunderstandings, the child regarded Enkrid as an enemy. "Stop bullying us." The prodigy pointed her spear at Enkrid. He couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Back when he first left the village, he'd been defeated by a boy half his size. So much had changed since then. Ha! Brunhild thrust her spear for the sake of the villagers. Enkrid seized it, then flicked his middle finger against her forehead. Snap! Ow! She gripped her forehead and rolled on the ground. Don't get cocky. No matter how gifted, there was still a gap she couldn't hope to close. Still, her instincts were right. The end was approaching. This, too, was part of preparing for it. Enkrid believed it was time for practice that felt like the real thing. Bring out all the food we've stockpiled. At Enkrid's command, Harkbent nodded. Chapter 740. How precious a life held in my own hands. The village of hermits didn't recognize personal property. Instead, everything was shared among the residents. Since they never knew when disaster might strike, they made sure to stash away plenty of things, just like squirrels hiding acorns. Hidden storage pits covered with boards and dirt were revealed beneath tree roots or at the entrance to the village. It's a good way to store food since it stays cool even in summer. They dug storage pits in shaded spots where sunlight wouldn't reach. If you couldn't afford the luxury of using a magical tool to keep things cold, you had to use your wits. Still, with summer on its way, the things that spoilt easily had already been limited or consumed. Although there wasn't as much as in winter, the table was still piled high with smoked meat and dried fruits he'd never seen before. If we do this, we'll have nothing left to eat later, one of the villagers muttered. Even in this situation, the ingrained habit of not wasting anything was strong. They'd never truly gone hungry. Maybe it was partly luck, but they'd been able to gather usable fruits and herbs from their settlement and even traded with passing merchants. They hunted animals as needed, and when there was truly nothing else, they purified beast meat and ate that. If you removed the toxins and didn't care about the taste, beast meat had enough nutrients to keep a person alive. Just do as you're told. The timid man looked around nervously as he spoke. Harkbent, their usual spokesman, kept his lips tightly shut and busied himself laying out food on the table. They were moving several times more than usual. Even during training they'd started eating more, but today it was on another level entirely. At the piled high table, the children's hands reached out first. Before long, everyone was busy eating. Era thought, forget it. Let's just eat first and worry later. If we die after eating, it's not like we'd have regrets, right? Maybe the others thought the same. And for reasons they couldn't quite explain, there was a vague sense of hope. Maybe things would work out somehow. It was vague, yes, but only because they didn't know the reason. A closer look would reveal that all of it stemmed from Enkrid's demeanor. Unless someone was truly oblivious and cared more about filling their own stomach than feeding their child, most would have started to realize it. Harkbent took a bite of smoked pork loin, chewed, and swallowed. The saltiness made his tongue tingle, so he gulped down his water. All we've done is train. But train for what? Training to fight beasts. Of course, anyone with a bit of sense might start to wonder, can we really fight beasts just because of this? Even if we stand back to back and thrust our spears together, would it really change anything some people had given up thinking at some point? But there were still plenty who hadn't. Harkbent had gotten past the point where anxiety made his stomach churn, but that didn't mean he felt at ease. It was like lying under a roof awkwardly stacked together with dirt. If it didn't collapse, it would be a miracle. It felt as if the whole thing could cave in and bury him alive at any moment. But even so, whenever he saw Enkrid far off, chewing on something with his mouth full, some of that anxiety faded. What a strange guy. That man had a knack for reassuring everyone around him. A single word, a simple action, just the way he carried himself, everything he did had that effect. Maybe that's why, even now, while he sat among the villagers with a child at his side, there was a feeling of stubborn hope lingering in the air. Enkrid popped a fruit into his mouth, rolled it over his tongue, and spat out the pit with a sharp flick. The spit-soaked seed rolled carelessly across the ground. The fruit itself was wrinkled on the outside, with firm flesh surrounding a pit about the size of a thumbnail. The flavor was sour, sweet, and slightly astringent. But once you tasted it, you couldn't stop reaching for more. It was a tree fruit specially aged through a particular process. Tastes good, doesn't it? A child sitting beside him asked. Right next to the child, Brunhild sat with a bump on her forehead in place of what would be her third eye. It's kind of like a plum, said a clever-looking boy, chiming in. When Brunhild tried to rush in, but was stopped with just a single finger, that kid muttered, "What an idiot," before quickly stepping in to defend her. She's good at using her body, but she gets lazy when it comes to thinking. And she's so stubborn that once she's got her mind set on something, she'll never change it. That's the flaw in Brunhild the genius. So really, it's all a big misunderstanding. He couldn't have been more than 13 or 14 at most. Small frame, thin arms and legs. Didn't look like the fighting type. What's your name? Eric. Enkrid had shoved these two into the cave together and acted sort of like Cray with them. So, rather than preparing for short-term battle, you could say he was being forward-thinking and planning for what was to come. You could also say he charged ahead like Rem, but strategized like Cray's. So you grouped people with similar builds together, especially those who'd always lived close to each other, and had them stand in formation, right? The point was to keep them from dying easily, to make them hold out. Eirik had seen right through it. A cool summer breeze blew by, stirring the boy's hair. His blonde hair was light enough to reflect hints of white. He was an interesting kid. Enkrid, finding the smoked meat too salty, tucked it between some herb bread and chewed as he asked, "Why stick to a circular formation and give them spears instead of shields? Because you want them to hold off the beasts and buy time by facing them direct. Keeping distance is key. Only a few strong folks in the middle need shields. We could call this formation the frightened hedgehog. After all, if you don't let the beasts get close at all, then no one dies. But if they can't hold the line, everyone gets wiped out. Wouldn't it be better to use bows or slings for that? No. With arrows, there's a gap to reload after each shot. If stones or arrows were enough to drive the beasts off, we wouldn't be in as much danger as we are now. Those were the same bright, burning eyes he'd seen in Brunhild. The watery blue eyes looked straight at Enkrid. It was like two lakes reflecting the midday sun were shining side by side. If Enkrid's eyes were a deep blue, this boy's were much lighter in color. Before he could say anything, the boy asked, "Was I wrong?" He wasn't one of the kids Brunhild led, nor was he someone who'd stood out among the adults in training. "You're right. That's a relief," he asks with such certainty, yet says he's relieved. "No, that's not quite right. That's something you notice when you've known someone like Cray for a long time." But this boy genuinely questioned his own thoughts. He must have been anxious too. He would have been worried about the stranger's motives as well. This is a process of verification. Brunhild stepping in and speaking up for the boy was probably part of that process too. It was like watching Craze as a child. He was a boy who thought differently from others. Talent is never even. It isn't fair, and it tilts the scales. That's how these coincidences happen. If Brunhild was naturally gifted with her body, then this boy's talent was his mind. Memorize that formation well. If it wavers, everyone dies. From the start, the tactic of giving no ground was based on the assumption that if you yield any distance, it's all over. What will you do next? No matter how clever a child, he couldn't imagine something outside what he already knew, so the boy couldn't even guess what Enkrid would do next. Predict and deduce. Use your head and think. Filter out what needs to be done as well. If you're thinking of taking us with you, the boy tries to gauge Enkrid's intentions. To some, such an audacious attitude might be irritating, but Enkrid was not such a small-minded man. Just as he hadn't been jealous of Brunhild, he harbored no ill will toward Eirik either. Eirik, this boy, was trying to weigh Enkrid's kindness. Did he calculate this too? No, that's not it. From here on, it was a gamble, words spoken as if betting his own life, all for the sake of this village. It won't work. We came all this way because we'd rather die together than live under someone else's thumb. We can't throw away everything we've built up until now. Better to die than go back to living as slaves under the city's rule. That's the kind of resolve they had. Homeland, foundation, foothold, ground, home. Different words, but to them, home meant this place. He suddenly remembered the words he'd heard before leaving Johan. "I'm sorry. I'd like to go with you, but my place is here, that much is certain. If you told me to become a slave and follow you, I would. But if you're telling me to follow you as Riley of Johan, then I won't leave Johan. Can I visit you someday?" What a bunch of jokers. He could tell what this boy was worried about, and he noticed that Harkbent kept sneaking glances at him too. It's obvious that neither of them was acting out of some infatuation with him. Was he trying to make them leave their home? What was he hoping for? Questions must have been swirling endlessly in their minds, but if a single word from him could have put them at ease, he would have gathered the whole village together and given a speech long ago. Since that's not possible, he left things be. Even if he could, it would be meaningless and a waste of time. Enkrid patted the boy on the head and asked, "How old are you? 17? 17? Yes, I'm pretty small for my age, right? That's where most of my insecurities come from. I've been weak and frail since I was little, so I don't have much strength. But you're still smart. That last comment came from Brunhild. I can see that without you needing to say it. You should listen to him more." "I do listen. Really, I do." Brunhild wasn't oblivious either. From the way things were unfolding, she could tell that the stranger who taught her spear techniques wasn't acting out of malice. The night of predation passed. Although someone's anxiety and fear still coiled deep inside their hearts, the kind of fear was starting to change. It's beasts. Before the 2 moons had even set, just before dawn, more than 50 wild dog beasts and wolf beasts had mixed together and poured into the village. They ignored the trap set at the front, and instead prowled between the trees, their red eyes glowing as their heavy forepaws pressed into the earth. Those holding spears swallowed hard. In the past, just the murderous aura and stench of that pack would have made their knees tremble, but not anymore. This time they faced the beasts with blades sharpened by danger, unlike the last full moon. Enkrid hadn't slacked off in prodding the exhausted trainees, and he swung his sword right up to their faces without hesitation. "If you fall, I'll cut you. Hold your ground." To an outsider, it might have looked like he was deliberately tormenting people, but in the end, everyone who endured it grew braver. Even when faced with beasts, their legs no longer trembled as before. "It's starting." "Hi!" Harkbent shouted when he saw the horde of beasts. "Ha!" With a shout, groups of 10 formed into circles. The human formation braced their spears and confronted the beasts. They shaped themselves into a ring, protecting those who couldn't fight in the center. Eirik stood at the very heart of it, scanning their surroundings. Hold the line. He understood the stranger's intention, but not the reason behind it. A pervert? Did he just want to watch people struggle and die miserably? Did he want to torment them before killing them? Or maybe he intended to slay the survivors with his own blade in the end. All sorts of thoughts ran through his head, but for the weak, there was never a choice. They could only fight desperately to survive. The stranger had cultivated not the strength of individuals, but the strength the group could muster together. Instead of focusing on the gifted ones, he set the weakest as the standard so everyone would move as one. Eirik saw it clearly. He was right. An army's strength comes when everyone moves as one. Turn! Ha! They'd been pushed to their limits, so most of them were plagued by muscle aches, yet their minds were clearer than ever. Growl! 4 wild dogs approached the circle. Those holding spears knew exactly how to thrust them. With both hands on their spears, they occupied the space the beasts tried to enter. Where technique was lacking, Brunhild moved around and gave them further instruction. Naturally, Enkrid had put her up to it. Only then did the adults realize that Brunhild had been born with a talent different from other children. Each person's neighbor was responsible for their defense. They thrust their long spears out, keeping the beasts at bay. The spears shot left and right with precise spacing and timing, becoming a hedgehog's quills. Growl! Growl! Yip! Compared to monsters, the hide of beasts was soft. Except for a few especially formidable ones, these beasts were entirely manageable. And if the goal was simply to hold out rather than to kill them, this should be more than enough. All right then. Enkrid watched those holding their ground from atop a tree. Now, they wouldn't die so easily. In midair, the ferryman's apparition appeared and spoke. "You sly bastard." Sly? This ought to be called a brilliant tactic. This was a tactical application of the Valen-style mercenary swordplay, feigning defeat. Feigning defeat was a unique technique. While you're pretending to be pushed back, your comrade delivers a blow to the enemy's back of the head. The strength of Valen-style mercenary swordplay was precisely in considering the help of others. Many scoffed at this style just because they only knew a handful of techniques, but if they understood the deeper meaning within the swordplay, they couldn't dismiss it so lightly. The phantom sword might as well be called the tactical sword. Enkrid had already mastered the phantom sword to an impressive degree. The only problem was that, with any sword technique, you still needed physical power to make it work. Steel means nothing unless someone's swinging it. Enkrid sharpened his senses atop the tree. After some time had passed, he jumped down, killed a beast, and drove the rest away. Huff, huff, ho, ooh. Everyone was breathing heavily, but no one had died. Not even a scratch, to be precise. That meant they had held out well. "We're done for today," Enkrid spoke. It had been a drill just like the real thing. Since he was overseeing it, he considered it training rather than an actual fight. One real battle had been more than enough. Wah! A triumphant cheer erupted, one that had never come when their lives had been saved by someone else. A life grasped by their own hands was truly that precious chapter 741. Bold and audacious dreams. The beasts kept changing their approach, launching fresh attacks several times. Sometimes they'd strike every other day, other times every 3 days. A few nimble fox beasts even tried sneaking into the village by taking a long detour, hiding themselves along the path to the lake, but none of them could slip past Enkrid's senses. Most importantly, all of this fell within his predictions. If the beasts were to learn human cunningness, all you had to do was factor that in and prepare for it as well. How are you able to know and be ready for all of this? Eirik asked in the middle of their training. Enkrid decided to use the opportunity to teach the boy a few things. When Eirik asked which way was east, Enkrid pointed out, "The sea is over there," and Eirik listened intently to every word. His ears seemed to perk up, and he blinked less than usual, a picture of focus. Even if it doesn't seem necessary right now, it's good to have at least a basic ability to defend yourself. It could become your fangs one day, or your last resort to escape danger. The stranger who'd appeared by chance was no ordinary person. There was something remarkable about him. The advice Enkrid shared was rooted in Krya's own thinking. After barely escaping with his life in the past, the very first thing Kraya had said was exactly that if I happen to get some abs that catch the lady's attention in the process, that's even better. There was no need to repeat the words that followed, so he left them out. Of course, it's not like you'll be able to kill dozens of beasts right away, but you'll still get stronger. When you move your body, your mind sharpens up too. Enkrid tapped his own head with his right index finger as he spoke. He shared what he'd learned by layering his own experience onto Kraya's way of thinking. People would call this teaching or education. After the initial preparations for the beasts' raids, he only had the villagers trained to hold their formation. He taught Brunhild how to fight, shared skills, tips, and methods for training. As for Eirik, he mostly engaged him in in-depth conversations. For Eirik, those talks were like a secret sword manual. You're not preparing because you can predict everything. You're preparing for anything you can possibly foresee. Some might tilt their heads at that, but Eirik wasn't one of them. Ah. A short gasp escaped him, as if he'd had a revelation. Kraya was always anxious and tried to prepare for everything to quell that unease. If you applied that mindset to the village, narrow the area you need to protect, and gather every resource you can use. Ordinarily, they'd have had to defend the food stored in the warehouse, protect the path to the lake, and be ready for beasts targeting children or the elderly. But that wasn't necessary anymore. Reduce what you need and prepare for everything within those limits. That was precisely the kind of tactics Kraya would use. Enkrid simply followed that example and put it into practice. They didn't just rely on their instincts. They took proactive, preemptive measures. They didn't shy away from using their heads. That's how people picked up their spears and fought the beasts. Enkrid watched over them from up in a tree as they thrust their spears, staking their lives on survival. If we break formation, we die. Now they even had their own call and response chants, and it hadn't been Enkrid who taught them that. If you're struggling, don't try to tough it out. Fall back. Repetition brings skill. If 1 out of 10 was falling behind, they'd pull them back. Even with 9, the circle would keep turning. Those not fighting were the ones who looked after those who stepped out. A couple of archers stood firm at the center of the circle. They'd volunteered themselves after nearly getting their shoulders ripped off by an owl beast 2 nights ago. One woman, her forearms thick and muscular, kept glancing warily up at the sky. If an owl beast showed up, a crow could swoop in too, so no one let their guard down just because it was daytime. They weren't trying to predict the beast's every move. They were focusing on defending and enduring. Enkrid's teachings had become reality. Don't drop out just because you're tired. Hold your ground. And with that, they even chose their own 10 chief. There were some beasts here and there who tried to poke through the gaps in the formation. Not so fast. Brunhild blocked them. Her innate talent shone brilliantly. The tip of her spear split the sunlight as it drove deep into the beast's skull. It was a simple thrust, but the wind-up was almost non-existent. The wolf beast facing her died before it could even show off how sharp its fangs were. Using her left foot as a pivot, she twisted her hips and sent the spear piercing straight through the beast's hide. To be more precise, rather than aiming for its hide, she stabbed into the more vulnerable inside of its mouth. It was a dynamic sight as she yanked her spear back out, the blade protruding from the back of the beast's head. Launching herself into the air, Brunhild kicked off the beast's shoulder with both feet and pulled her spear free. She made up for lack of brute strength with nimble, spring-like movements. Then, landing and stamping her spear into the ground with a sharp motion, she flipped acrobatically through the air and landed on her feet. Every part of it was proof of her remarkable body control. Some people just don't need help. His heart trembled. It was a thought he'd had watching the dying in the past. What if, instead of looking for help, they'd had the strength to protect themselves? If you just toss a beggar a gold coin once it's spent, they have to go back to begging. But if you teach that beggar how to work instead of giving them gold, they'll learn to survive by labor, not by begging. Even if I leave, the threat of the beasts will remain. The ferryman's whispered words from last night echoed clearly in his ears. Think about it. Let's say you help them and then leave. But what happens after that? Sooner or later, these people will die. Can you walk away and ignore their deaths? Was this simply an attempt to find and poke at his weaknesses? Enkrid was unshaken. He would do what he could. After that, any choices would be theirs to make. According to the laws of the continent, he would give them a means of deterrence. This was the same principle as establishing a pioneer town. By repeatedly killing beasts, marking the place with blood and death, they would stake their claim to the land. It was marking a territory by force. You can't kill every last beast. Now that these people had managed to stand on their own, all they needed was a little more strength. Most didn't understand Enkrid's intent, but Harkbent seemed to have figured it out, and Eirik had realized it much earlier. Brunhild and a few others, it seemed, hadn't even thought about such things. Some people simply don't need it. That thought crossed his mind once again. He had seen the charred body of a child. He had seen the corpse of a mercenary who had his head torn off while trying to protect that child. Surrounded by the dying, Enkrid had wrestled with such thoughts before. And now, here he was again. Ha! With a shout, he saw people pushing back a beast. Not one of them had died. Enduring. Eirik had seen it clearly. Enkrid had helped them endure. That was enough. From atop the tree, Enkrid's gaze shifted to one side. Compared to most nights, Enkrid's senses were remarkably sharp. After days of being watched by a malevolent gaze, there was no way he would miss it. They must plan to keep watch until I leave. Where there were people like Eirik and Brunhild among the villagers, there was a beast out there with a similar quality, the kind that knew how to think and fight. That creature was likely the leader behind all of this. Even if Enkrid couldn't kill every last beast at once, he could at least take out a few of the troublesome ones with ease. A beast pack was much like several colonies gathered together. Within each, there would be a core beast responsible for that colony. If he could just kill those core creatures, the immediate threat looming before them would be lessened. Enkrid stepped onto a branch and sprang forward. He leapt from tree to tree, as if he were a flying squirrel, though at least twice as fast. Then, finding nowhere suitable to land, he dropped to the ground. The moment he touched down, two spotted leopard beasts, lunged out at him from both sides. They were so stealthy that he hadn't sensed them until they were almost on top of him. Just before the attack, Enkrid felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. It was a warning from his instincts. The moment he registered that warning, he shifted his center of gravity. He planted his left foot and stopped cold, bringing all his forward momentum to a halt. Boom! With an explosive sound, dirt, stones, and twigs blasted up to eye level. Through that spray, the claws of the two leopard beasts flashed, aiming for Enkrid's head and side. It wasn't enough that they attacked from both sides. They also came at him from above and below. These were cunning beasts, but that was all they had. Standing his ground, Enkrid thrust his blades out to either side. The sun was blazing strong directly overhead. The arc traced by Sampiel behind his back looked as if a new sun had been born, drawing a perfect circle. Instead of heat, the razor-sharp edge of the blade scattered like sunlight all around him. Thud. The next sound was much softer. There was no need to swing his sword faster than the sound itself. He simply pressed the blade against the attackers as they lunged in, slicing through with their own momentum. Sampiel's blade was sharp enough for that. That's exactly what Enkrid did. He cut down the one on the right with the true silver side, and split the one on the left with black gold side of the sword. Stopping dead, cutting and then launching himself forward again. All of it happened within a single breath. In the spot he'd just passed through, two leopard beasts sprawled on the ground, licking black blood and entrails. He kicked off the ground and moved on, trailing what seemed like a long line behind him. He could have relied on endurance, chasing and fighting for as long as it took, but that would have wasted precious time. No matter how long he let the others hold out in the rear, there was no guarantee they'd stay safe forever. That meant he had to catch up to them within a set time limit. But was that really so difficult? No. I assume. Even explosive force wasn't all the same. Some lines are thin, and some are thick. What if he applied the sense he'd gained from explosive sword work to the steel horn technique, which channeled will into the legs? When he tried that, his body felt much lighter. Trees distorted and blurred past him on either side naturally. The speed of his reflexes adjusted in proportion to his sprinting pace, so there was no risk of slowing down or getting scratched or jabbed by stray branches as he ran. Enkrid's dash brought him face to face with a single fox. Given the choice between fleeing only to be caught from behind or turning to face his pursuer, the fox chose to stand its ground. It was just as clever as he was. The moment he faced it, more than 100 fox beasts circled around, surrounding him. Hiding in the shadows, their eyes gleamed, but they kept their presence carefully concealed. A skill learned in the wild. They say a knight's assimilation is learned by watching fairies, but looking at the beast's tactics now, he had to wonder if that was really true. If fairies had learned their agile footwork by observing predators, wouldn't it be just as accurate to say they learned from the beasts in the first place? He recalled the stories Valfir Balmung had told him. Humans learned intimidation by watching monsters. So if assimilation was learned from beasts, didn't that mean monsters and beasts were now learning from humans in turn? What else could be inside the demonic domains? He found himself newly curious about the demonic domains. The battles fought there. The others who fought not as fragments, but in their true forms. The fox beasts hid blades in their tails and could extend their claws, but compared to everything he had been through today, this was an easy fight. Enkrid's Samkiel and Penna joined the dance. With the sun as their chandelier and the beasts' black blood as their carpet, only two swords played the lid at this masquerade ball. He slashed, stabbed, burst and killed. Then, returning to the village, a mix of cheers, relief, and astonishment spread across the faces of the villagers as they stared wide-eyed at Enkrid. "Bring some water for washing," said Heartbent as he saw the scene. Perhaps Enkrid looked grim, his whole body soaked in black blood. Still, nobody scolded him for it. Enkrid could feel it. He was the focus of more than one gaze. Among the beasts eyeing the village, 3 dangerous ones remained. He hadn't changed his tactics. Kill the key beasts while the villagers held the line. You'd think the beasts would give up at this point, but they stubbornly refused to withdraw. That must mean they're after something, he thought, though it wasn't hard to guess. He didn't bother questioning it. Enkrid then killed a small but extraordinarily fast bear after another similar pursuit, and, caught between a pack of wolves and wild dogs, moving as one body, he sliced the head off a black wild dog. The last was a tiger, its hide hardened tougher than steel. So far, he'd always been chasing them down. But this final beast was different. It met Enkrid as if to greet him. "Grern, did you dream of becoming the Beast King?" Enkrid asked, following his intuition. Naturally, beasts can't answer in human language. But the tiger's deep growl almost sounded like a yes. To perceive the true nature of something without passing through processes like feeling, experience, association, judgment, or reasoning, this is what is called intuition. Enkrid's intuition had already surpassed not only that of ordinary people, but even most knights. His answer was the product of everything he had experienced up to that day, the knowledge he had gained fighting in human monsters and demons, all layered atop one another. Beast King. He didn't know its actual name. But the tiger truly did dream of becoming the king of beasts. Even in the Penhanel Mountains, a beast could not rest easy at the top of the food chain. This tiger, having become a beast, dreamed his dream, to claim the mountain range as his domain, to race across the entire continent, to devour human flesh in the morning, and drink fairy blood at night. Grrn, a daring, brazen dream. And it almost could have come true. The reason this tiger beast targeted this place was because of the ore hidden behind the village. If he could bite down and swallow that, he would become something entirely new. If only not for the humans standing before him. No, if only it hadn't been for the others who had interfered until now. The only reason the human village had survived until now was because a few monsters attacking from the opposite front were being dealt with. Enkrid did not underestimate his opponent. This was a creature that had transcended species, formed a pack of beasts, risen to their pinnacle, and even changed the territory of the mountain range. Just as there are knights among intelligent beings like humans, so too could unique individuals be born among beasts, the truly exceptional ones among the monsters. Such beings gather within the demonic domain. The one standing before him now must be similar. The muscles in the tiger's shoulders contracted, though nothing changed outwardly. A sixth sense, beyond the 5, picked it up. The moment Enkrid sensed power concentrating in the beast's hind legs, the tiger's front paw came crashing down from above his head. When it was crouched, he hadn't noticed, but now that it stood, he saw its body was even larger than a bear the size of a house. And yet, its movements were nimbler than the quick-handed bear had fought before. All sound vanished, and the heavy air pressed down on his shoulders. It felt as if he was fighting while mired in a swamp, the pressure tangible. This was a change brought on by the stretching of perceived time. What was needed to throw off that crushing pressure was power, strength that exceeded human limits. Enkrid squeezed every muscle, poured in his will, and swung Samchiel. Then, just as the tiger pulled back its front paw, it opened its jaws and spewed fire. An expected move. Chapter 742. A man who has received grace opens his heart. Enkrid wrapped his injured forearm tightly with a bandage and stepped forward. The black blood stuck to the bottom of his boots, stretched out in a long, viscous line before finally dripping away. The blood of the tiger beast was a bit thick and sticky. That beast had died with its ear torn, one front leg severed, its skull split open, and its guts strewn across the ground. Just by looking at the wounds, anyone could tell this wasn't a fight settled in a single stroke or two. Despite facing a knight, someone possessing exceptional martial prowess, the beast charged in relentlessly. Maybe it was thanks to that tenacity, but the fight had its own kind of enjoyment. It wasn't bad. The beast's movements were dynamic, defying predictions time and again. Enkrid defended by layering the sword of chance over the wave-breaker sword. Then, in a flash, he thrust, slashed, and struck. As they fought, he focused on the creature's vigorous, unpredictable movement. There was much to learn. How to channel power. The heart of Valov-style martial arts lay in rotation. More precisely, it meant twisting the body and wringing out every bit of strength. And to unleash such tremendous force, your vessel had to be solid as well. That's why the body must be trained to its absolute limits: solid bones, well-honed muscles, and a body structure that could instantly respond to one's thoughts. Inside the tiger beast's dynamic movements were all the essential elements Enkrid had considered vital. Every strike from the beast's forepaw was heavy. On top of that, it used unexpected tactics. Whoosh! It breathed fire, and from a distance it swiped its claws, sending invisible blades flying through the air. Clang! Sensing it on pure instinct that surpassed mere perception, Enkrid swung Sampiol and deflected the unseen blade. If he hadn't, he would have been badly cut somewhere. Not all beasts could use supernatural abilities or spells, but this one did. And it used its head, too. Hit and retreat. When close, it focused its power into single heavy blows. When it pulled back, it used its supernatural powers. That was both strategy and tactics. Watching it, Enkrid learned something new once again. No matter how many different sword techniques one learns, it's up to the person using them. That was the lesson he picked up from the tiger beast, a creature that combined dynamism and supernatural abilities. It was like seeing his previous theoretical knowledge played out right before his eyes, making for an invaluable lesson. Enkrid let out a breath, picked a broad leaf from nearby, and wiped down his sword, then roughly smeared off the blood on his own body. He was ready to leave just like that, whatever it is they're hiding in the village. That belongs to them. Besides, Enkrid hadn't fought expecting any sort of reward. To be precise, he'd stepped in because he was confronted by past regrets, and he had no intention of explaining all that or claiming he was owed something for just lending a hand. It sounded ridiculous even to himself. If Rem had been there to watch, he probably would have patiently explained, "You want to show off, but if you actually do, you'll just end up looking lame, so you'd best say you're just leaving, right?" But really, who cares about that? What mattered was that these people would survive, at least for now. If Eirik and Brunhild continued to grow as they had been, they might survive even longer. If, someday, those two chose to find the border guard, he wouldn't mind, but he would never try to force that path on them. He would offer them the chance to choose, but he would never recklessly decide their future for them. "Do you feel a little better now?" A woman holding the hand of a small child stepped out to the village entrance and spoke. She looked just as she had the first time they met. Her clothes were worn but carefully mended. The child by her side wasn't plump, yet his eyes were clear. She was one of the many people he'd once failed to protect, even though she'd been right behind him. The village no longer existed, and she was already gone, but Enkrid still found comfort in her words. If you spend your whole life living in yesterday, you may never notice the dawn of tomorrow. He hadn't learned it from anyone, but that thought came to him. Even if you relive today over and over, you should keep walking toward tomorrow. That's why you can't stay stuck in yesterday. I can't afford to waste more time. He had already spent about a month in the village. That was a lot of time. He was deep in the lush, green mountains. Now if he didn't wear lighter clothing, he'd end up with heat rash on his joints. The weather had grown that warm. Enkrid walked, following the direction of the sunlight. His shadow stretched out long behind him with every step. He found a stream along the way, washed up, and before even half a day had passed, he sensed movement all around him. It wasn't time for the border guard to appear yet, but there were too many signs of people. Refined blades. It was like the blades that a skilled blacksmith would hammer out for days. A sense of their presence sharpened and polished. An organized group was approaching, the air around them taut. Elite soldiers who had received proper training were closing in on the area from all sides. Compared to them, the packs of beasts he'd fought day after day were nothing more than children. Enkrid was standing on a steep slope, so he could look down from above, but the thick undergrowth below kept him from seeing the approaching figures clearly. Rustle, crunch, thunk. Only the subtle, deliberate noises reached his ears. Enkrid rested his hand on Samchiel's hilt, a sword tied at his waist with a braided cord of tree bark. With even the slightest effort, the weapon would be ready in an instant. He even hid his presence through assimilation, but a faint trace of movement caught him from behind. Stealthy. In fact, stealthy didn't even begin to cover it. This presence was quieter than a fox with multiple tails. It concealed itself better than any beast-turned-monster, and exuded a dangerous energy that surpassed any monster he'd faced in Yuan's territory. Enkrid shifted his footing. Being attacked from both the front and back here would put him at a disadvantage. Naturally, he moved to a position that gave him even the slightest advantage. Turning his body sideways, still looking down the slope, he adjusted his stance. Now the stealthy figure was to his left, while the troops were advancing uphill on his right. With his preparations complete, one of the figures with a particularly remarkable presence emerged from the brush. He had gray hair and dull gray eyes. An axe hung at his hip, swinging loosely as he watched Enkrid. The wildness in his gaze seemed equal to that of the tiger beast king. He looked ready to spring into action at any moment, like a bowstring pulled taut. He'd originally dyed his hair brown when they first met, but now he didn't even bother to hide his natural color. "What are you doing here, you barbarian bastard?" Enkrid asked. Rem, resting his hand on his axe, scratched his chin and replied, "Just out for a walk." He says he's just out for a walk, but brings his entire personal squad right behind him, and they're all armed to the teeth. Next to Rem, a man with the build of a bear stepped forward. He was big enough to easily be mistaken for one. Somehow he'd managed to make his way here, hidden within the underbrush despite his massive frame. Straightening up from his crouch, Auden smiled and spoke. "I was simply following the teachings of God on my walk. And those teachings just happened to include bringing your entire personal squad with you?" Behind Auden stood members of the border guard, known among themselves as the Zealot Squad, gazing this way with calm eyes. Anyone could see they were fully prepared for a fight. "You're moving according to the tactical sword style, right? You've improved again." Luagarn was here too. More than anything else, she was fixated on the changes in Enkrid. Whatever the circumstances of this chance meeting, that wasn't important. What mattered was how he had changed. Again. The frog's bulging eyes glinted with curiosity and longing. In fact, it was because real oil was leaking and trickling into her eyes. Jackson, the one who had first suppressed his presence, also came down from above. When Enkrid saw Jackson, he asked, "You?" "I could ask you the same thing, Commander. Where have you been, and what were you doing? Traveling with an Imperial Knight? Traveling together?" For some reason, Krays was with them too. The last question came from Krays, standing behind Luagarn. Enkrid met his eyes as he continued. "I discovered a secluded village." "Discovered, huh?" Kreis' interjection was as sharp as one of Ragnar's sword strokes. What was he supposed to say now? Should he just say he saved them? There were a lot of beasts, so I dealt with some of them and came back. One reason Enkrid thought he shouldn't waste any more time was right here. This group. If he stood still, they'd probably start looking around for him, though he didn't expect they'd come out fully armed and ready for an outright battle. Ragnar said there was no need for concern, so why did you go ahead and gather everyone up like this? Kreis scolded the rest of the ones gathered. In truth, the moment Enkrid mentioned a village and beasts, most of them had probably figured it out right away. They must have thought, there he goes again, rescuing people and showing up late. Rem was the one who voiced what everyone was thinking. You were out there again, trying to help someone somewhere, thinking as long as the people standing behind me don't die, is fine. And that's how you ended up here, isn't it? I never said that. You probably said something close enough. I did not. The villagers had been too wary for him to say anything of the sort. Kreis shook his head and added, Anyway, if you'd been even a little later, His Majesty the King would have been ready to abandon the southern border and go touring the Empire himself. Is that so? Yes. Auden and Jackson all gave different excuses, but they were really out looking for Enkrid. Would they actually have gone to war against the Empire, if necessary? Perhaps the three of them really would have. Enkrid hadn't known, but Jackson had even intended to use the power of Gor's dagger. As for why Kreis was involved, that much was clear. Even if I can't mediate, at least we can't fight a losing battle from the start. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to negotiate from a position of strength. Maybe he'd come along thinking that, at the very least, he could try to talk them down before a real fight broke out. Still, it was surprising. That coward was stepping up himself. Enkrid had expected as much, but the reality was quite different. Of course, Kreis had been deeply troubled as well, wondering what he'd do if his crazy bastard of a commander had caused a scene in the Empire. Ragnar, who returned before Enkrid, claimed he just got lost and volunteered to act as the guide to the Empire. But not a single person in the border guard would allow that. Even Anne, who seemed to have redefined her relationship with Ragnar when she came back, firmly stopped him. In the end, after giving up on his own plan, Ragnar added, There won't be any trouble. There was complete confidence in his words, meaning that no Imperial Knight could ever lay a hand on Enkrid. At any rate, Kreis hadn't come all this way just to try to stop things. Rather, if they were going to fight, it was better to strike before their enemies were prepared. Besides, this wasn't even the end of it. With Rupert and Fell leading their units behind him, it meant they had set out fully ready for action. If something had happened to the commander, if the Empire had been responsible, they would have paid the price. Kreis let out a sigh of relief. He'd let his anger cloud his judgment when he set out, but after seeing Enkrid with his own eyes and cooling down, reality became clear. At this rate, none of us are going to die a natural death. Well, that's what crossed my mind too. But anyway, Enkrid was about to ask something when Kreis spoke up first. Esther said, Wizards always show up from the most unexpected places, and that she would join us with the next group. As for Shinar, she said there are plenty of things to show those who underestimate the power of fairies and headed for the city of Kirahais. Naturally, they'll catch up with us later. If Enkrid had hesitated even a little longer, it would have been an all-out war. Is everyone here insane? Enkrid asked in all seriousness. Isn't that a bit rich coming from you, Commander? Rem shot back. Auden laughed and nodded in agreement, and then Jackson, supporting Rem's words, gave a rare nod as well. For Enkrid, seeing those three in such perfect sync was surprising in itself. In any case, since they'd all met up here, surely there wouldn't be any more misfortune. Enkrid scratched his head. Should we head back? He didn't really have anything else to say. Yes, Kreis answered for the group. When they returned to the border guard Ragnar, who had said everything would be fine, was heading out with his squad of 10. Enkrid also saw the assembly of fairies, gathered with a fierce air, as if emotions were a luxury for them. A green wave of dryads and a brown wave of wood guards surged forward, and in between them, Shinar drew her sword. "Let's go, to avenge my husband, and just whose husband would that be?" Enkrid stepped in front of the fairy army. Instead of studying the stars, you almost ended up tearing through the largest nation built by humans in your quest for knowledge. Esther, having heard news of Enkrid, had returned as well. And in less than 2 days, a letter from Krang arrived. I was on my way to see the Empire. The message was short, but it said plenty. Enkrid thought all of this was ridiculous, but to be honest, he didn't feel particularly bad about it. Afterward, finding a brief moment, Enkrid sought out Leona with a few requests, and he also passed on a message to Craze. Argbent, having defeated the beasts and restored order to the situation, waited for Enkrid. To describe his current mood, it was half anxiety, half expectation. I might finally be free from the beast's clutches. That was the hopeful side. What is it he actually wants? That was the anxious side. But even after 4 days, the anxiety hadn't returned. The beast attacks had become sporadic. Even as the village was being reorganized, he did not return. Why? The question lingered. It was during a conversation with the old woman, the midwife and healer, that he found some answers. He must have just helped and moved on. It's as if he's possessed by a spirit. That's what the old woman said, and Harkbent realized just how shamefully he'd acted. It's not like he wanted anything from us, and yet he hadn't turned his back on them either. He felt ashamed, embarrassed. He wanted to crawl into a hole and hide. Had he even managed to properly say thank you? He'd come away from the fight with the beasts bearing a long scar across his chest, but the deeper wound was inside, a scar named shame. Why? Why did he help only to just leave? And his help hadn't even ended there. Though their battle with the beasts was over, their reality remained. Even with summer upon them, they'd used up nearly all their stored food, and had many worries about what came next. Hello there. A traveling merchant had arrived. He looked much more well-groomed than the last one who'd come by. I'm Malton, a merchant with the Lockfried Trading Company. Do you have anything to trade? For now, I've brought some food, clothing, and daily necessities. Malton, the merchant, set down his bundle of goods. Over 10 people, a group of sturdy men and a swordsman, had accompanied him as guards. Seeing this, Harkbent looked up, and Malton delivered the pitch he'd prepared. We have no intention of causing trouble, and if you don't want to trade, we'll just leave these here and be on our way. But if I were you, I'd trade with me. The ones who did business with your village before weren't exactly trustworthy. There's a reason I came all the way here. It's the wish of the man who stayed in your village before leaving. Malton was telling the truth. Previously, the merchants who'd come to buy herbs or sell goods to the village had made more than a hefty profit. Calling them scoundrels who sold their conscience cheap would have been accurate. Malton knew the trade well, had done it himself many times. Well, what do you say? Malton asked, and Harkbent nodded. And so, the man who had been helped so one-sidedly finally opened his heart. Our village has something very precious, and you must make sure this gets to him. Chapter 743. Law, so you've killed all the beasts and finally escaped from the day you'd been preparing for. The rippling river, the violet lamp, and the appearance of the ferryman made it clear that this wasn't a dream. Enkrid sat at the edge of the boat, gazing into the distance before turning his head. No matter where he looked, it seemed there was no end to this place. Or, to put it more precisely, all he could see was an end. It felt as if he were surrounded on all sides. Even the river running by and the unending line of lights seemed the same. If he were asked why, all he could say was, "Just because. Congratulations. Though you were born mortal, in the end you will desire immortality, human." There was a scholarly weight to those words. Today, the ferryman spoke with poetry, or perhaps like a sage seeking truth. "I never wished for immortality, but you will. Are you saying that's certain? Even after all that's happened to me?" That unspoken thought was woven into his question. The ferryman's lips twisted into a crooked smile. He even smiled quite naturally now. It was a noticeable change compared to when they first met. In the end, the moment you're imprisoned by regret, you will beg and plead. Yes, you won't believe it, and you won't accept it. I know. That's why I will show you. The ferryman's hand, his one not holding the lamp, was raised into the air. Because of that, his robe fluttered upward, and inside, instead of anything visible, it was as if someone had painted it pitch black. For an instant, Enkrid's gaze was drawn into the robe, and in that moment, everything around him changed. He was no longer at the boat's edge. Kneeling on one knee on blackened ground, Enkrid was holding someone in his arms. "Leave me. Go do what you must, damn it." His hair, matted with blood, had turned an even duller color than its usual gray. Rem was dying. There was nothing more he could do. It's not ignorance to say the future can change. Yes, this must be a far-off future. The ferryman's voice echoed from all directions. It wasn't a sly or wicked voice. If anything, it was flat and matter-of-fact. He was simply presenting a likely prediction that something like this would happen, and that made it feel even more real. Rem was dead. Enkrid had to watch as Rem took his final breath in his hands. That is the first present you'll gain from now on. Loss. It means to lose something. The ferryman's intentions were clear. Embrace the pain. Do you really want to go through such difficult days? He understood the ferryman's intent, but he had no intention of playing along. Besides, this hasn't happened yet. There's no way to know what will be. If that's the case, worrying about it now changes nothing. So he just needed to brush it off, get up, and do what needed to be done. Enkrid woke from the dream and opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the smell of water hit him. Since last night, the air had been growing damp, and now it made sense. Raindrops had begun to fall, gently and steadily. Up we go. Enkrid got up lightly from a bed whose pleasantly firm texture he rather liked. The bed was a gift from Shinar. If he remembered right, it was filled with special leaves. After getting up, Enkrid took off his shirt, put on only a thin pair of pants, and stepped outside. "You're up, brother." Odin, built like a bear, greeted him with a cheerful smile. "You're up early. It's my week for dawn prayers." A priest devoted to the god of war, keeping prayer week diligently. Even within the Legion, the so-called Holy City, there probably weren't many as devout as him. Except maybe the ragged saint who was Odin's spiritual father. Apparently, that saint was heading to the Legion this time. He'd left after receiving some request along the way, and word had it that a letter had arrived from Lord Overdeer. If it's Lord Overdeer, he must be a devout one. Other than that, there was only Noah. Returning to the border guard, Enkrid had found a few letters from Noah waiting for him. Most of it was trivial talk, but the meaning beneath the words was clear as day. He was saying that if he was needed and could be of help, he'd do anything. It wasn't about repaying a debt. It was more like if Enkrid had helped out because they were friends, then he could do the same. He's so dramatic. If he really had been captured by the Empire, things would have gotten pretty complicated. Just then Odin, standing beside him, spoke up. "You haven't spent your time idly, I see." He had continued his training even at the house of Yuan. For Enkrid, that was only natural. Of course, right. Ah. The two of them, standing in the early morning rain, lifted and set down heavy stones. Then, at Enkrid's request, took a heavy iron ball Atri had forged, wedged it between their legs, lay down and lifted it using only their abs. If anyone had seen their training, they would have been shocked. If the iron ball slipped from between their legs, it would smash their faces. Worse, if they were unlucky, it could drop between their thighs and cause an even worse disaster. Naturally, nothing like that happened to them. They simply focused on their training as if nothing could go wrong. I was actually looking forward to a war with the Empire. It's a shame, Fell said when he came out a bit later. Beside him, Ropert shook his head. I wasn't looking forward to it at all. War only brings sorrow. Ropert understood that. Fell wasn't ignorant of it either. But he was simply the type to fight when necessary. Enkrid observed the two. They were certainly different, yet he felt they shared a similar temperament. Both of them faced things head-on, when there was something that needed to be done, but their approaches differed. So, the way they learned and grew would be different as well. The question he'd had before resurfaced in his mind. Can you train knights through an established system? These two had been beaten down and pushed to their limits countless times for that very purpose. Auden had told him about their progress yesterday. I made sure to push them as hard as I could. Now both of them have become quite interesting. Enkrid thought he understood why Auden had said that. Will is responded. As soon as he looked at them, both instinctively adjusted their stances and prepared themselves. It wasn't because they were about to fight, but more like a conditioned reflex, a response learned through repeated experience. He brought them this far with the system he had created. Can a system produce knights? What was the answer? With a half-formed system, it's difficult. Simply beating them physically could push Will to move at an unbelievable speed for a junior knight, but it wouldn't be enough to guide him to true knighthood. Getting them to use Will unconsciously. That was the next goal for those two. This wasn't something he had planned or anticipated. He just happened to see the two of them, and as he watched them take up their stances, he felt moved to act. He had seen Yuan and stayed in a small village. On his way to the border guard, Enkrid had learned a great deal, especially from teaching others, which proved to be quite significant. His conversation with Valfir Balmung had helped as well. A knight must awaken and ascend on their own. It doesn't end simply with gaining strength. Everything must be in harmony. Strength, reflexes, perception. Everything must blend together and move as one. And what leads all of that is willpower. Ropert and Fell are different, so they require different approaches. If you chalk up luck to being coincidence, then half of it is luck, and the other half is thanks to Enkrid's unique way of growing. Enkrid intuitively came up with a way to help the two rise above as knights. The moment he thought of it, his body moved. It was the same decisiveness as always. Enkrid set down the iron bowl and picked up Samkiel. Fell. He spoke and moved without hesitation. In an instant, Samkiel was drawn and swept upward, then came down in a vertical slash, between the steps of his feet and the swing of his arm. An overwhelming pressure crashed down on Fell. To an observer, it didn't look like an especially fast strike. He can't block that. Ropert realized it the moment he saw the slash. His insight was sharper than most. He glimpsed the future and sensed death was inevitable. But this death wasn't his own. It belonged to Fell. Luagan, who had been watching with him, had eyes wide open in shock, bigger than ever before. Crimson veins popped out starkly over her eyeballs. She was straining with every bit of power unique to the frog race, a downward cut that would split the body apart. Even if you dodged, you'd lose an arm. Overwhelming pressure and a sword strike. There had been barely any wind up, no warning at all. Fell, the target, placed a hand on Idol Slayer. Even before Enkrid called his name instinctively, he sensed the threat. Much like a grazing herbivore that drinks water while warily watching its surroundings, Fell felt a surge of vigilance the moment he saw Enkrid. He caught the instant when Enkrid's intent shifted and reacted. Idol Slayer was drawn. Chain. Block it and live. Fail, and you die. He needed to bring out will, but there wasn't even time to think about it. With no time to process anything, everything unfolded instinctively. For humans, survival is the foremost instinct. In Fell's case, he grew up as a shepherd of the wasteland. They'll do anything to stay alive. That's how Fell had always survived from childhood. To stay alive, without even meaning to, he drew out will. Zezing. Idol Slayer responded to will, and every muscle, nerve, and sense in his body fused into one, striking back against Enkrid's sword. Whoosh! No sound of metal clashing. Samkiel halted and pulled back, while Idol Slayer only sliced through empty air. Then Fell looked at Enkrid, but his gaze seemed to look past him, fixed on somewhere far beyond. Tap, dot, aim. The tip of Idol Slayer, which had sliced emptily through the air, dropped down and touched the ground. Fell, arms hanging at his sides, simply froze in place. Everyone was staring, unsure what had just happened. Shh! Enkrid pressed a finger to his lips and spoke. Fell had entered his inner world. The body and mind that had survived Odin and the Madmen Knight's brutal training stood just one step away from becoming a true knight. Enkrid was helping him take that step. The Imperial Knight training method. It was probably similar to this. The apprenticeship system. It came naturally to mind. Passing on knowledge through a master and apprentice relationship. With that approach, it would be possible to keep the number of knights steady. At least, that was the gist of what Balmung had told him. Rem came out belatedly, rubbing his eyes and grinned. Now you've really seen everything, huh? Enkrid had just pulled off in a heartbeat something none of the Madmen Knights ever managed to do. That sword technique Enkrid had shown a moment ago was exactly that. Just the right speed. He threatens your life without killing you, never giving you a moment to think about anything else. Easier said than done. Rem glanced at Enkrid and silently mouthed the words. Lota. Ram said this, sensing the will stirring and a hint of that force slipping out on its own. Just then, Jackson was also coming out of the lodging, and he noticed that Enkrid's senses seemed far keener than before. Looking back, there was that moment when Enkrid instantly sensed his presence the second they crossed paths. Jackson's eyes sparkled. Playing tag wouldn't be as easy as it used to. Sneaking up from behind would be a real challenge now. Except for Ragnar, who was still sleeping, everyone moved toward the end of the training grounds. Only after they had left Fell off in the distance did Rupert speak up. Why just Fell? If Fell gained enlightenment first, what was he supposed to do? Enkrid looked at Rupert and said, For 3 days, don't stop swinging your sword. Not a single drop of water, each time. Imagine you're blocking right on the verge of death. While Fell needed a powerful shock to move forward, what Rupert required was time to organize and internalize what he'd built up so far. At Enkrid's words, Rupert fell into brief thought before replying he'll be away for a while. Since the new recruit training was left to the squire named Clement, Rupert didn't really have anything he needed to stick around for. Rupert disappeared just like that. Before Fell woke up, he would return changed himself. That determination was written clearly across his back. You picked up something interesting, didn't you? Rem spoke up. While Ragnar had already noticed Enkrid's change in level, the others hadn't yet. I've learned a lot, actually. Oh yeah? Rem seemed ready to challenge him right away, but Enkrid glanced at the sunlight breaking through the clouds and replied, later. I have a promise to keep. Are you turning down a spar? Rem was surprised, but Enkrid simply responded without emotion. Samchiel's hilt has gotten loose. If we're going to do this, I should do it properly. I'll be waiting, brother. It was Auden who answered. Teresa's already made her decision, hasn't she? Auden nodded with a smile in response to Enkrid's question. She was a step ahead of Ropert and fell. However, the path she chose was different from theirs as well. It happened while Enkrid was away. Auden, out of consideration for her, had told her various things and pointed out other possible paths she could take. She could even join the Holy Knight's Order. So he'd suggested. But the place I want to live, the home I want, is here. Teresa shook her head. There wasn't a hint of hesitation. Why do they all call this place home? The man who was the reason for that nodded and reached for his oil-treated cloak. I'll be back soon. Enkrid was waiting. It had already been 3 days since his return. The first day, he'd come back at dusk. The next day, he told everyone what had happened while he was gone. Stories just sound better when you're the one telling them, Commander. That was Rem's comment as he listened. He'd already heard all this from Ragnar, but that guy had a tendency to shorten stories way too much. Anne had been there too, but she wasn't exactly the talkative type either. Enkrid, on the other hand, had plenty of experience paying to hear stories back in the day. Unless someone was absolutely hopeless at storytelling, after hearing that many entertaining yarns, you naturally picked up a thing or two yourself. Jackson agreed with that assessment. I'm honestly about to beg you for the next story. His expression was calm, but that's what he said. Atrie, after accepting Samchiel, had asked them to wait 4 days. I'll fix it up and return it to you. And as for the engraved weapon, I found something, but you'll need to wait a little longer. So the engraved weapon wasn't ready yet. Still, Samchiel felt halfway like one already. Is that so? Enkrid answered and stood up, not prying for more details. That was clearly Atrie's department. The frog, who was busy making accessories, gave Enkrid a knowing look, so Enkrid simply nodded back and stepped out. The rain had nearly stopped, and sunlight was beginning to peek out. When he got back to the unit, Rem was amusing himself by tossing 3 hand axes in the air. He threw them one after the other, catching them alternately with each hand. What looked like a circus trick to most people was nothing special for Imel. What are you doing? Can't you tell by looking? Should he blame Rem's parents for his consistently sharp tongue, no matter what you said to him? As Enkrid watched Rem, he realized he hadn't quite shaken off last night's dream. Like dust that settles in a room after days without sweeping, a fine residue lingered in his mind. That's why he said, "Don't go die on me so easily, Rem." Smack. Rem snatched a tumbling axe out of the air. A light gleamed in his gray eyes, probably the effect of the power that filled his body, the kind they called sorcery. So you wanna fight, huh? Maybe it really was just Rem being Rem. The way he twisted every word to suit himself. Here, in this place, was a barbarian who took concern as a declaration of war. Hold on. Enkrid raised a hand, palm out. There was something he'd been preparing. He intended to refine it a little more and then show everyone. Until then, he would hold off on sparring. Do you think I'm a dog or something? Rem bristled at the sight of Enkrid's upturned palm, but honestly, that was just another ordinary day. And that night. So, what do you think? The ferryman had set up a new stage for his play. The props were nearly the same, only the actors had changed. This time, it was Jackson who died in Enkrid's arms. Chapter 744. Resentment and Despair. It's simply my time to die. Everyone has to die someday. Enkrid looked at Jackson, who faced his own death with composure. After Jackson, it was Auden's turn. The Apostle of War will lead you forth. Using the last of his breath, Auden offered a consecration prayer. I think these were the happiest days of my life. The half-giant, Teresa, quietly sang as she died. My fiancée, it's time for you to take a spirit as your bride. Shinar kept joking until her final moment. It was so like her. Grrr. Why is Esther a leopard? The only witch Enkrid knew died in the form of a leopard. Many others died as well. The book called Nightmare was filled with nothing but the contents of loss. How they died wasn't revealed, but the certainty of approaching death closed in so starkly that his heart ached with its reality. Watch closely and enjoy. It's just beginning now. The ferryman deliberately gnawed at Enkrid's mind. Like a squirrel chewing away at an acorn shell, he slowly injected a mental poison, bit by bit. Upon waking, Enkrid pushed aside last night's nightmare, which had featured an even more extravagant cast than before. There was no point in dwelling on it. Remembering didn't change anything, and trying to persuade the ferryman with words was unlikely to stop these torments each night. If anything, he had only his instincts to rely on. He's after something. There was always a reason behind the ferryman's actions. The motives weren't easy to figure out, so it wasn't clear how to respond. So Enkrid simply focused on what needed to be done. Fel had collapsed last night after standing at attention for 3 days straight. For what purpose have you gathered us here, brother? Auden, standing to one side of the dueling hall, spoke up as Enkrid approached. Don't you know how busy I am? There was Rem, who had not a care in the world. What's going on so early in the morning? Although the sun had long since risen, the lazybones insisted it was still early. Jackson stood silently with his arms crossed, and Shinar, who sometimes smiled with a beauty that could be captured in a portrait, but today wore her usual blank expression, was there as well. Esther had transformed into a leopard and rested her face on her front legs, watching everything, while Teresa sat quietly beside her. Enkrid looked over at them all and began to loosen up. Starting from his fingertips, Enkrid carefully warmed up every muscle in his body. What on earth are we actually doing here? Step forward, Rem. Enkrid locked eyes with the troublemaking barbarian. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, though all Enkrid had done was slide his left foot slightly forward. Luagarn, who was watching, realized that Enkrid's movement was part of his tactical swordsmanship. That left foot could be the beginning of an attack, but it could just as easily be the start of a feint. Tactical swordsmanship is about securing every possible advantage in combat. Rem started to say something but fell silent. Before he knew it, his hand had tightened its grip on the handle of his axe. The distance between them was just right, perfect for swinging a weapon. Truth be told, both of them were so seasoned in fighting that the distance was almost irrelevant. They could swing a sword or an axe from wherever they stood. Still, as they were now, one good swing would land a blow. The sounds of the world faded away, and Enkrid's vision narrowed. Now, all he could see was Rem. The distance is in my favor. He had given Samtiol to Itri, so now only Penna hung at his waist. Even so, Penna was longer than an axe, giving him a slight edge in reach. And the surroundings? Rem would be better at using the surroundings. Optimizing a situation is his specialty. He instinctively and intuitively takes advantage of everything around him. Even as Enkrid took in every detail of the situation and environment, he never took his eyes off Rem. Rem did the same. Neither of them blinked. Even as dust drifted by on the breeze, they stood unmoving. The early summer sunlight touched blades of grass pushing up between the stones of the dueling hall. It was a hot day, not ideal for standing around. Enkrid and Rem swung their weapons at each other. It was impossible to say who moved first. That's how quick they were, each reading the rhythm and breath of the other, almost in sync. He's gotten even better. Rem thought Enkrid's sword now moved as fast as his own axe. Clang! Metal met metal. Sparks flew. Dozens of lines of attack nearly reached their targets, but everyone fell short. Enkrid moved with calculated precision, while Rem swung his axe and shifted his feet by instinct. Rem didn't hold back. He immediately invoked his descent, imbuing his body with a spell as he whirled through the attack. Even though he knew feel the strain later, Enkrid was no different. With an explosive surge of will, he channeled power throughout his entire body. Their fight was like a cart accelerating downhill. It would take someone incredibly strong to stop all that momentum. If you were simply helping one of them kill the other, it would actually be easier. But restraining them both without injury, even if the mercenary King Anu were here, it would be difficult. Even if Ragnar and Odin charged in together, could they stop them without either getting hurt? It wouldn't be easy. As Enkrid swung his sword, he lost himself in the moment. Faster. He narrowed the gap between thought and action, catching up to the instinctive intuition that Rem demonstrated. Enkrid's sword suddenly sped up even further, a flash of light. No, this was more than that. It was a chain of flashes, like lightning. Rem's axe moved toward the sword, drawing streaks of white. Now Rem was the typhoon, breaking and swallowing that lightning. His axe met the attack, tracing the most optimal path. But Enkrid went a step further, collecting an explosive surge of intent and releasing it at a single point in an instant. At the end of their exchange, Penna, pivoting on Enkrid's left foot, drew a line in the air, and Rem's arm was caught right on that line slice. Enkrid cut off Rem's right arm. Rem heard the sickening sound of flesh splitting, ringing in his ears. At the same time, he brought his axe down on Enkrid's shoulder. He struck, but didn't cut through. It would leave a reasonably deep wound, nothing more. So Rem understood. If this fight went on, he would lose. I've lost. That was Rem's inner thought. If the battle continued, the one who lost an arm would inevitably lose. It wasn't just about losing a single arm. When a limb that was attached is suddenly gone, the resulting loss of sensation creates dissonance, and it takes time to adjust to the new balance. In a fight against a knight, that would be a fatal weakness. Still, I won't win gracefully. Enkrid recited inwardly as well, narrowing his eyes, acknowledging that even after losing an arm, Rem was no easy opponent. It wasn't hard to imagine the berserker spirit swinging his axe with just one arm. In a real fight to the death, there would be no time for the dissonance or the shift in balance to matter. He'd close the distance, endure the pain, hack flesh for flesh, break bone for bone. He could see it. But there was no need for the fight to go that far. The battle was over here. What did you just do? Sweat dripping from Rem's chin hit the floor. Pretty fun, right? Enkrid replied, tossing the question back. Rem spun his right arm in a circle and answered. It had all been an illusion. More precisely, because they both understood each other's skills so well, they fought in a virtual space. It is fun. I heard that in the Empire they start by teaching how to materialize pressure. So I figured something like this should be possible. When he first met Yoren's house head, Enkrid remembered, the man's greatsword looked like it could cut someone down at any moment. That was the materialization of pressure. If he could handle that a bit more finely, it seemed possible to spar in a virtual realm as well. That meant they could fight intensely, deeper, richer, riskier duels, without having to use real sword. Now that their skills had improved, a real fight would mean serious injury for one of them, so Enkrid had come up with this method. It wasn't that he wanted to learn some sanitized fencing for sparring's sake. Training was good, but There's no training better than real combat. That was something he realized while teaching people struggling to survive in small villages. As a result, what Enkrid and Rem actually did was stand in place, twitching their fingers and only shifting their foot positions, yet fought entirely through the force and intent they projected from where they stood. Of course, this acrobatics act required extraordinary insight from each of them, as well as a clear understanding of their own current abilities. The servant of the Lord awaits his next turn. You've really come up with something interesting. Then, Odin and Ragnar each chimed in with a comment. Shinar also showed her determination to jump in and make her presence felt. Jackson unfolded his arms and said, "If we're doing it this way, I think I can show something interesting too." They clashed in the virtual realm, and then crossed swords a few times in real life. If you couldn't enjoy this very process, what joy was left in the world? Moving your body was a pleasure. Swinging a sword, now, that was even more fun. Every time he faced an attack that defied convention, Enkrid felt a rush of exhilaration. Before he knew it, last night's dream was completely forgotten. Shinar unleashed not a winter mountain breeze, but a full-blown summer storm. Odin not only demonstrated his power with his will alone, but also showed just how fearsome a well-trained body can be by tensing his muscles until they nearly burst. Once you were caught in his grip, it was nearly impossible to turn the tide. Odin's hands, which twisted and broke joints, looked like they could shatter anything. Ragnar casually drew his sword and said, "My sword's name is Sunrise. Some call it the rising sun. If it touches you, it burns." This was a weapon handed down in his family, which Ragnar had imbued with his own will, engraving it as his own. It wasn't a newly forged sword, but to Ragnar, it felt prepared especially for him. The blade radiated intense heat. Even just brushing past one's collar was enough to ignite flames. Compared to their virtual battles, sparring lightly in real life made the power of Sunrise even more apparent. If it so much as grazes you, your clothes will catch fire. It was said that it could generate such scorching heat that even the sweat running down your body would evaporate instantly. Sunrise, the rising sun, was aptly named. After all, nothing in this world was hotter than the sun itself. Jackson's style was a decisive single-blow duel. In their last match, his bloodless thrust had been a strike with all killing intent erased. But this time, it was different. He attacked without regard for his own safety, willing to sacrifice an arm if it meant taking his opponent's life. "Go ahead and try to block it." Jackson spoke with a grin, a smile of satisfaction. It wasn't only Enkrid who felt a thrill. After all, the Madmen Nights were a gathering of people just like this. This is pretty fun. Rem's words echoed the sentiments of everyone there. They soon returned to their lives as border guards. Enkrid worked up a sweat, trying to shake off the nightmares, but even that night, and the next day, the ferryman continued to focus his efforts on Enkrid. "My child has become fatherless." It was Ayul, Rem's wife. In her arms, she held a newborn baby. It must have been Rem and Ayul's child. "Is this really right?" she asked. The look on her face seemed to demand whether Rem's death was their only option. Was this truly the best outcome? The ferryman's nightmares came as a series. After loss came resentment. "My son is dead then." Next, the ragged saint appeared, staring blankly at Enkrid. Leona, who had lost her trading company, collapsed to the ground, muttering that this wasn't what she wanted at all. "It's not over yet," the ferryman spoke. After loss and resentment, he presented a third act as well. The theme of the third nightmare was despair. Enkrid dreamed a long dream. In it, he lived on for more than 10 more years. In the end, the border guard endured, and with Krang's help, Norillia grew prosperous. But one day, Pitch-black darkness enveloped the area around the border guard. The city became completely overrun with monsters and beasts. All contact with the outside world was cut off. It was an inevitable outcome, brought about by the existence of the demonic domains. "Commander!" Christ came looking for him. It wasn't hard to read the emotions in his eyes. "You're going to fight until the very end, aren't you?" he asked. The determination Enkrid had shown had rubbed off on Craze as well. He wasn't consumed by anxiety or fear, but he knew how this would end. "You'll fight until the moment you die, right?" Everyone accepted that they would die here. Christ spoke, and everyone gathered. Enkrid and the others fought against the darkness surrounding the border guard for a full year. Their stockpiled food ran out, and even the cries for those who were dying eventually ceased. If you leave alone, you can survive. You know that too, don't you? Leave. Go and live. Walk toward a comfortable tomorrow. Was it a dream within a dream? In the depths of despair, the ferryman whispered to him. Enkrid did not listen. Enemies were still everywhere, and there was no stopping them. Trapped in this endless day of fighting monsters and beasts, the ferryman spoke to him again. "Is this really what you desire?" Loss, resentment, despair. The three things stabbed and twisted in his heart, but their impact was not overwhelming. In truth, Enkrid had already found his answer to what the ferryman had shown him. It's foolish to wait around hoping for someone's help. At the same time, he knew that alone he could do nothing. Enkrid had already awakened to that truth. Shaking off the nightmare, he heard the ferryman's final words, carried through the dream. "You are beyond my reach." Enkrid figured that was the ferryman's most persistent effort in a long time. It couldn't be helped that, in the end, he let him down. When he woke, dawn had not yet broken, but someone else was already up before him. Fel rested the tip of Idol Slayer on the floor of the dueling hall, his gaze calm and composed. There was no tremor in his eyes, and his presence was steady, like a tranquil lake. "Commander, yes. If I win, does that mean I become the commander of the knights?" Enkrid understood Fel's condition at a glance. He recognized a fool gripped by a sense of omnipotence, sword in hand. "Then I'd say today might just be the day I take that seat." Fel had become far more unhinged than when they'd first met. It was probably all Rem's influence. After all, in the Madmen Knights, there weren't many like Enkrid who could keep their sanity intact. Enkrid picked up a practice sword. Its edge was blunt, making it just as suitable for use as a club. Chapter 745. The day I once dreamed of becoming a knight isn't the end. At Enkrid's words, Fel lifted his head. His cheek was bruised, and both arms hung limp at his sides. The blows he'd taken to his shoulders and elbows had left his muscles twitching with spasms. He couldn't even lift his arms. The outcome of the training sword versus Idol Slayer match had been decided in an instant. Dodge and strike. That's the basic principle of swordsmanship. He knew you had to use your footwork a lot to do that. Fel understood this well. And yet, being on the receiving end made him doubt everything he thought he knew. Instead of relying heavily on footwork, Enkrid read his attacks, parried them even faster and more powerfully, and struck back. How did it come to this? A blossom of doubt unfurled brilliantly in his mind. And as soon as that doubt entered, Enkrid's words struck him deeply. A knight isn't the end, but the beginning. He might be considered one of the top fighters among the shepherds of the wasteland now, but not here. Enkrid still wielded his sword every day, like a man possessed. Everyone influenced by him had undergone relentless training. That was the sight Fel witnessed every day. After just one bout, his sense of omnipotence had dropped to a reasonable level, and Fel could now distinguish between what he could do and what he couldn't. What about Roperd? Among the things he could do, Fell figured he could easily beat up Rupert, at least at this point. Fell went looking for Rupert, and it wasn't until the following day that Rupert entered the dueling hall of the knights. Of course, he, too, had broken through a wall to get there. The difference compared to Fell was that, while Fell had been drunk on omnipotence, Rupert had completely bypassed that phase. There are monsters all around me. Every single member of the Madmen Knights, including Enkrid, served as both an example and a goal to aspire to. Rupert had observed them and considered what they had done, so he hadn't been swept up in any illusions of invincibility. This came down to the difference in their personalities, not their abilities. In truth, Rupert still couldn't perfectly distinguish what he was truly capable of either. In any case, both Fell and Rupert had now naturally learned to use will, and so they still regarded each other as their greatest rivals. "Barely managing to keep up, are you?" Fell said with a savage grin. "Says who to whom? You to me? Who me? Ah, does it make you feel better to deny it? Who me?" Fell and Rupert's banter felt strangely heartwarming. Watching them cross swords was oddly comforting too. Of course, one soldier delivering a letter was a bit startled by the sight of their duel, but if you were entering the Knights' dueling hall, this sort of thing wasn't really shocking. By now they'd grown accustomed to scenes like Rem arguing with Ragnar, Rem bickering with Auden, or Em squabbling with Jackson. This sort of ruckus was almost routine. The letter was from the Pioneer King in the East. Dunbakel didn't wash for a whole month and finally broke through the wall. What was with this message? There had been a number of incidents in the East, but the gist of it was always Dunbakel. Apparently, she was now being called the Golden-Eyed Lion. The letter said she wasn't going to give up her position anymore, so if we wanted to visit her, we'd have to put in some effort. That was basically the point. It's not like we were ever holding her back in the first place. If Dunbakel had decided to stay in the East, they would respect her decision. As long as Anu wasn't forcibly keeping her there was no reason to chase after her. Of course, they might ask about it at some point. "Are you busy?" After finishing the letter, Shannara came looking for Enkrid. "If you're not, let's hang out." But it wasn't really an invitation to play. Just the fairy's usual way of twisting the truth. The fairy village was calling Enkrid. They said they had something to give me. Before leaving, Enkrid glanced back to see Fell and Rupert sparring, testing each other's strengths at a manageable level. Now that they'd become knights, their unique qualities had become even more pronounced. Well, at least they wouldn't try to kill each other for real. And this was the knights' dueling hall. There would always be someone to intervene at the last moment, even if it wasn't him. "Let's go, then. You've really turned into an interesting human being. My fiancé, that is." Seeing him get up without hesitation, Shannara's eyes curved with amusement. Enkrid wasn't sure why she was smiling, but a fairy's smile could steal a human's heart like the work of a thief. Of course, Enkrid could take it in stride. Becoming a knight meant his mental fortitude had grown too. If your heart wavers, your body follows. Understanding this truth made it second nature to steady himself at all times. Once Shannara guided him into the fairy city, Woodguard Bran was the first to greet him. Puff! White smoke drifted from his lips. The tree was clutching a flame. "Still smoking, are you? It's a wicked thing. Once you start smoking, it's hard to quit." After passing the tree fairy standing guard at the city's entrance, puffing on his cigarette, Enkrid noticed one of the fire-wielding fairy clans from before greet him with a nod, and then follow at a distance. And that wasn't the end of it. All the fairies' eyes were drawn to him. One by one. Enkrid was the hero who'd saved the fairy city, their idol. Naturally, people were flocking to catch even a glimpse of his face. "They really know how to spot greatness," Shannara remarked, glancing around at the crowd. Maybe it was his imagination, but there was a note of pride in her voice. "Doesn't anybody here have anything better to do?" The group of fairies kept their distance, making soft, rustling noises as they trailed after him from behind bushes and between trees, watching in wonder. It might have been unnerving to some, but Enkrid took it in stride. It was certainly better than being dragged into a ballroom and surrounded by dozens of ladies. At least here, everyone was keeping their distance and simply looking on. Soon, the representative of the fairy clan stepped forward. Enkrid once again realized he'd forgotten the name of the striking middle-aged fairy. He remembered waking up to a similar scene after cutting down the one killer. He managed to recall and asked, "Ermin? This time you got it right." With a satisfied smile, Ermin nodded. "Do you forget my name often too?" Next to him, Shinar commented curtly, and Enkrid was reminded of old times. This fairy had been mischievous back then, just as now. But Enkrid himself had changed. Now, he could take such remarks in stride. A lot of time has passed. He had more to protect now, but he'd also succeeded in safeguarding a great deal. It would be a lie to say he didn't feel a sense of pride. Was it Janar? Touché. Shinar smiled at the joke. Unlike before, the fairy smiled much more often these days. "Here, take this." Ermin had called Enkrid over to give him a gift. The clan's representative handed him a folded piece of cloth. As Enkrid accepted it and unfolded it, the fabric fluttered on the breeze with a soft rustle. It was a deep green cloak. "Is this vitality?" Enkrid sensed a kind of life force radiating from the cloak, similar to what you might feel from trees or leaves. As soon as we settled here, Dryas spun thread for months on end, pouring his heart into making this. The dark green cloak shimmered with a soft, subtle light, as if it were absorbing the sunlight. Enkrid draped it over his shoulders. The cloak, which at first reached just below his thighs, lengthened on its own to wrap down to his ankles. It's a cloak imbued with magic. It automatically adjusted its length, and inside the cloak, the fresh scent of grass filled the air. Simply wearing it made him feel as if he were taking a walk through the forest. Usually, a cloak wasn't considered an essential tool for battle, but knights often found a use for them anyway. Even the Crimson Cloak knights used their cloaks to block spells. Just a quick glance made it clear. This was a work imbued with care and devotion. Oddly enough, it brought to mind the boots he once received from the cobbler. That craftsman had given the very best within his own abilities, just as the fairy clan was doing now. "It looks good on you. Especially the color," Ermin said. And so, the symbol of the order shifted slightly, from a navy blue mantle to a deep green one. Whatever their intention, the step pattern of the border guard had already been embroidered onto the cloak. "What's this? Are we changing cloak colors now?" Reis asked as he passed by on the way back, and Enkrid nodded. That's how it turned out. Meanwhile, 3 steps behind, Shinar was trailing along, her eyes full of anticipation. "Green is love." Shinar said this with a satisfied smile, clearly delighted to see him wrapped in the symbol of the fairies. Receiving such a rare gift, and then later in the afternoon, Hester invited him to go explore the market together. Since it didn't happen often, he nodded, and they took a walk around the stalls. There are smiles on people's faces. How curious. Esther observed the humans. When she lived in the forest, these were things she'd never known or noticed. Now she could see and understand them. To her, clear that this city was filled with abundance. "Hey, come buy something." Just then he spotted a giant manning a stall. "What are you doing here?" He also saw Seiki selling bundles of herbs and such. For someone with saintly divinity, she was gathering and selling herbs. Of course, Seiki had once lived as a ranger, so for her, identifying and harvesting herbs was second nature. How long am I supposed to just sit around and get handouts when I'm perfectly fine? People need something to do. A life spent idling, cultivating divinity, and just watching the stars from the mountain was certainly pleasant. But as they say, one must beware of boredom, and not forget the virtue of diligence. That was her take, shaped by her own thoughts and logic. Ah, uncle? Just then, Enkrid ran into his long-lost uncle. Yikes, Dutch. He'd forgotten his uncle's name. He didn't even look the same as before. His beard was neatly trimmed, his hair was cut short, and he seemed to have lost weight. Still, that expression was unmistakable, his pupils losing focus, mouth hanging open. Once, he had gone around boasting that if Enkrid was friends with Leona, the trade company leader of Lockfried, then he was the uncle of the unyielding knight. He was also the merchant who used to harass the company led by Unrai, only to end up getting thoroughly punished for it. It was funny how he kept forgetting Ermin's name but never forgot Malton, though there's not much to be done about the way his mind was wired. Unyielding knight. At the words he muttered, Enkrid nodded. It's really good to see you again. You've changed a lot. Pocket money? Malton was living a different life now. Gone was the venomous snake he'd once been. He was nothing like those poison toads of the past. Yes, just say the word if you need any. With his focus restored, Malton spoke. You've changed, you know. Enkrid recognized him and nodded. People change. It can happen. From what he'd heard, Malton was now working as the head merchant for the Lockfried Trade Company. A head merchant led other merchants. That was the gist of it. Among those roles, bundle trading was Malton's specialty. I visited that village as well. Enkrid went on to share news from the village of hermits, which he had stopped by recently. They said you're always welcome, so feel free to come by any time. They haven't forgotten your kindness. It wasn't an exciting update exactly, but it was a warm one. From Dunbakel all the way to the village of hermits, today seemed to be a day filled with interesting stories from every corner. The apple pies just came out hot. Would you like to take one with you? Later, as he passed by, he chatted with Alan, the innkeeper. Vanessa, who had more wrinkles than before, sat on a chair out front and called out to him. Several fruit sellers greeted him warmly. The shoemaker grinned, saying it had been a long time since he'd seen him. There was a time when I dreamed of days like this. The apple vendor who would carefully cut away the rotten part and hand over a good apple. The elderly waitress who used to roast potatoes over the stove and share them with others. The old foul-mouthed woman, her back bent from years gone by, who once confessed she'd sold her body, a mercenary fleeing fights and battles, yearning for peaceful days. It was the kind of day when Enkrid too could walk around, exchange greetings, and go about his day in a place where all of them could find respite and smile. Today, even swinging his sword had felt more enjoyable than usual, and the banter with Shinar was more fun than most days. Esther, always the witch, spilled out all sorts of news about things she'd newly discovered. Maybe you could call it gossip. She certainly talked more than usual. It's a bit quieter than normal today. So, ta-da, take a look, it's the plan for the salon. Cray seemed to be on the verge of realizing his dream. He mentioned that once a group of nobles gathered among the border guard, they'd need a place to congregate and make noise. Leona appeared partway through as well. That thing we brought in from the village we found this time, it's actually... Never mind. Let's talk about it later. Beside her stood Kin Beza. It looked like quite a few ladies who had their sights set on you were letting out sighs. There were quite a few stares as I walked with Esther, most likely from those people she'd mentioned. The sunlight was bright, the clouds were just right, and the sky was blue. When we returned to the dueling hall of the border guard, Ragnar was there, teaching a group of 10 soldiers. Enkrid had shared a training system for cultivating knights, and Ragnar was putting part of it into practice. Let's not just rely on intuition to fight today. Let's have a real match. Sparring with Rem before dinner was fun too. I was drenched in sweat, and Ram's quick wit kept throwing off my calculations at every turn. But I started embracing even those disruptions as part of my tactics. That's right. Luagarn was impressed, and after the sparring session ended, I ended up having hours of discussion with her. In a city full of things worth protecting, there are people to share it with. This is the day I used to dream of. And then, in my dream, the ferryman appeared. He made an offer. Not a future, waiting with loss, resentment, and despair. Today, filled with satisfaction and happiness, awaits you. Take your own life before you sleep. That's all it takes. Yes, at this moment, even Enkrid found the ferryman's offer tempting. Chapter 746. The ferryman's words made sense. I will become a knight. I will protect those who stand behind me. I will erase the demonic domains. Tracing back these vows, you could see what Enkrid truly longed for. Everyday life. An ordinary day draped in peace and layered with smiles. The fruit vendor greets you with a cheerful hello. Someone roasts potatoes over a fire and shares them with a hungry child. The inn's skilled waitress, though she might click her tongue and give you a playful flick on the forehead, still looks after those same kids. People returning from long journeys bring home gifts. Everyone has their moments of tears, but each day is met with laughter and warmth. Yes, this is the day Enkrid has always wished for. The ultimate day he dreamed of living all his life. So, does that mean he's experiencing that day now? In part, yes. Then wouldn't it be enough to simply protect what's within his own walls? To let these days repeat? That's right. Is there even a reason to expand these borders further? No, there isn't. Enkrid listened closely to the answer that rose from deep within. It wasn't wrong. Yes, this is exactly what you have wished for. The ferryman's words carried weight. There was certainty and finality to them. And yet, the ferryman offered a kind of reprieve. For now, this present will continue, so you can choose whenever you wish. In other words, don't do anything for now. Just enjoy it. When Enkrid woke from sleep, he went about his day as usual. The ferryman's words made sense. The day he truly wanted kept unfolding. Training was still enjoyable, and the thrill of growth remained just as strong. Your training will continue. Isn't it enjoyable? The ferryman appeared at night and asked him. He was right. Not everything comes to a halt simply because the days repeat. Even after death, the training and lessons Enkrid had ingrained remained with him. Was this too a gift from the ferryman? Was he supposed to simply be content with this? His true goal wasn't to wander rough mountain paths, but to spend peaceful days in the comfort of a warm home. Is everyone busy? The next day, Enkrid asked Audin as he passed by. Lately, even Ragnar's been keeping busy, and everyone's working hard. Rem devoted himself to training his squad, and Ragnar was constantly swinging his sword, always surrounded by his subordinate swordsmen. Fel, who had been loitering nearby, jumped in. Why? Should I gather everyone? Fel was Enkrid's lieutenant, and Rupert served as Ragnar's. Even after becoming knights, their roles hadn't changed. In truth, Ragnar's troops would be impossible to control without Rupert, and as for Fel, he simply stayed by Enkrid's side because he wanted to, no other reason. It would be nice if we could meet in the evening. It was no exaggeration to say that Enkrid was both commander of the Madmen Knights and master of the Border Guard's spirit. Some clueless nobles had even begun to cast suspicious glances, wondering if the Border Guard was forming a new kingdom of its own. Enkrid, for his part, couldn't have cared less about such talk, but the fact remained, he had rarely ever gathered his members by force. He'd never summoned people so calmly, not with a command shouted in the heat of battle, but just by quietly asking. That was how it had been since his days as a squad leader, and nothing had changed. Hearing Enkrid's words, Fel felt his fine hair stand on end. Why? His tone was calm, his demeanor unchanged. There was no reason for him to feel this way. In Fel's line of sight, he spotted Odin. Odin stood there, smiling as he offered up a prayer. Lord Father, do you need my hands? Are you speaking to me through this man? What is he talking about now? Fel decided to ignore it and just round up the members. First Rem, no, Rem would be last. Understood. Ignoring the chill his instincts had picked up, Fel set off. For the past few days, Ragnar had been gripping sunrise and swinging his sword from morning to night. He wasn't honing any advanced techniques or working on his swordsmanship, nor was he just sparring for enjoyment. Instead, like something out of a northern heavy sword manual, he would settle into a stance, chop down, thrust, cut on a diagonal, thrust again with one hand, circle and bring it over, draw it back in, a constant repetition of the basic techniques. It was just like the daily drills Fel himself did. You can only reach greater heights if your foundations are solid. That was Enkrid's teaching. But whether he realized it or not, Fel had learned a lot from watching Enkrid. In truth, everyone else had too. Dividing the stages of a night, embedding will into your technique, that's the beginner level. If you add your own style to your technique, that's intermediate. At the advanced level, you're no longer bound by any technique. Wasn't there supposed to be a master level above that? What was that again? You simply have to possess adaptability? Supposedly, you become so free that sometimes you're a circle and other times you turn into an awl, effortlessly shifting your form. Fel had experienced that feeling of omnipotence. It was the sensation of being able to do anything, an overwhelming confidence that filled his entire body. He felt as though if he reached out, he could touch the sun, or with one swing of his sword, slice through the mountain ridge in the far distance. But when you succumb to that sensation, you pour out all your will and end up exhausted. Fel had experienced that exhaustion too. The only difference was that for him the mountains were not Penhanil, and the sun wasn't something in the sky either, Commander. Because to him the sun, the mountains, and Enkrid meant the same thing. That's why he sought out Enkrid and got utterly defeated. Someone else might have crumbled at that moment, singing of despair and hopelessness. Some might have scoffed at the thought of talking about nightly levels, building on beginner and intermediate skills. Hadn't they just become knights? And now they were expected to climb even higher? Some of those known as flower knights in the Empire might have felt that way. Of course, Fel was not one of them. In fact, the entire Madmen Knights felt the same. I can climb even higher. The very idea that there was something above where he was now only filled him with excitement. If this were the end, he would have been disappointed instead. And now, he understood why he was able to indulge in such idle thoughts. The aura Ragnar gave off as he swung his sword alone was like an impenetrable wall. Why is he so intense? It was as if he'd come across the traces of a massive lycanthrope colony that had been eyeing a flock of sheep. There hadn't been a fight yet, but it reminded him of the days before a hard battle, when everyone sharpened their spearheads against a whetstone in anticipation. Ah! It was then that Fel realized it too. They were all preparing for something. Whoosh! With the swing of Ragnar's sword, a hot gust of wind blew past. If someone sharpened the edge of that wind, would it actually gain physical form? It sounded impossible, but if it was Ragnar, he just might be able to pull it off. And what brings you here again? Ropard, who had been training nearby, walked over and asked, I have a message to deliver. Fel recognized the fierce energy emanating from Ragnar. He wasn't idling away his time here. He was honing and refining his blade. Why? There was only one reason. Because there was always just one person who set the tone among the border guard, or the madmen knights. He wants us to gather this evening, all right? Rupert picked up on it immediately. He didn't bother to ask who was calling them. Only the captain could summon Ragnar. After that, Fell went looking for Jackson and headed to a shop that served tea and desserts. A beautiful blonde woman greeted him. Every time I come to this place, I can't help but feel unusually tense. What had felt vague before was now a bit clearer to him. There are 2 on the roof, and 1 under the counter. People were hiding all over the place. There are more of them than you think, so don't do anything reckless. Jackson suddenly appeared and said he hadn't sensed any presence, but suddenly Jackson was behind him. When Fell quickly turned his head, he saw Jackson squinting at him. In that moment, as their eyes met, cold and seemingly indifferent, Fell could feel eyes watching him from all directions. If I try to fight here, I'll be taken down instantly. Of course, there was no reason to fight. It was just that stepping inside felt like he'd walked straight into someone else's trap. After going a bit overboard recently, it's hard to keep myself in check. So what brings you here? As soon as Jackson spoke, Fell's unease faded. What was that just now? It was something like intimidation, but also a little different. Jackson had cloaked his senses with willpower, spreading it out to create a domain. It was a technique that extended beyond simply seeing, hearing, or sensing with intent. He could project it outward to perceive everything around him. That was the familiar sensation Fell couldn't quite place. Jackson had once used this will-driven technique in battle to sense and dispatch enemies, like he did with Aspen. But now, he'd taken that skill even further. He wants us to gather this evening. Jackson nodded. That familiar pressure had vanished without a trace. Now he was back to normal. The blonde beauty called out to Fell as he was leaving. Goodbye, cute little shepherd. Fell just nodded vaguely and had barely taken 2 steps out of the shop when he stopped. I've never seen her before. How did she know he was a shepherd? It's not as if he'd introduced himself in there either. He did know she was Jackson's lover. So, does that mean Jackson, who always acts so reserved, turns into a chatterbox in bed and spills every detail? That Jackson? It just didn't fit him at all. Of course that wasn't the case. Jor's dagger was both an assassin guild and an information guild. It would make no sense if they didn't know about a top swordsman operating within their territory. Above all, even without Jor's dagger, the Madmen Knights were already famous. It wasn't just 1 or 2 major incidents involving them. Ending the Civil War and becoming known as Demon Slayers was just the beginning. Inside Norillia, some believed that if the Madmen Knights joined, the long stalemated battles in the southern warfront would finally swing in someone's favor. Of course, that was just their opinion. No war is ever won at a desk after all. At that moment, Rem was deep in the mountains, tracking and killing monsters. When Fell finally found him, Rem was in the middle of fighting 5 trolls. 5 of them have surrounded me. The 5 trolls stood in a circle, working together in sync. It was a formation to trap their target. Monsters often acted more cunningly than people thought. Trolls, in particular, were notorious for this. They even knew how to use their own regenerative abilities when fighting. While they weren't as skilled at tactics as frogs, they still knew how to encircle a lone human. All 5 trolls wielded sturdy wooden clubs. Where they had found those was anyone's guess, but that hardly mattered right now. Standing among the 5 trolls, Rem twisted his lips in a crooked smile. Fell could see the grin peeking through the gap between a troll's side. Then Rem's axe moved. The axe never once clashed with a troll's club. Instead, it darted like a salmon fighting its way upstream. After several swift swings, the heads of all 5 trolls flew up into the air. No monster can survive after being beheaded, so they were all dead. Weaving his way out from between the 5 corpse-like bodies, their black blood oozing onto the ground, Rem spoke. Just because you're surrounded on all sides, does that mean there's no way out? No, the opening is always there. If you give up, that's when you die, you idiot. The way he trained his squad members was already well known. People who were tough by any measure all said the same thing in unison. Ha! Did he make them answer with a shout too? Yeah, sorry for feeding you such subpar monster blood, Rem said to his axe, then signaled to Fel with his eyes. He wants us to gather this evening. Once again he left out who had called them, but everyone understood just fine. He could have just called us earlier. Rem bared his teeth in a grin. Fel felt uneasy at the sight of that smile. The mood shifted. Rem's pressure seemed to weigh down the whole area. We're all going to die, Commander. Someone among the squad shouted. Rem kept smiling as he answered. Hang in there. No one's going to die from just this. If even Fel found this unsettling, how were the non-knights supposed to handle it? Still, it was none of his business. He had no intention of getting involved with another squad's training. Enkrid's own personal guard was likely undergoing some intense training of their own. Well then, with a farewell, Fel turned to leave. Since it was summer, the days were long. As the late sunset colored the sky, a campfire was lit. Crackle, crackle. Meat was grilled over the flames, and trays of fruit and jerky were set out. Kreis had brought them. Beside him sat Abnaya as well. The fairy and witch were also present. Even without Fel passing on the message, they had come of their own accord. With his usual tone and demeanor, Enkrid addressed everyone gathered. We're going after the Beelrog. What he said was hardly ordinary. But not a single person tried to stop him. No one even looked surprised. The frog was the first to nod. I've been waiting a long time. And Fel felt much the same. Strength welled up in his hands. It would be a lie to say I didn't want to swing my sword. I wanted to test my limits, to step forward. If that was how Fel felt, the others probably felt the same. I've been waiting for this, Rem said with a grin, picking up the conversation. Ragnar stood, gathering his sword. Where are you off to, brother? Auden asked as he watched. Ragnar turned and looked at Enkrid matter-of-factly. Aren't we going to face the Beelrog right now? It was still night, the sun not yet risen, so how did he plan to find their way, not even knowing where to go? I'll lead the way, Ragnar said, brimming with confidence. Do you even know where it is? Rem asked. If we walk, we'll get there eventually, Ragnar answered without hesitation. Enkrid then intervened. Not right now. He was sincere about going after the Balrog, but not this instant. All he was showing was his resolve. The resolve not to settle for just another peaceful day. Chapter 747. Breathing resolve into it, Enkrid acknowledged that the ferryman's words were out of the ordinary. But wasn't it almost like he was giving us a shove, telling us not to waste time basking in the present? Or maybe he was telling us to use our rest to gather our strength. Or is he saying we should finally deal with what we've been putting off? The ferryman's point was valid, but Enkrid interpreted it in his own way. He came to a decision. Let's take down the Beelrog. The hope of the city Ora still lingered, etched in his heart. Then, it was as if the ferryman's phantom leapt out and shouted at him. Of course, it wasn't real. He was just picturing the sort of reaction he'd expect. You lunatic! I said live in the moment, not charge off and fight. He imagined the ferryman snapping. Honestly, the real ferryman probably wouldn't respond much differently. Enkrid showed his resolve by the campfire. He wasn't leaving just yet, but he would soon. Crackle! Crackle! By the firelight, Enkrid's determination blazed all the brighter. Just as he once said he would become a knight one day, now he declared he would defeat the Beelrog. It didn't sound unrealistic. Every step he'd taken so far bore witness to the person he was now. Stars glittered in the night sky, the fire burned bright, insects chirped, and moths flitted about, as if flaunting the vibrant energy of early summer. Luagarn's tongue darted out, snatching up one of the bugs. There's a special taste to eating things raw. If grass and fruit made up the staple diet of fairies, then bugs rich in nutrients were said to be a frog's mainstay. Luagarn talks about it so much, it pops into my head automatically. Under the starlight and moonlight, the group gathered around the campfire came into view. Each of them was in their own world. They'd sat wherever they wanted, in the spots they liked best. Rem leaned back at an angle, idly spinning his axe between his fingers. Ragnar hugged Sunrise, still sheathed to his chest. They were friends and comrades who had no intention at all of simply settling into the peaceful vibes of this early summer night. The campsite set up on one side of the Madmen Knights dueling hall was as quiet as ever. Since the usual chatterboxes had all fallen silent, a calm, tranquil atmosphere lingered. Rem spun his axe and chuckled quietly, while Ragnar hugged his sword and kept yawning. Maybe he planned to go back to being lazy, since they weren't leaving just yet. As Odin straightened his posture in silent devotion, Teresa began humming a little tune. Ropard and Fell met eyes and exchanged a quiet nod. At the center of it all, Shinar was smiling. Since the hour of sunset had passed into night, the moonlight lingered on her face. Her otherworldly beauty could sway the very air around her with just a smile. Capturing Enkrid's gaze, Shinar began to recite, her words fluttering like poetry, like song. If you leave me behind again, the city of fairies will show you quite the spectacle as it follows in your wake. Through the tranquil warm air, it felt as if a dagger made of ice flew by. A chill ran down his spine. Not even when the legendary alchemist he'd met in Yuan doubled his voice had Enkrid felt this kind of danger that made the hairs on his arms stand on end. This is a threat. And fairies, while they might twist the truth, simply don't know how to lie. Her tone was beautiful, but a threat was a threat. Ropard blinked a couple of times, thrown off for a moment by the mismatch between her gentle delivery and her words. Still, he composed himself quickly and pushed past that cognitive dissonance to focus on the point. The city. Thanks to our migration experience, the city of Kurhais has now gained the knack for detaching and moving a part of itself. Shinar spoke casually, though her voice carried a subtle hint of pride. Even as Enkrid caught the faint complexity of her feelings, he failed to see why this was something to be proud of. Regardless if he ignored Shinar's words now, there was a very good chance the forest city, with the wood guards at its head, would actually break off and chase after it. Let's go together, Enkrid answered. Shinar nodded her head. Then Esther, who had been in leopard form, performed a flip in midair and transformed into a human. Even seeing it right before his eyes, it was hard to believe. Her fur stretched out into a robe, white skin appearing briefly before being quickly covered by the robe. It was a sight only visible from Enkrid's vantage point. To everyone else it probably just looked as if the fur on her back turned into a robe. Sorry, I'm too busy to go with you. That's fine. Krace had told him to give some advance notice if he was going to do something. That's why they'd called everyone together to say it in person, but from the start, Enkrid had never intended this to be a group effort. Part of him simply wanted to show his resolve to everyone, and partly, he just did as he pleased. At most, 3, he could guide the way himself, so including the job of tracking down Beelrog, there weren't many people needed. In the midst of this, His eyes met Cressus. "You're not actually thinking of taking me with you, are you? You're not that crazy, right?" "Right?" Cray asked with his eyes, and Enkrid, annoyed, tossed the jerky he was holding. It was just jerky, but the guy who threw it was a knight. The flying piece of jerky smacked Cray right on the forehead. "Ah! Ah!" As Cray cried out and asked if it had put a hole in his forehead, Rem tossed his axe into the air and spoke up. "I'm coming too." If you had to sum up Rem these days, he was utterly frustrated. If Rem's assault unit were here, they would probably be bowing their heads at Enkrid's feet, burning with impatience, begging to be taken along. "Please, let us go with you. If I don't use sunrise regularly, it burns its master." Ragnar, not being a fairy, was a habitual liar. "Try to be half the man your father was." Enkrid called him out on it, but Ragnar didn't even pretend to listen. Whatever excuse he could come up with, he was going to tag along. "Is this your first mission as a knight?" At that, Fel joined in. "Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, facing a Beelrog no less." Rupert chimed in as well. "Brother, my place is always by your side. And if our master seems to be keeping an eye on you now, how could I not go too?" Auden spoke up with something that was practically a sermon, and Teresa stopped humming and said, "I'll go with you too." Hearing everyone's remarks, Luagon puffed out her cheeks and smiled. She didn't even need to say it. The frog was going to follow no matter what. Last time she claimed she stayed behind to revisit his own skills and help Teresa. And she'd said that although she regretted it, she also enjoyed it. When you come back after a long time and see that something's changed, it's amazing and funny, and it's fun to dig into how it happened. But honestly, watching the whole process right up close is the most exciting of all. Frogs are a race that lives for their desires. Ignore those desires, and you wouldn't even be a frog anymore. Of course, each frog's desires are a little different. For example, Maloon, who is now considered a key officer in the Gilpin Guild, practiced and trained, but he wasn't interested in the kind of harsh, bone-grinding self-discipline others pursued. For him, it was about just the right amount of training, just the right amount of sparring, and just enough sense of accomplishment. That's what the frog named Maloon was after, and Enkrid respected that. Luagan, however, was different. She endured, and even surpassed, harsh trials out of a single desire, to stay by Enkrid's side and watch over him. She never shied away from grueling training or intense practice. Enkrid knew as much, having already realized how much her skills had improved after sparring with her not long ago. To a frog, the idea of knighthood doesn't exist. Even so, there's a reason they're called a naturally gifted warrior race. Frogs have no limits. This was a theory Luagan had recently established. If an ordinary frog can peel away just one layer of their limits, it's like stepping into a whole new world. That's how, by discarding old fixed ideas from the past, they set foot in a different reality. Maybe that's the difference between me and those who showed extraordinary abilities, Luagarn said, and her pale cheek stuck in my memory. In any case, she was definitely coming along as well. Looking around, I realized that everyone here was planning to follow. I hadn't expected that. The border guard's standing army is strong. Even without a night order, we won't collapse so easily. There aren't any major threats at the moment either. Even if the Empire makes a move, Yoran is basically on our side now, so I believe we can counter the threat from the Empire to some extent, Abnaya said, as clearly as ever, analyzing the current situation. Still, you never know. What if some hidden cultist suddenly shows up with night-level forces? Craze replied. If we're talking possibilities, anything can happen in this world. Just remember everything we've scattered around us so far, Craze. We set up the safe roads centered around the border guard, Abnaya said. This also meant that they were able to gather every rumor or story spreading through the area by means of the safe road. In fact, the Gilpin Guild had now become an information hub set up outside the border guard. They could pick up everything from the most trivial rumors spreading throughout the city to the recent, troublesome incidents in Norelia. After exchanging a few more words, the two finally decided that everyone, including Enkrid, could leave. If Craze was vulnerable to anxiety, Abnaya could fall into the trap of certainty. With the two of them together, though, there were no gaps to exploit. Enkrid nodded. He figured, what's the harm in going together? As soon as the traveling party was decided, he remembered the demon who had faced O'Hara. A being born to fight, wielding a sword and whip engulfed in flames. Just thinking about it sent a chill of excitement up from his toes. Knight O'Hara had staked her life to destroy that fragment. But what Enkrid wanted to see wasn't just a fragment. He wanted to face the real thing. It would be a lie to say he wasn't looking forward to it. Rem glanced at Enkrid and remarked, "There it is again, that weird grin." Kreis tilted his head. "The Beelrog's nickname is War God? Isn't that a bit off? It fit the commander better, don't you think?" Shina, still smiling as usual, simply said what he wanted to say. "If everyone didn't tag along, the two of us could have gone by ourselves and had some peace and quiet." That night passed. Enkrid planned to leave within 2 days at most. At least, that was the plan. That is, until Eitri called for him the next day. When he headed to Eitris' forge, he found the madman gripping his hammer with shining eyes. "I've received some good materials." That was the first thing he said after calling Enkrid over, without so much as a greeting. "True silver? I already used that before and it failed. What I just got is a rare metal I've never seen before." When Enkrid asked where it came from, it was brought in by the Lockfried Merchant Company. The color of the refined iron ingot looked normal, but Enkrid had a hunch what it was. It was the same material as the metal he'd tucked away in his own possession. However, unlike before, it didn't emit that refreshing energy. Rather than that, it's been mixed. He just knew it by instinct. To put it bluntly, it had been altered. For better or worse, something else had been added to it. No matter what I tried, nothing came to mind except the shape. But as soon as I saw this, I hammered away at it for 3 days straight. I got a feeling for it. He looked like a young man falling in love for the first time, or a child tasting something sweet for the very first time. A faint smile lit up his face. Eitri, excited, started rambling things Enkrid couldn't understand, then straightened his back, gripped his hammer, and sat down, locking eyes with him. Enkrid could see in those eyes a determination as strong as any knight's. Then Eitri spoke. "Please imbue it with your will. An engraved weapon is one that bears a knight's will. That's why it's called engraving. I will make your weapon." At those words, Enkrid nodded and took a seat across from Eitri. "You've kept your promise," Eitri responded quietly. "Of course." Without Enkrid noticing, Eitri's smile faded, and he took up his hammer again. As he worked the bellows and stoked the forge, a wave of heat filled the smithy. An assistant prepared various tools and stepped out, and even the frog, who made accessories, left the area. 4 hours a day is enough. That was the time Enkrid needed to stay in the smithy, and the time he'd have to continually pour his will into the process. The sword was not forged in a single day. That was why Enkrid had postponed his plans. He quickly realized where the metal had come from. When he'd ordered food to be delivered to the village of hermits, they had sent something precious with it. He hadn't expected anything in return for saving them, so he found it strange, almost wondrous that things had come full circle like this. For 4 hours each day, he watched the fire-kissed hammer strike the metal. As he sat there, silently observing, memories of his past steadily surfaced. When had it all begun? "Enkrid, you are a genius." That was what a third-rate mercenary had said to him, the moment everything started. Why do you even want to become a knight? There was a question he'd heard more times than he could count. Just give up already. Quit. There had been a time when everyone around him had urged him to abandon his path. What difference do you think you'll make by going? There was a time when he desperately fought to save someone. Damn it. He had even cursed the heavens for failing to save them. He'd always put on a calm face. But inside, his heart would sometimes boil over. Bang! Amidst it all, the sound of hammering echoed over and over again. With each strike, memories of the past tangled together, mixed, then drifted apart. Enkrid knew how to control will exactly as he intended. Compared to some knights who hadn't properly completed their training, he was on another level. Having learned restraint and explosiveness in Yuan, he wielded will with complete mastery. On top of that, he could even manage will while it remained untempered. I'm still inexperienced, so you'll need to show me several times, Atri insisted, as if it were only natural. Enkrid obliged. So, after spending 4 hours each day with Atri, Enkrid would worry for a moment about what would happen after he was gone, and that concern guided him to the training ground. Suddenly, he found himself with extra time and the urge to get involved in training. Of course, when Rem saw Enkrid like that, he would remark, "Are you just looking for someone to torment?" Clemen, who had fallen, greeted him with a smile. Officially, she was the moreover. Clemens also served as the unofficial Royal Guard training instructor. Even so, he could see what she was still lacking. Enkrid could clearly tell what she needed right now. Chapter 748. Enkrid-style traditional swordsmanship. A superhuman's senses allow him to perceive realms ordinary people can't see. And now, Enkrid could truly be called a superhuman. Frog's talent appraisal. Though the principle wasn't exactly the same, just by looking, Enkrid could do something similar. The structure of the muscles, usual posture, the look in the eyes, everything became a basis for judgment. Of course, unlike Frogs, he couldn't determine whether someone had the potential to become a knight or not. I can see it. From his experiences, honed senses and intuition, the flaws that Clemen had were starkly visible. Because she trained evenly, her characteristics are vague. Against those weaker than herself, she would display overwhelming skill, but against stronger opponents, it would be difficult for her to win. By knowing the outcome, one could infer the process. By looking at Clemen's level of training, Enkrid could read the way she fought. Of course, to quote Cray, this was something only clever people were capable of, and not everyone possessed the same analytical skills, but still. At any rate, he now knew what mattered. He would maintain her strong fundamentals, but what she needed to add on top of that were skills. You only had to look at her lower body training to know how solid her basics were. In physical training, strengthening the lower body is the most important thing. Clemen's lower body looked as unshakable as could be. He really liked that. It was clear evidence of diligent training. Shall we have a match? At Enkrid's words, Clemen's eyes sparkled. It was a great honor for a squire to be taught by a knight. And the man standing before her was none other than someone called a hero. The slayer of demons, unyielding knight. The commander of the Madmen Knights, the one who had led his followers to knighthood, and even carried nicknames like Heartbreaker and Enigmatic Knight. Those last two nicknames had naturally come to mind, but that just showed how extraordinary he was. It's an honor, Clemen replied like a true soldier, taking out her weapon. Ink. It was a slender, long rapier, longer than a typical longsword and thinner too. Even at a glance, it was no ordinary piece. Who made this? Enkrid asked out of pure curiosity. Craftsmen of this caliber were rare. A dwarf craftsman who works for the standing army. Is there someone like that? Yes. He came here fleeing from his debts, then ended up imprisoned. Now he oversees the standing army forge, having agreed to work for about 10 years. It sounded like a story he'd heard somewhere before. It wasn't all that important, so his memory was vague. Still, after thinking it over a few more times, he thought he knew who it was. That dwarf who was with Enkrid the first time I met him. From what Clement was saying, it seemed like Craze had stepped in and sorted out the situation and their connection. The craftsmanship showed it. It looked like the dwarf friend had pulled himself together since then. The sword was in good condition. Commanders each receive an extra weapon in addition to standard issue gear. You wouldn't know since knights usually source their weapons on their own. As Clement was explaining, she suddenly flinched and jumped back 2 steps. The way she pushed off the ground to retreat was impressive. Enkrid liked how Clement kept her sword steady as she withdrew, and how she tensed his toes, ready for whatever came next. Intimidation. Enkrid murmured softly. This was still a guided sparring session after all. After that, Clement lunged, thrust, slashed and swung her sword with all her might, even rapping and flicking it with precision. Enkrid picked up a training sword to duel her. She's solid. Her nickname was Fallen Clement, but what she did in battle made it clear she'd do anything not to fall. She minimizes mistakes and leads the fight in ways that favor her, maximizing her chances of victory. But what about Clement's expression as she fought that way? She didn't look like she was enjoying it. Does she act like this even when training alone? That thought crossed his mind. Her resolve was firm, and her body was strong, yet her swordsmanship looked like she was thrashing around in water. Her body stayed afloat, but she was using so much effort that she couldn't move forward properly. Maybe it was better to say her strokes were more like slow, labored swims when she could actually go much faster. She's showing less than she's actually capable of. He reached this conclusion, considering not just the technical factors, but also her mental state. There are simply too many people around her who fight better than Clemens. These are people you can't admire lightly. The closest is Ropud, then a bit further away is Fell, and beyond them, everyone else in the Madmen Knights, including himself. That pushed Clement to improve, but it also broke off a part of her spirit. The nickname Fallen Clement, the fact that people called her that and her desperate effort not to actually fall, those definitely had an effect. To put it another way, she's never been pushed to the extreme. She must have avoided that kind of fight. She's only ever had battles where she either lost overwhelmingly or won just as decisively. But why did Empire Knight Balmung's words come to mind now? That term, Flower Knight. If Clemens keeps going like this, will she end up becoming a knight who grew up like a well-tended flower? Thud, ting. In the midst of the light-guided sparring, Enkrid's presence suddenly shifted. Clement's pupils shrank to dots in an instant. Her survival instincts jolted all her senses awake. I'll die. If she stayed still, that was what would happen. In that split second, fragments of her past and a handful of thoughts raced through Clement's mind. Fallen Clement. Ever since she was given that nickname, she had been desperately struggling not to fall again. As time went on and her skills improved, Clement's thoughts narrowed down to one thing. I don't fight battles, I'll lose. Ropud's support helped her reach this point, and Luagarn's guidance had an influence as well. Maybe the frog's tactical swordplay had even developed in the worst way because of this. Clement never even started a fight she couldn't win. In other words, unless the perfect opportunity arose, she refused to truly commit to a strike with her sword. Even now, that was the case. Clement's sword only waited for the flawless opening. But her opponent was a knight. Of course, such an opening never appeared, so all she did were half-hearted attacks, just biding her time. Was that what provoked her opponent? Clement experienced death. She was beheaded. The world spun. Then everything went black. Her physical abilities are remarkable. Her muscles are flexible and resilient. She hasn't just focused on building strength, but has trained her body consistently in various ways. The basis for this is, of course, Odin's physical training methods. The regimen Odin used to train his troops has now become the foundational training for the border guard's standing army. On top of that, she's selectively adopted only what suits her own body. Her cognitive skills and agility are also impressive. She knows how to observe properly and react accordingly. The same goes for her endurance. You can tell she's kept up with her physical training. Her mind is in good shape, too. Aside from not charging in recklessly, she never gets flustered and her judgment is solid. Enkrid even caught a glimpse of the will hidden inside Clement. He hadn't actually seen it, but he could sense something in a psychological sense. Still, whether that would ever awaken or not was impossible to say. That decision isn't mine to make. You can open the way for someone, but it's up to them to walk it. Just as you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Still, even if it was just a vague feeling, Enkrid sensed that Clement would move forward. He was usually pretty good at trusting his instincts. What she's lacking is creativity and the determination to win. It's not about fighting so you won't lose, but figuring out how to win. That's what Clement needs right now. When Clement first retreated under pressure, Enkrid's thoughts reached this point. His natural multidimensional thinking had evolved into almost superhuman intuition and instincts, combined with all his years of experience. In organizing what Clement needed, Enkrid clarified his own understanding once again. It's probably a process that has to be repeated again and again, as long as you don't give up until the very end. There's no end to training in swordsmanship. Knowing that made it all the more enjoyable. After all, whatever you're doing now, this isn't the end. This time, he just revisited what he'd already organized before, but in the process, he created a new sword technique. The Wavebreaker sword is a way to train in true sword style, and Valov-style martial arts fits perfectly with middle sword style training. Then, through optimizing his thought process, he developed a fast sword called Flash, and the flowing sword, based on Jackson's intuitive skill, was further refined by experience into a sword technique called the Sword of Chance. All that's left is the Deceptive Sword, a step beyond Valen-style mercenary swordplay. The Deceptive Sword exists solely to win. The Phantom Sword is about doing whatever's necessary to survive and to triumph. By mixing in the Luagarn-style tactical sword, the tactical sword is about gaining the upper hand and seizing advantages in a fight. Enkrid combined and reinvented it, taking the strengths of both styles. Is this heaven? Clement, who had fainted from the overwhelming pressure and a light shock, opened her eyes and spoke. Not yet. Oh. Blinking a few times, Clement quickly took in her surroundings. She hadn't died. She was alive, and had passed out embarrassingly. As he watched her spring to her feet, Enkrid thought, instead of clumsy words about sparking creativity and a will to win, it's easier to speak through swordsmanship. From Enkrid's lips came the name of the discipline, organized and clearly established. This swordsmanship is called Enkrid-style traditional swordsmanship. Clemens caught her breath for a moment before asking, "What?" "Learn it. The essence of this swordsmanship is pure deception. The training method is to devise creative techniques for trickery. Its practice takes the form of any action that secures an advantage, desperate means for the weak to defeat the strong. For that reason, even the name itself is meant to deceive the opponent. The actual techniques rely mainly on deception, but ironically, the name projects an image of traditional swordsmanship. The principle is simple. You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. I'll show you a few basic moves. Judging by Clemen's well-trained lower body and posture alone, anyone would assume she fought by the book. Her fundamentals were that solid. This is a technique called deceptive breath. Enkrid taught her several techniques taken from Valence-style mercenary swordplay. Clemens listened attentively, then asked, "Do people really fight like this?" She wasn't naive. She understood why Enkrid chose to speak through swordsmanship, instead of words. Yes. Enkrid had told her to survive by any means, to win by any means, and Clement accepted it. Afterward, Enkrid also oversaw the training of his personal unit, the so-called Royal Guard. Are they perhaps lacking a bit in basic physical fitness? Given his high standards, it was only natural for him to think so. After all, he was here mainly to evaluate their skills. Let's run. With just those words, the Royal Guard, including Martai, started running back and forth without rest. Running that far on horseback would be exhausting enough. Doing it on foot was no easy feat. As a result of all this, the Martai gatekeeper was startled, and perhaps out of boredom, weird eyes even jogged alongside them, as if trying to keep pace. After all that running, the group learned techniques like feigning defeat, pretending to strike with the sword while actually kicking, double draw, and deceptive breath. Even so, Enkrid kept stressing the importance of fundamentals above all else. You need to know how to fight properly if you want to deceive your opponent effectively. That's why basics matter so much. No matter which path you take, you should always aim higher. Better to do anything than to hesitate and stagnate. And for that, you must survive. You have to live if you want to have a tomorrow. Enkrid-style traditional swordsmanship soon became the official swordsmanship of the Royal Guard. Clement grasped the essence of the techniques, and Roped helped fill in during the training. This is a discipline that only has meaning if your fundamentals are solid. Even if you wield the sharpest sword, it won't matter if the person swinging it is just a 7-year-old child. Roped, in turn, learned Enkrid-style traditional swordsmanship himself, and taught what he discovered in the process. Enkrid also shared this latest insight with Atri. So are all 5 sword styles ultimately paths to knighthood? Enkrid's main focus is on 5 sword techniques. Atri, after grasping the main idea, asked him that question. Even while hammering steel all day, Atri never missed a chance to talk when Enkrid was around. Their questions and answers always led to new realizations. That's the goal. Enkrid's answer was simple. As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on the steel Atri was hammering. The metal was changing shape. It was becoming a long rod. Atri kept folding and hammering it flat, over and over, then folding it again, then hammering it flat again. He had been at it for 3 days straight. Atri's eyes were shining brighter than ever, but his skin was dry, and his body was growing thinner. It was as if he was pouring every last bit of his life, force into the hammer blows. Come back tomorrow. Atri said this. For Enkrid, aside from overseeing Royal Guard training, this had become his entire everyday life. It had now been 15 days since Atri first spoke to him. Even Aram wasn't pressing him about leaving anymore. Everyone in the Order of Knights knew Enkrid was having made an engraved weapon. And all waiting must have an end. This was that end. Chapter 749. Haven't you said hello? Go on, greet him. Conventional wisdom says it takes at least half a year to craft a refined and exceptional sword, but Atri managed to shorten that time. It wasn't a miracle. It was simply because he had prepared so thoroughly. There were other reasons too, of course. But if you had to pick the most important factor besides preparation, it would have to be the dwarf who had dropped by a few times recent. It was a familiar dwarf, and his intentions were clear. Put in a good word later, will you? I'm not a bad dwarf, you know. It's just that my clan of iron is a bit reckless by nature. We jump into things head first, that's all. He mainly came by to ask for favors, but while he was here he would often share his smelting techniques. He also added a bit of dwarven philosophy on top of it. Is a method passed down by traditional ways the best? No. The right thing is to take everything great from the traditional ways and innovate it into something new. Dwarves are always dreaming of progress. They're never hesitant to accept, learn, and put new techniques to use. In that sense, they have a pure longing for advancement. And perhaps because of this, dwarves are also the most vulnerable to deception among all thinking races. Yeah, new techniques are great, aren't they? Good. Let me teach you. Atri himself could easily picture a dwarf speaking like that. If you had to name the race most often swindled by humans, dwarves would undoubtedly be at the top of the list. And if a dwarf spends too much time around humans, it's only natural that he might learn to pull off the same tricks. In any case, Atri learned new smithing techniques, and also benefited from their way of thinking. Innovation means blending the new with everything you already know. On top of that, he gained hands-on experience working with several precious metals. A stroke of luck no blacksmith on the continent could ever dream of. Handling a variety of rare metals however he pleased was an extraordinary experience. What's more, Enkrid even managed to source a few engraved weapons along the way. All of these things became his study. Atri examined, learned, and mastered whatever came his way. This was research. He built up his skills day by day, living out the same everyday life. And amid all this, he began to see the bigger picture. If I combine 3 kinds of steel, this is the technique known as pattern welding. So, which types of metals should he use? The 3 most famous steels on the continent came to mind: Valerian Mountain Blue Steel, Lewis Mountain Silver, and Uber Mountain Gold. These are commonly known as blue steel, silver steel, and gold steel, and at the mines where these veins are found, rare metals sometimes emerge alongside them. Valerian steel, true silver, and black gold are exactly those. Atri managed to acquire some of those precious 3 metals, as well as a bit of meteoric iron, and the sword he made with them is what's known as samchio. Of course, there are also gems and other special metals beyond those. But cursed metals are excluded. Those just don't belong in an engraved weapon. That cursed metal was what he got from melting down the armor taken from some cultist Enkrid killed a while back. Even when Enkrid was away, Atri never stopped swinging his hammer. He refined and refined the Valerian steel, true silver, and black gold. Then one day, through a merchant group, he received some unusual iron. The metal itself wasn't particularly hard or flexible. Still, the moment he saw it, he just knew it could be something special. His instincts buzzed. After that, it was like he was possessed. He worked almost in a trance. He added innovations to the traditional techniques of layering and folding steel. It's mysterious. He didn't understand the principle. He doubted he could ever repeat it if someone asked him to do it again. Even though he had no real talent for it, it felt like he was crossing a cliff on a single tightrope. No, in fact, he was still balanced on that tightrope right now. Strangely, even as Atri was aware of the process, it was as if part of him had stepped back, watching himself with a detached gaze. The part of him that was focused just kept hammering away. Hammer, add blue steel, hammer again. Layer true silver, hammer, add black gold. He's going to ruin everything at this rate. That's how it should have gone. The part of him observing from outside felt a sense of crisis. The only way to make those 3 metals coexist was to keep each in its proper place. Samkyo was the result of that research, but now he was ignoring even that. He just mixed it all together and let the heat bind it. This won't work. The worry didn't last long. Even that slipped from his mind. He lost track of time. Even the moments he spent meeting with Enkrid became hazy. When he accepted Will's intent and infused it into the steel as they talked, it felt like he was focused again. But as soon as Enkrid left, it was as if everything that happened had taken place months ago. Etri's apprentice watched him with anxious eyes, worried that his master might collapse at any moment. It was clear, after all, that he was wasting away day by day. "I hope he'll be all right." It was one of those days spent watching over him with worry. Whoosh! The wind blew hard, causing the wooden window to rattle. Soon after, even the door hinges began creaking, and then there was a solid thunk as the door swung open. Did the lock not catch properly? Lately, the security level of the border guard had been extremely high. Not to mention, his master's forge was guarded in shifts by 4 soldiers. There was no chance a robber would break in at night. The apprentice grabbed a lantern, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he headed outside. Even though it was early summer, he felt a strange chill and goosebumps running down his skin. He walked over to close the outer door, but suddenly stopped in his tracks. Beyond the open door, the darkness was pitch black, far too black. Was it really possible for it to be this dark, even at night? A shiver ran down his back, and he felt a sense of foreboding. It was as if something was lurking just beyond that darkness. And it wasn't just his imagination. A white hand shot out from the darkness. The apprentice was so stunned that he couldn't even scream. So this is what happens. When you're truly terrified, no sound comes out. This was the first time he'd realized that. The white hand then rose up, raising just its index finger, and stopped right where a person's face would likely be. 2 blue lights appeared beyond the darkness, followed by a voice. "Shh." Only then did the apprentice realize he'd been holding his breath, and he let it out with a gasp. A figure sprang out from the darkness and stepped inside the house. Quiet. It was a witch. Anyone could tell. She wore a pointed hat, and whatever she'd done to her clothes, the jet-black robe seemed to absorb all the light from the lantern. With each step she took, it seemed as if shadows scattered in her wake. The Black Witch! That was the nickname of the captain's woman. "I've been waiting for you." The words came from his master, who had appeared behind him without a sound. Startled, the apprentice turned around and saw those piercing eyes shining in his master's gaunt face, just as they had looked over the last several days. "I thought you might need my help." The witch spoke as she walked further in. The apprentice, unable to comprehend what had just happened, also couldn't remember how he managed to fall back asleep. He vaguely recalled in a dream that besides the Black Witch, the Golden Flower, too, had stopped by the forge. Because of that, he couldn't tell if any of it had really happened, or if it was just a dream. And he couldn't very well ask his master either. Of course he couldn't talk to his master. He'd woken to the sound of his master's hammering. These days, whenever his master picked up the hammer, his eyes would go glassy, working the bellows and striking the metal again and again, like some kind of spirit, as if intoxicated by the glow of the forge. As usual, the apprentice set out some water and food at the side and stepped outside. Escaping the heat of the forge, the cold air stabbed up his nose, scraped over his lungs, and left him shivering. Was it a dream? But if it was a dream, it had been too vivid. And that afternoon, the apprentice found his way to the dueling hall of the Madmen Knights and relayed his master's message. "It's ready." Enkrid made his way to the forge at a slow, measured pace, slower than usual. If someone had asked whether he was excited, of course he would have nodded. But it wasn't as if his heart was pounding out of his chest either. It simply felt inevitable, only natural. Atri had given his word, and Atri would keep it. There had never been a moment's doubt in that. It was a faith as weighty as a knight's oath. "You're here." Atri, looking as if he'd lost half his body weight since before, greeted him. Hollow cheeks and hands with bones jutting out caught his eye. The forge was quiet and peaceful. Yes, it wasn't stifling hot, just comfortably warm. There was none of that heat that dried sweat into a crust. The hearth was only releasing faint residual warmth now. Clearly the fire had died down quite some time ago. So, it's finished. Enkrid stepped inside with an air of indifference. Atri also handed him the sword in a similarly casual manner. There was no scabbard. The hilt was simple, and while it resembled Samshiel's blade, there were differences. It looks the same on the surface, but it was subtly different. If someone asked exactly how, it would be hard to explain. Hence, subtle. Should he feel a shiver run up his arm the moment he gripped the sword? No, that sort of thing doesn't happen on demand, does it? With these stray thoughts, he gripped the sword and gave it a few swings in the air. Whoosh, swish. Enkrid was honest. It's not moving me. There's nothing special about it. Yes, that's just how it should be. It's duller than true silver's Sid, and doesn't feel as hefty as black gold's. I don't think it's as tough as Samshiel either. He'd held more than a few famous swords in his hands. Even compared to the Samkiel sword, there was a clear difference. Actually, you didn't even need to go as far as Samshiel. It was even duller than Penna. If there was one thing to praise, the balance is exquisite. He tried holding it vertically to the ground and then sideways. At least in the way it fit perfectly in his grip, this sword was genuine. It might not fall short of being called a masterwork, I suppose. But to call it an engraved weapon, well, he wasn't sure. Will you give it a name? Wasn't O'Ara's engraved weapon called Smile? Her smile had been just as beautiful as that blade. Duskforge. The name is Duskforge, also called Dawnbringer, for it ushers in the dawn. Genesis 13. Why did I want to become a knight? Because I dreamed of a world different from one plagued by monsters and beasts. That's why I chose that name. During the process of forging the weapon, Shinar asked if I'd consider naming it Kurhez. Esther suggested calling it Night Sky or Star. The others didn't say much, but Rem made a rather serious suggestion. How about Dusky Sky? I was somewhat tempted, but in the end, I didn't change the name. Duskforge is a fine name. It'll take time to truly make it yours. Atri said this, then suddenly slumped over. His startled apprentice rushed over and lifted him into their arms. Master, does an engraved weapon have to be extraordinary as soon as you take it up? I don't know. But I do know one thing. Enkrid saw a faint smile on Atri's face. I entrusted this to Atri, and he's satisfied. That's enough. Did he pour his soul into every strike of the hammer? Maybe he did. So, after he finished everything, Atri, did he die? Enkrid asked. Had this sword become a posthumous work? Maybe so. He had certainly put in that much effort. That kind of smile could only come from such exhaustion. No, why would he die, sir? The apprentice replied in surprise. Looking closely, Atri was still breathing, though faintly. He had simply collapsed from overexertion. But he wasn't dead. Honestly, I already knew that when I asked. Maybe I just wanted some dramatic flair. But in reality, things were rather plain. The engraved weapon didn't start speaking to me the moment I picked it up, nor did it emit any light. And the blacksmith Atri hadn't burned up his soul to leave behind some legendary final masterpiece. The scabbard's over there. Even the scabbard was unremarkable, and neither the pommel nor the guard had anything special about. Only the blade gave off a faint blue sheen. Still, it wasn't the same color as Valerian mountain steel. It was closer to the color of the sky. Should I have named it Skyblade instead? It really does seem like a good fit. The sword gave off a faint scent, Strangely enough, it reminded me of the smell of a clear sky without a single cloud. It was that crisp and fresh. No, to be even more precise, it was a scent mixed from the night sky, flowers and trees. When all those blended together, it created that unmistakable scent of a clear sky. Well, either way, I'll put it to good use. Thanks, Enkrid. Enkrid, who had briefly passed out, woke up and replied, "Yes, sir." After leaving the forge, Enkrid went around showing the sword to everyone he met. Enkrid doesn't seem like the type to hold back something valuable for himself, right? Still, that's the vibe I'm getting. That was Craze's commentary, who didn't really know what was going on, while the others just accepted it as it was. "Is that one yours, Commander?" "Yeah." That short exchange was all there was between Rem and me. Even though the sword didn't look particularly special, Enkrid kept noticing how comfortable and natural it felt in his hand. After spending the rest of the day like that, Enkrid set out immediately. He had finished preparing for departure long ago, just waiting for the engraved weapon. Safe travels. Craze came out to see him off, while Shinar walked right alongside him. After a few steps, Enkrid started mumbling to himself. "Yeah, we're on the road now. Hoping something interesting happens? Me too." That was more or less what he said. Seeing Shinar, who was walking quietly right beside him, Rem asked, "Who's the commander talking to?" Enkrid answered himself, sounding completely calm and unbothered. "My baby." Rem blinked a couple of times. He scratched his ear and checked Shinar's expression. There was no sign of happiness whatsoever. Of course, that kind of comment wasn't meant for the fairy. She was much older than Enkrid, many times over, so it made no sense to say such a thing to her. So then, who was he talking to? Ragnar, curious as well, listened in quietly, and Jackson, who had simply followed along in silence, paid close attention to Winnie. Weird Eyes, who had followed along as if he was coming to see them off, shook his head from side to side. This remarkable wild horse understood human speech. "Oh, no way," Rem asked, and Enkrid introduced him, completely matter of fact. "You two haven't met, right? Say hello. This is Duskforge." Rem didn't curse. This was entirely within the realm of what he expected. "May serenity rest upon my brother's head." That was all Odin prayed. Chapter 750. Are we at war? Enkrid's group headed south. In the midst of this, Weird Eyes turned back. It seemed he had truly just come out to see them off. South. In other words, they were making their way toward the demonic domain, where Bilrog was likely to be found. No one knew the exact whereabouts of the one called the Demon of Strife. They were simply traveling, following rumors and tales. Still, that didn't mean there were no ways to track him down. Bilrog loves a good fight. It's said he enjoys fighting strong opponents and collects souls. So why not invite him in with a serenade at a place he's likely to visit? Enkrid's plan was to scatter black blood everywhere and belt out a serenade at the top of his lungs. Surprisingly, both Craze and Abnaya nodded, saying it made sense. Though the name Balrog is shrouded in legend, their research and investigation had uncovered factual patterns in his behavior, so they figured there was a real chance. Call him out for a fight, and he should appear. The only catch was, the invitation would have to be loud enough. The border guard spirit's safe road had become so much wider than before that they had to pass several outposts along the way. Steel wall? A cheer accompanied the salute. It was that unyielding night, border guard's wall itself. This was the last outpost marking the end of the safe road. Enkrid gave a casual wave in response to their salute and passed by. Among the soldiers watching their departure, the outpost commander, who seemed to have his wits about him, tilted his head in puzzlement. Are we at war or something? The senior soldier beside him shook his head. I haven't heard anything like that. Neither had the commander. More importantly, There wasn't even an enemy to fight. Lately, Enkrid's madmen knights had come to be known as the Labyrinth of the Border. If you wanted to know why they'd earned such a strange nickname, it's because they pull everyone in and swallow them up. That was it. As for culling cultists, they never really sought them out. The cultists were always the ones who came looking for trouble. Those apostate groups worshipping the Grey God, same story with them. It might have seemed a bit different with the Black Blade Bandits or Count Malsan, who started a civil war, but regardless of the details, the fact remained. The Madman Knights devoured them all. I heard there's been trouble with the trade city recently. The commander was always quick to catch a rumor. He believed that knowing a lot was the key to surviving long and well. Besides, there's nothing quite as entertaining as a juicy rumor. Are they heading to burn down the trade city? With that kind of force, even a trade city with roots deep across the continent couldn't withstand them. But that's not the direction they're headed. A junior soldier chimed in, equally baffled by how that group was moving together. Could they really be going to war? Yeah, that can't be it. Even the Southern Front had quieted down lately. He'd heard there had been far fewer provocations from that side. There was a lot of talk about some upheaval at the royal palace lately. Could it be because of that? Are they going to slaughter all the nobles? That gray-haired madman known as the Noble Butcher was among them, after all. No, that's probably not it. His thoughts were running wild. He didn't know the real reason. But even if they weren't heading to war, just seeing that group move together would be enough to make plenty of people flinch. The commander kept his eyes on those departing figures, especially the black-haired man at their center. If you listen to the man in charge of Border Guard's defense, Vengeance's talk, he claimed that man used to be just a low-ranking soldier. Who could believe that? It was no wonder those words seemed totally unconvincing. The watchtower was tall. From such height, everything was clear. Look at those people leaving far off in the distance. The fading sunlight slid down their backs, stretching into long shadows behind them. Those people now, they were a group powerful enough to shake the earth just by walking. The commander's predictions had been spot on. The mayor of the trade city was highly alert to the movements of the Madman Knights. Why are they suddenly marching out all together? Are they trying to put pressure on us? To warn us not to step out of line? Up until now, they'd always found excuses to avoid any armed confrontation, but were these the kind of people such excuses would work on? Could the city's pride, the 10 mercenaries, stop them? At least talk to them? Maybe keep the possibility of negotiation alive? Of course, actually winning was out of the question. But maybe they could at least show some spirit. The mercenary captain happened to be present at the meeting. The mayor looked at him intently. Even without words, that look was enough to ask his opinion. The captain was a seasoned veteran with a long scar across his face, someone who had taken on every kind of job since his youth. He'd once been captured by the enemy and tortured, had his fingernails and toenails ripped out, yet he didn't break, earning the nickname Indomitable Mercenary. He never knew when to give up and was seen as a symbol of endurance, the kind who would hold out till the bitter end. If you excluded the Eastern mercenary king, he was considered the spiritual pillar all mercenaries admire. Surrender. That was what he said. What? I said surrender. If we fight, we'll all die. He was resolute. The mercenary, a symbol of unyielding resistance, who didn't break under torture and would jump into any hopeless battle, spoke with unshakable conviction. His hand hit the table. It only seemed to lend more weight to his words. Surrender, he shouted. That was the end of the meeting. So much for unity. The Madman Knights hadn't even shown up yet, but those sly merchant groups looking to meddle with the path known as the Stone Road and make a quick profit. Well, they were the first to raise the white flag. Such was the terrifying reputation of the madman. Kreis, who had been handling various matters with the border guard, wondered to himself why the trade city, usually so cagey, was suddenly offering their cooperation, and even setting up a bank in border guard territory. It didn't take him long to put two and two together. Just one move from the commander, and everyone's in a panic. Leona Rockfried was pleased. She'd had enough of the trade city's recent shady tricks, so was more than satisfied to have the issue resolved so easily. And this was just the beginning. We asked whether you had the right. The title of Pope is, by tradition, bestowed in the holy city of Legion. That's the rule and the custom. The basic requirement for becoming Pope is the blessing of every high priest gathered in Legion. It's not decided by a vote. It only ends when there's unanimous agreement, which meant it could take years for everyone to come to a consensus. The previous Pope had vanished without a trace, leaving Legion deeply scarred. Recently, heretics worshipping the Grey God had even appeared. It was a time of confusion and turmoil. In light of this, the Legion was in desperate need of extraordinary measures. The first suggestion that came up was this: we must appoint a new Pope. That was it. At first, there was even talk of bringing someone from the Empire who had awakened divine power. The religious order still held significant influence in the Empire. While the Empire itself was not a theocracy, that didn't mean the order's power was insignificant. Since divinity truly existed, anyone who could prove that power could easily claim a portion of authority. I can't think of a better way than this. Holy Knight Overdire was sure that whoever said that was an agent of the Empire, but compared to betraying the faith or falling into cults, it wasn't a crime deserving death. Just siding with the Empire didn't mean someone should have their head bashed in. If one of the high priests steps up, we might not have a result even after 100 years. Even if he was an agent, the one who said this was still someone who lived for the Legion and served God. Most of those who worshipped the Grey God, or who had half lost their minds, had already been sent to God's side. The person suspected of being an Empire agent had at least accurately assessed the current situation. The title of High Priest was created so that they would keep each other in check. Though the Legion called them High Priests, each of them was actually the Pope of their own order. So, for one among them to become Pope, they'd have to show something truly extraordinary. They would need to display such divinity that even a saint would seem like a mere child in comparison. While not a Pope, one of the apostles did possess that kind of capability, but he served the god of war and currently wasn't under Legion's jurisdiction. Even if he had been there, it would have been meaningless. Those who served the god of war had sworn an oath to the Lord not to get involved in the Legion's internal strife, so they weren't present here anyway. Had it not been for that, their strength would have been a significant help. Overdeer didn't try to unravel this tangled situation. He had no intention of fixing it. It wasn't his responsibility, and he didn't have the ability to do so either. Overdeer was a holy knight. He was the sword and shield of the religious order, not its tongue or its prophet. That didn't mean he had nothing to say, though. At the very least, nominating a candidate for Pope was well within his rights. In fact, he had been preparing for just that. If the goddess of fortune gazes down upon the world with favor, then the goddess of the scales always watches over it by maintaining balance. When Overdire spoke, his words carried weight. No one ignored him. That was true even for the high priests. He already had a record of dealing with a traitor of high priest rank not long ago. Some of the Legion's influential figures cast uneasy glances at him. If Overdeer so wished, the full authority of the religious order could easily end up in the palm of his hand. The Holy Knights Order held that much power now. They were celebrated for cleansing the order's corrupt parts and commanded considerable force. Of course, the apostles of the God of War only watched from the sidelines, so realistically, a military takeover of the Legion by Overdeer was impossible. The God of the scales may appear indifferent, but is always just. One of the high priests voiced his agreement with Overdeer. While each religious order served its own pope, the Pope of Legion was in a class of their own. Put simply, the Pope of Legion was recognized by all other popes, making them the leader of the Holy City. To phrase it even more bluntly, you could say the Pope of the Legion was like a king. The scales have tipped restlessly toward me. On behalf of all holy knights, I nominate a candidate for Pope. Overdeer nodded and added to his statement. He introduced Noah as his candidate, and at that, one of the cardinals under the high priests began to challenge the decision, questioning Noah's qualifications. Can someone who cannot even wield holy power truly be suited for the position of Pope? As the cardinal pressed on, Overdeer first affirmed his own oath of loyalty, and then presented a prepared endorsement. He has the support of the ragged saint. At this, Audin's foster father, who had been with the border guard, spoke up. Tapping his cane on the floor, the old man, feigning blindness, bowed his head to Noah. The Lord in heaven will decide, but if my opinion proves to be of any value, I would like it to be known. He was once the Pope of Legion. Of course, only a handful here knew that, and those who did had no intention of bringing it up. Still, his reputation was not something to be discounted. Of course, Audin's foster father was present simply as the ragged saint, so the weight of his words was limited. Noah said nothing. It would be difficult to persuade them with just a speech, but it was worth a try. The real question was, even if he did manage to persuade them, would they ever come together to support him as one? Moreover, Noah still had doubts within himself. Am I truly qualified for this? It all began from a simple desire to care for a child who had lost their parents. Rather than seeing that child grow up to become a pickpocket or a thief, he wanted them to serve God, to spend their days copying the Holy Scripture. His hopes were small, his wishes even smaller. But was it really right for him to take on such a heavy responsibility? Only those two? I recognize the prestige of the Holy Knights Order, but is there anyone else willing to support him? One of the high priests shouted sharply. Overdeer felt troubled. Yes, he had expected things might go this way. The King of Norilia stands in support. At that moment, an official letter of support from the King of Norilia arrived. But even so, it still felt lacking. Just then, news broke out across the continent of the advance of the Madmen Knights. But to where? For what purpose were they moving? And then the real problem arose. Upon checking their movements, it turned out they were headed toward the Legion. Did you by any chance say you had a connection to the commander of the Madmen Knights? Even though the high priest asked this during the meeting, Noah couldn't answer. He was still reeling from the unexpected news about Enkrid. To be precise, it was more like a sudden realization had struck him. Enkrid had never actually said such words to him. And yet, it felt as if he'd just been scolded by him. Noah's dazed eyes made it look as if he'd just been reprimanded. In his mind's eye, Enkrid patiently spoke to him. What idiotic nonsense are you spouting? Your ambition is too small? Your wish is too modest? Then let's hear what you think is grander. It was hard to answer. Enkrid continued. There's no such thing as a humble dream, Noah. Dreams aren't measured in size. He'd forgotten that for a moment. Are you connected or not? The high priest's question snapped Noah back into focus. It was time to answer in reality. We're friends. At those words, one of the high priests gulped. The infamy of the Madmen Knights was even greater outside the border guards' lands. Especially now. They'd caused so much trouble over the years. Are they planning to go to war with the Legion or something? Muttered the ragged saint. He knew that would never actually happen, but it was more than enough to frighten those present. Why? Asked one of the cardinals. Overdeer added fuel to the fire. The apostle of the Grey God targeted them. If we're talking about who's at fault, it's us. I figured I'd better be prepared to receive him myself. The commander of the Holy Knights left the room. The situation was tense, but the Legion had no clear leader to send forward. Someone would have to step up to meet him. Who was the right person for the job? His eyes fell on the man named Noah, the one Overdeer had recommended. The Holy Knight's order had sworn to do nothing without his permission. The king of Norilia himself, renowned on the continent, had stepped forward as his patron. Even the ragged saint, whose name commanded more respect than any other saint or saintess in the Legion, sided with him. To top it off, he was said to be the close friend of that Madmen Knights commander. Even if the Madmen Knights had stayed quiet, the Legion's Pope seat would have ended up with Noah in the end. Give it to me. That position. For the first time, the man named Noah, who had been standing idly by, clearly expressed his intent. And so the Pope of the Legion was chosen. Around this time, Enkrid was gleefully chatting about swordsmanship with the Madmen Knights as he battled beasts and monsters.